to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I do appreciate you as ever for tuning on in here on a fine Tuesday afternoon, a rare Tuesday show here for you. A little bit of a makeup show. We couldn't get around on Sunday, so wanted to get out here on Tuesday here and talk a little bit of football with you guys. Keep things going fairly consistent as we can. And I had some things on my mind that I wanted to discuss as I start to turn over a little bit of this team in my own mind and contemplate what they're going to be this upcoming NFL year and how they're going to get the job done, how we can hope and aspire for bigger dreams than what we had last year, simply maybe making the playoffs, but actually maybe getting up into competing for a division title. And dare I say more? Dare I hope for more? And as I've thought that through, and the pathway to getting to that place, it does, I think, begin with, it doesn't end with this, but a beginning place to getting that place of being what would be considered a dominant or elite squad if they can get there. And I have already made my voice heard on this one in the regards to there being a little bit of a reticence on my part to believe that necessarily next year is going to be that year that the throttle goes fully down for this team. You have so many rookies and second-year guys that are going to be making up a lot of this lineup, both from a starter standpoint, rotational standpoint, just taking up a lot of snaps on this team, as you are basically still in year 2 of the rebuild. So I think that there is still somewhat of a long view look to this as far as I see it, and as far as waiting and being patient for, the culmination of all this talent to fully bloom. And if that doesn't quite happen next year, that's going to be perfectly fine for me because I'll trust a lot of this process, absent it just looking like a complete horror show out there on the football field, because young teams are going to take time. It's hard to slingshot your way back around through a rebuild this fast, no matter how good the returns really were last year. And don't make no mistake about it, they were absolutely awesome. We couldn't have, I think, asked for more for such a young team and for being so deep behind the salary cap as they were as far as the dead money was concerned, at least. But the place that I've come to in my mind in starting to kind of open up my own little imagination on the possibility of them getting to that place a little bit quicker is the thought process of the offense. And it's easy, it's very much shorthand to say, yeah, you just create a super offense. That's all we got to do next year. We create that super offense, and that's the key. No doubt about it. Simple, easy, done. They just score a bajillion points and it's all good. But let's go a little bit deeper into that and what that really means and how that process comes to play and to bear if it does. Because indeed the defense is looking improved, but are they going to be improved off of being one of the league worst units last year? We'll have to see about that. That's a discussion for another time. Today we're going to start and look at the offense. And if you say, I want you to create a dominant offense for it, where does it begin? Well, most people are going to start with, give me the Hall of Fame quarterback. Give me a Patrick Mahomes. Give me a Dan Marino. Give me an AJ Burrow. Give me a guy that can just sling the rock all around the football field as that gunslinger type who can kind of just carry the day, even if he doesn't have the best talent up in front of him, or maybe the best pass catchers to throw to, or one or the other. And that's all well and good, but if you don't necessarily have that, those are hard to find, I would say. There's only a couple in the league at any given time. Is there another pathway to creating a dominant offense? And then the answer to this would be, okay, yeah, sure there is. Just have dominant players all across the board, absent maybe your quarterback who's just merely good. Which, again, this is that'd be great to have kind of thing, but that's kind of hard to actually create, right? It's great in theory, great to put that down onto paper, but that's not exactly, I would say, realistic in a way of creating a dominant defense. You might come to find that you've created an offense that's just that way, but it's a lot of things breaking right in your favor more than it being about a strategic approach or a tactical approach that's bringing you to that success, something that you're doing specifically. And when I've come down to it as this pertains to the Hawks is the way they've done it is, I believe, created, as I've titled it in this thumbnail, the Amoeba Offense, the offense that can take any form that's required. Because if you're talking about creating a dominant offense, like I said, it's hard to get that quarterback, hard to create dominant parts all across the board. But if you can create really good parts across the board with dominant areas, if you can create the good depth, and if you can create personnel groupings that can be problematic for the opposition, this is to me the pathway to getting to a dominant offense as well. There are many different ways to cut this particular tree down. It's not just one method that needs to be applied. And when you look at the Seahawks and the way that they have rounded out the places in this offense through the draft, through free agency, Okay, you brought your slot guy in. You got that. You got your backup running backs in there. You've rounded out. You've kind of taken care of some things that were the small little bit of issues last year on this offense. And make no mistake, this offense was basically right around a top 10, top 12-ish offense, depending on what metric you want to use. They were 12th in total yards, 12th in passing, 12th in passing, 18th in rushing, and then they were 9th in scoring. So, top 12-ish offense. But for a lot of the year, they weren't a top 12-ish offense, were they? They were a top 5 offense. And while the schedule helped us out a little bit with that, what also helped them out with that throughout the course of the year was a little bit of this ability, I think, to be very flexible in how they came at you. That it wasn't just like the Rams were doing in 2019, where they're just running the 11 personnel out 24/7 and teams just couldn't stop it. You could do the 2-3 tight ends, the 3 wide receiver packages, even go to 4 wide, and you could really mix it up without having to lean on any one. You could go back to base personnel type situations. And you had an offense at that time that had running backs with Rashad Penny at first, who, though he did go down with a really bad injury once again, he was being pretty productive before he went down to that injury. Walker steps in, and he's instantaneously being really productive at that point in time as well, really shining, helping the offense out in that respect. But then Walker wears down as the year goes along. Your running back room gets beat up. You don't have a running back you can bring out, and now your running game isn't quite as lethal. Likewise, with the passing attack, Marquise Goodwin came in, and after a couple games, kind of solidified himself as that slot guy after Eskridge once again wasn't able to carry the water. And just as Goodwin was getting going, just as you were feeling really good about what he was bringing to you from the slot, he goes down to a season-ending injury. And so now you have almost nothing that you're getting out of the slot because Eskridge isn't coming forward. He's injured. Goodwin's injured. Derek Young is very young to try to slide out there. Penny Hart wasn't the answer. And so then you've got the 2 combinations at that point last year where you had a top 5 offense before this running back situation kind of doomed you a bit, and your slot situation kind of doomed you a bit to where you had to lean too often now probably in on those 2 tight end sets, which though they've been really good, this is about mixing this up. Because why I say this is about being almost amoeba-like in the way that you operate offensively is because when you go up against a given defense week in and week out, what do you want to do? Do you want to go at their strengths? Do you want to go into the teeth of the defense? Or do you want to go after those vulnerabilities? That soft underbelly, right? Like the Lord of the Rings, The Hobbit, where he's got the one scale he's missing and he's just got to find the one scale. It's a bit like that. Trying to find that vulnerability. Why go uphill? Go downhill. And you have an offense constructed to be able to go downhill against any given defense, and every defense is going to have a weakness. This is the beauty of the salary cap era. This is the beauty of the player mobility era, is that every team is going to have some place on their squad defensively that they're trying to protect around. And if you offensively can drive them into pulling them out of that protection, forcing them into that weakness, forcing that weakness onto their football field time and time again, then you as an offense have that much better of an ability to take advantage of them. And last year when Seattle lost those 2 parts, being really the 3rd wide receiver and the running backs just being beaten up, even Walker, when he was still coming back by the end of the year, wasn't 100%. When you had those 2 things go down, the offense really started to drift downwards as well. And I think it's going to drift back upwards with these guys added back into the mix. But not only have you added these guys in the mix, you've added guys in, for instance, Jackson Smith and Jigba, who's going to be a tremendous upgrade over what you had last year. You're going to have in Charbonnet and Walker, theoretically, a much bigger upgrade than what you had over the course of the whole season from the number RB1 to RB2. Because RB2 was always kind of suffering a bit. RB1 was always in pretty good shape throughout the year, whether it was Penny or whether it was Walker. But RB2 was always kind of, it was a bit of a struggle for the most part. You've hemmed those things up and maintained your strengths. Your young rookie tackles are coming back in on second-year returns. Damian Lewis has solidified himself. I don't know if center or right guard will be better, but I think you've gotten more talent into those positions this year, or at least equivalent, if not moderately better, if we're just going to be super realistic and try to keep this above board with that. But you're going to be able to every week, if it maintains like I think it's going to maintain, to go after those weaknesses of those teams. And this is the vital important part to me, because there isn't really a team that's going to have some kind of defense that they can't go at some kind of weakness. If you've got a base personnel, if you go to 3 linebackers and you don't have that 3rd linebacker you can really trust, you're going, man, this isn't good. We don't want to be in those situations. Well, here comes the 2 tight end sets that week. If you're a team that when you go into nickel situations, let's say you've got a slot corner who's your main slot corner's down, and you're bringing in your backup in there, and you're like, boy, we're going to just have to hope that team goes into a lot of 4 wide receiver sets, or that we can just kind of protect him around that. There's not going to be any protecting, though, when you got Jackson Smith and Jigba down there. And this isn't even about now getting these teams into the secondary part of this, which is okay, what do you do now when you like to double team Tyler and DK so often in those cover 2 looks? How are you going to run it now if Jackson Smith and Jigba is operating with so much space underneath because there's not as much of that safety traffic coming down underneath? There's no Cam Chancellor lurking down underneath for Jackson. He's just running free and wild underneath there. What do you do then as a defense as your counter? I'm not even getting into this as far as the X's and O's standpoint. That stuff will play itself out, but just on a merely driving defenses into personnel groupings that they don't like, that they feel uncomfortable in, and you force them to do so. If I put 2 tight ends out on the football field, you may be really feeling like you're great at nickel. Like we got a nickel corner who can tackle. Our 2 linebackers feel real good, but you still don't feel awesome about the 2 tight ends out there then with that nickel on the field as well. And you go, I don't know. Say nothing of if they go to 3 tight ends and you're wanting to, in that situation, go to nickel, but they're forcing you a little bit to get into more of a base. They're forcing you to get that extra linebacker out on the football field. I think this team is going to be tremendous offensively next year because they're just as good as they were last year. They've cleaned up the things that failed on them last year, which caused a top 5 offense to just fall back just a little bit. And cleaning those things up, health abiding, of course, that always being a big part of this, then they're going to be able to attack whoever they want to attack, however they want to attack them. You have your 3 tight ends coming back. All of them were really productive last year. All of them, to my eye test, and I'm sure your eye test, looked good, solid players on the field. And PFF, well graded by PFF as well. All of them can block, all of them can catch. And so where is the weakness on this team? Maybe within the interior of the offensive line. But what happens if you get that Oluwatimi who comes in and he's instantly ready to start? Even if he's giving you league average play next year, just gives you league average play. Or Evan Brown comes in and gives you league average play from the center position. They just gave you that. That would be such a huge upgrade over the top of what you got from the position last year. And the same is true about the right guard spot as well. I feel like, as Carol has said, you're going to see the second-year returns come from these guys that were rookies last year. That's when pros tend to make their biggest leap as professionals. That's when their game rises the most on average. So you're going to see that, I think, across the board automatically. But the ability here, the ability to go at these teams in whatever manner that you can, and every team every week is going to have that weakness. I mean, how many years have we watched Tom Brady? The last 10 years, 15 years. Where you go out as that defense, you see him out against that defense, and the announcers will say, well, they've got this 7th-round rookie kid out there in the slot on Edelman today. No doubt Tom's going to make it a long day for them. And then Tom just goes out there and he's just unmerciless. Just unmerciless going after the kid, knowing it's open all day long. It can be complicated, this sport. It can be X's and O's and 4D chess. And now this coach trying to outguess that coach, who's trying to outguess this coach. It can be all that other stuff, but it can get simple really, really quick when you're able to draw mismatches. When I watch football week in and week out, beyond records, which do impact things, is you're a 9-3 team going against a 2-7 team. That's definitely going to be the reality of that. If we're better, we're more talented. This is more of our year than it is your year. But also football is really driven by matchups. It's to me, even above what your record is or whatever, it's the matchups. And sometimes even a bad team can be a bad matchup for a really good team. And you're now going to be able to drive these matchups however you want to drive it this year, no matter whichever opponent that you're going up against. It's the place to me that is the beginning key if we're going to start into this offseason out looking at this team. And last year I made an argument through the offseason where I was trying to tell my fellow Seahawks faithful fans, look, I'm not trying to be a pie in the sky guy. I'm not trying to gas you guys up. I think this team can be a playoff contending team next year. I don't think they can be elite, is what I said last year. I said, I think they can get to a playoff contending status of things. And I really do have faith this year they can take maybe that next step in that same way I said, if last year I said, if everything goes right in this manner, A, B, C, D, and E happen, we could be a playoff team. And most of those things kind of played out in that way last year. I wasn't predicting it was going to happen. I said, if it does happen, this, and this have to happen and occur. And where I'm sort of beginning this year off, we're going to be looking with eyes a little bit further off into a horizon where it's going to be more this year about, okay, how do we get to being an elite team even this year? I'm not saying it's going to happen. I think right now we're more in a team that's in that, again, not yet to a bloom stage, but you're growing. You're getting, it's breaking the soil. You can see the leaves coming out. Certainly we're in that process. But how we would have to get there, in my opinion, to begin things, in addition to some other things, but in the beginning of things, is this offense is going to have to be elite. This offense is going to have to be top 5. Even if the defense can round itself into shape, into much better shape than what they were last year, it's hard to see the upside quite where we stand right now as this defense turning itself into a top 10, top 5 unit. So to get to elite, you've got to lean on some kind of strength or another. And that, to me, the quickest path on this one is the offense. They've got to also, within this, expand out that playbook. The lucky part here is I think they finally now have that place to open it up. That slot receiver, their Cooper Kupp of this offense, because we are the Rams offense coming over from McVay, and that has been a place that's been missing in this offense since Shane Waldron has taken over. They drafted Dwayne Eskridge specifically to be within this role. He was taken to be Cooper Kupp. He wasn't as big as Cooper, but they thought he plays bigger than his size and he'll be able to operate in there just fine and no problem. And he's not been able to stay healthy, and I don't think he's developed his game far enough along to be that guy in that way. So you get Jackson Smith and Jigba to be more like a guy who's a little bit closer in size to Cooper Kupp. I don't think he's quite as strong with the ball in his hands. Maybe he's a little more twitchier in his ability to lose you in the open field with his moves. But he's certainly a guy who should be able to pull off all the things you need to have pulled off in this offense as far as the fly sweep, bubble screen game, just working the ball to him in space, as we've seen the Rams so often do with Cooper Kupp. It's not really about Cooper Kupp always running brilliant routes. He's a very good route runner. He's a great route runner. He's got great hands. But it's sometimes just about them working him into the space against a particular formation. We saw so often with the Rams working us that a lot of times it's just them utilizing flood zone concepts. So imagine a play where you have Lockett and DK, and they're running parallel routes essentially to one side of the field. And then you're running in behind there Jackson Smith and Jigba. So you're essentially having Tyler and DK run the flood concepts where they're running the zone defenders out of the zone. And then Jackson runs right behind it and he's wide open. How many times have we seen that with Cooper Kupp and our Seahawks over the years? And you pulled your hair out and you said, how is it that we're not getting this guy covered? How is it that, and this is what the bind that this puts you into, especially when you got the guys that are lethal on the outside to get it done. For a lot of the time here with the Rams, they've had the Robert Woods and a Brandon Cooks over on the outside edition. It hasn't just been just the Cooper Kupp. Even the Super Bowl year, you had Odell Beckham in there doing his thing for a little bit of time and being pretty productive as well. And so now that you have that, you also have insurance here across the board. You have the development of Derek Young, who can play 1, 2, or 3. He's a backup guy there for you now, also in the slot for that fly sweep game. That's what he did going back into college. They didn't feature him a lot with it last year, but to me, they just seem to kind of tear a lot of that out of the playbook a little bit over the last couple of years coming over from the Rams. It's such a normal process of what they do in their offense. Go back to last year and look at the games that the Rams played against us and our Hawks. How many fly sweeps did you see? I mean, there must have been 7, 8 every game, just about it felt like, that they were going to. And from the Hawks, you probably saw 4 or 5 fly sweeps, something like that over the course of maybe the entire season. That's at least what it felt like. But now you have that built in there. You can go to him. There's always Eskridge potentially lurking there. My prediction is Eskridge is going to have a hard time making this roster with a couple of the UDFA receivers that the Seahawks are bringing in. But then we also have McIntosh. So you've got your insurance, you got your secondary insurance, you got your maybe quasi-third insurance, then you got your fourth insurance who absolutely can do that. And if you need McIntosh, now slide over there. Kenny McIntosh from Georgia, the 7th round running back. He can do the fly sweep stuff. He can do the bubble screen stuff. So there shouldn't be the impediment into this offense now going forward next year that we ran into last year of, well, we really hoped Eskridge could get done. We kind of lucked out now that we have Marquise Goodwin, who we signed as kind of a flyer guy, and hoped maybe there was a little bit of couple left drops left in his career that we can squeeze out, but then we don't have anything behind that. Now you got the 1, 2, 3, 4 deep at one of the most vital positions to this particular offense in order to make this offense fully work, fully run. This is on top of making those steps forward as they have on the offensive line over the last few years to start to transition more to the mobile-based offensive line unit, those guys that can move in space, and now we can get back to adding pages back into the playbook rather than taking pages out of the playbook. So this is the pathway to me for our Seahawks to get to being a dominant offense. Beyond who's the opponent we play and how we catch who, and who's better in the X's and O's, which coach is one more step ahead than the other coaches. This is where you can supersede that, in my opinion. If I can get into your weakness and I can attack your weakness, it's what they say about offensive lines. Your offensive line is only as good as your weakest link. Well, defensively, you're only as good defensively as your weakest link. And if I can go after that, if there's nowhere to run, if there's nowhere to hide, if your only way to hide is that you force yourself into a different personnel grouping that does not match up well to the personnel grouping offensively I'm countering you with, right? Picture going into a base 4-3 in Madden against a 3 wide receiver set, or trying to stay in nickel against a 4 wide receiver set. And sometimes the difficulties that can just, that bring to bear on its own. You want to match A for A, B for B. But sometimes teams don't have the talent out there to get it done. They don't have as well a stacked up unit as the Seahawks have now stacked up offensively. It's going to be exciting to see if Waldron can get the most out of it. I'm hopeful he can. I think he's going to, as last year he really showed a lot more imagination working with what he got. He didn't have the 3rd wide receiver last year. So what did he do? He leaned into not only the 2 tight end sets, but then he really, really amped up the 3 tight end sets and made that a real common denominator of this offense. I would love to see more of this as we go forward. Just continue to get as creative as you want. Go crazy, Shane, but be multiple, but beyond all else. Every single week, whoever your opponent is, identify where the weaknesses are, the given start of the week, and you attack those weaknesses because you actually have the talent to do so. Some team's going to have some underbelly spot you can hit that spot, don't overthink it, and force them to constantly work the whole game from their back foot, from that place they don't want to operate on. And I'll tell you what, if our offense is doing that and Waldron's doing that, you should have a dominant offense. You should have a top 5 offense. We'll see if they can bring it to bear. I'm hopeful. The talent is there to do so. I don't know if we've had as talented as an offense in Seahawks history, at least on paper, with how it's looking going in. You have right now Tyler Lockett in the middle of 4 straight 1,000-yard seasons. DK Metcalf right there with them. Kenneth Walker just missed this much by being the offensive rookie of the year. Certainly, Abraham Lucas and Charles Cross could have been in that discussion as well if they actually considered offensive linemen for rookie of the year, not just position players, as it seems to be. Damian Lewis settling in at left guard as he is. Had a really good year last year all around. There's reason to be hopeful here. It's not blind hope. It's something that is rooted in the fact that this team just might be that good offensively. And if they're going to be great next year, the pathway will be first and foremost through this offense. I appreciate you guys watching today. We'll be doing a semi-quick show here as we've got the Kraken. I think we have the Mariners playing later on today. So we just want to bop in here and do a little bit of discussion with you guys on this team, the state of team, and where you guys think they're at, where you guys think this offense is at. I'd be interested to kind of probe your guys' minds as far as what you're thinking on that, because I think that there's a lot of reason to be optimistic here. Certainly we're seeing a lot of optimism online based on what I'm reading from folks in regards to this offense, and you should be. It's very hard to put this complete of an offense together. How hard is it for you to see teams even find a 1 bell count back, or 2 receivers that work, or 2 receivers and 1 tight end that work? To have 3 tight ends that are workable, to have the 3 receivers that are workable, to be 4 deep at your running back position, and to have a quarterback in Geno Smith who showed you last year with that 70% completion percentage that he can find where the hole is going to be in the defense. He's not going to force stuff in. He'll go to where the weakness is, and he will attack it. He showed himself off to be very smart pre-snap and post-snap with what he wanted to do with the football. And I think if you give him that easier open gate here, he's not going to force it through the closed gate. He's not going to say, I got to get that 50-yard bomb to DK. Go, I'll take Jackson here for 13 catches all day, Gay. If you're just going to decide to stay in double teams on DK and Tyler, I'll do this all day, guys. Eventually you're going to have to pull those double teams off. I don't know when, but until you do, yeah, another one, Jackson. Here you go. Yeah, I know, man. They're just not covering you, bro. I don't get it either. That's what you could very well see here if it all comes together beautifully and wonderfully. I hope so. I do hope you guys are having a great evening out there. Thank you to all the new subscribers. Want to thank you to everybody as well. We've got a great little mini announcement here as far as for the channel. We absolutely obliterated the 12,000 mark. We just rounded past it like nothing else as far as 12,000 subscribers go. So thank you very much to all of the new subscribers, all of the folks. We wanted to get through this kind of draft period and get through that point. I did it. We hit that spot. It's wonderful to see. The growth here, again, just is tremendous. Every year it just goes faster and bigger and more and more and more. And you guys are absolutely wonderful for all the support you guys supply and all you do in that realm of things. Hitting that like button as you guys do. I really do appreciate it. The returns are there. You can definitely feel it because you guys are doing that on your end and how much you're watching. And I really do appreciate it. It feels good to cross that mark. It's a nice number, that 12 mark for us 12s. So it feels very, very, very good. We've got 2 days from now on Thursday, I'm going to be coming back with a B&B show, and me and Brendan are going to be doing a live reaction. Neither me nor him are going to look at the schedule, and then we're going to just live react to the unveiling of the schedule and give a little bit of an early prediction perhaps here of what we see goes on in those games based on how the schedule is kind of setting up. It'll be kind of fun to see how that all boils down, but we'll be back at 7 o'clock Pacific Standard Time as well with the B&B show over here on my channel too. Please do hit that like button, you guys, if you do like what you're listening to. I do appreciate it if you could. DVN, how you doing? Pretentious Cameron, hello. Nicholas Newton, William Leonard, good to see you guys. Stoner Television, if we decide to do double blitz from the secondary and play one single high, remove one linebacker, should we play Mike Jackson at nickel in press, similar to how Witherspoon and Woolen play in press? It's Stoner Television. You don't tend to want to press slots. The reason is that the slots usually have a free release because they don't have to be on the line of scrimmage from the slot. So, you've seen the guys Stoner at the line of scrimmage. Receivers will go over and they'll point over at the referee pre-snap. Those guys are on the outside doing that because you have to have a certain number of players on the line of scrimmage. And so what that does allow the offenses to do is they have the nickel then who doesn't have to be on the line of scrimmage. He can be a step behind. So you can put the guy up there to press, but the receiver's number one, not in an immobile stationary position. The slot is often going to be moving pre-snap, especially in the modern age. But then he's also going to be a yard away from the guy. So he can be pressing and he's just going to be pressing to air. He's not actually going to clip a guy if he does that. This is the difficulty of guarding guys in the slot. That free release, that inability to lean on press like you can lean on the outside, that inability to lean on the sideline like you can lean on the outside. It's one of the reasons I think that slot, as many people say, is one of the hardest positions to play out in the National Football League. George Twitter, early stream. It is, yeah. I was figuring there was going to be a lot of people. I was going to do this later, but I figured there was going to be a lot of people checking out the Kraken. And so I felt like, well, if we're going to have, if probably the whole audience is going to be wanting to check out the Kraken, then we'll just, we'll do it a little early. I think at the Mariners game going on at the same time too, if I'm not mistaken. So I said, let's just go on a little early. Let's get out ahead of it a little bit. Drunk says, JSN, still crazy. We selected him at 20. If he can be the player that a lot of people feel like he can be, and I do like him a lot. I do think that he is, my comp for him coming out was Amon St. Brown. And while some might be like, well, only Amon St. Brown at the 20 pivot. Man, if you get Amon St. Brown into this offense and that level of productivity into this offense, I think that that's going to help to take this offense into a place that's, if you're talking about going from 12 to 5 overall in general terms offensively, that could be easily something that I could see helps take you there almost in itself. Because look what it did for the Lions last year. The Lions had the most third down completions in all of football. And certainly they put up a lot of points in addition to that as well. Tired Canadian, it all starts with the line. Definitely that's a big part of it, man. And they've taken some steps now. You guys saw with hopefully my Olawatimi video this past week. And we'll see how it rounds out with Phil Haynes and Bradford and Evan Brown, if it's and where he sits and on this. But I do think it's at least marginally better from where they were last year. I don't think Gabe Jackson was particularly good for you last year. Haynes was okay. And I do think that the center position was a big negative all the way around last year. Started out okay, but it went downhill quick. DVN says the only thing that sucks about the dominant quarterbacks is that they get shipped to the worst organization possible. If we add that two pick, it's probably because we were bad. Yeah, it is. Good point, man. Good point. And I think it's one that is noteworthy. And I also think that I'm a guy that's leaning more and more into that. The NFL has gotten very, lazy a little bit in its view of you got to get the quarterback. They're like parrots, You ever get a parrot that got the word they say? It's like, need the franchise quarterback. It's like, well, is this the only method to go out there and build a dominant team? Is this the only way to go out there and win a Lombardi? I know that it is a way. I know that it's even maybe a way that most teams choose. But maybe there's another alternate path here, to get there. Especially being that we were a team that got down that path, had success taking this alternative path, got a Lombardi in the last, basically, decade, in the last 11 years. Why not see if we can, go down that same trek again, which to me, the end comes down to, if it takes, you got to go back and take a quarterback later on after Geno, or even just rolling with Geno. That's not that guy. That's okay, because you've built the rest of the team out so solidly. That's the kind of the inverse to it. If you don't get the quarterback, then build the team and build it great and build it right and build it thorough and build it deep. You take all those steps, I think you can build a Super Bowl capable team. Grug says the 2024 class seems better for the D-line, both free agency and draft. We need another offseason to truly build a contending team, and I think the timing of everything is perfect for that. Super Bowl 59, baby. There we go. Well, and that's going to be a place with this where I'm going to have optimism for this upcoming season. I think some people are going to be wanting me to be hitting in that spot where I say 13 wins. We're going to blow the Niners away. 2-0 against the Niners, 6-0 against the division. Go on a run. Just light the league on fire. People are going to want me to say that. I'm not going to land at that spot for this upcoming year. You basically retained from 3 years ago 7 kind of key spot players of that team. 2 of those guys are special teamers. And now you've had to return this whole thing over in the last couple of seasons. It's very hard to get to being an elite team, a Super Bowl contending team, when so many of your players are rookies or in year 1 of their career. It's possible. We won a Super Bowl, I think, as the youngest roster in Super Bowl history when we did. But you also didn't have Earl Thomas only in his rookie year, right? I think he was in by that point year 3. I think Chancer was like year 3 or 4 by that point. Those guys had a little bit more time in their maturation process to be ready to go. But the talent's there. Talent's definitely there. Young Bido Game, how you doing, man? It's good to see you. Stoner says if they decide to double blitz 2 safeties out the edge, you play Mike Press, outside corner run. I'm definitely down to run the press on the outside, Stoner, with that. But you won't be able to run with press on Mike to the slot because of those other aforementioned reasons. Drunk Squitter says Derek Hall gives me Chris Clemens vibes. I could see that a little bit. I feel like there's the slight differences with me is that I think there's more pure power from Hall. I think Clemens had a little more of the first step quickness to him. But they've got they've got kind of a similar build to them and just how they're made up. And they play with that kind of angry aggression as well. How you doing, Herbicide? Grug says Jamal might actually be able to give us a healthy season. Think about it. He's had all the time to heal his fingers and shoulders. I'm hoping so. I'm hoping that he has a chance, and maybe that extra time that you talk about gives him that chance to allow that stuff to happen. Broken fingers and broken bones. I mean, I broke my, what did I break back? Yeah, I broke my hand back in the day, and that thing for freaking years took some time to finally fully feel okay. And Lord knows he's had his share of stuff. So it might be very well the case. And if he's able to be healthy, I think it does take this defense up another notch. How substantial that is, we'll see. It is going to take it a notch up, though, from where it would be if he's not on the field all the time. I do feel that way. Fun pieces, hey, Hawks Nest. Can Bradford and Lucas be a force in the run game similar to Jones and Hutchinson? My feeling on this would be that in the case of Bradford, he's potentially a guy that he's got maybe the potential of getting into a spot, Fun P, where he could be dominant in the run game from a run blocking standpoint. I think Fun, he's always going to have some issues in pass protection to some degree. That's just going to be kind of what you have to deal with him. There's just kind of no way around it a little bit. Not that he can't be at least workable as a pass protector, but it's just is what it is on the inside. So he could give you a little bit more of that Hutchinson-like force. Lucas is on the opposite end, though, to me. Lucas is a better pass protector than he's going to be as a run blocker in this league when it's all said and done. I still think he's going to be a good all-around player, which is part of his star potential. But I don't know if he'd be to that pure dominance level that Walter Jones was at from a run blocking standpoint to draw that kind of type of comparison. But very good nonetheless. They'd be plus run blockers, both of them, as far as league average is concerned. So Shurj Patel. I feel like Pete's been trying to remake the Thunder and Lightning combo of Bush and White from USC. Now he has Walker and Charbonnet. Indeed, that was something that you could understand why it would fix in his mind. He went out there and got himself national title with having those two running backs going that way. And we saw last year that when you do have the Lightning but no Thunder, there's times that you feel the Thunder missing. You see the crack, but you don't hear the roar. And that is the case where it comes to those short yardage situations, goal line situations, where you need the guy that maybe has an extra 15, 20 pounds on his back to be able to ride those defenders into the end zone. And Charbonnet now does give you that. So it's a bit of it to me that you just have to have the right kind of knife for the right situation. And not all times is it going to be the quick, easy blade. Sometimes you need the big blade, I mean, bring out the big guns. So it's going to provide a helpful, useful element here to this offense, Serge, especially in that short yards spot, but also too, because you're going to be able to work in Charbonnet a lot, I think, is that third down back, where he's now catching a lot of passes out of the backfield. He's in there blocking in that realm of things. Another place that's not exactly the strength of Kenneth Walker's game. So a lot of what he does is what Walker doesn't do well. That's how we get that thunder and lightning, peanut butter and jelly. Fun Pete, if McIntosh is no slouch, you'll have some carries in there too. Red Ace, what's up, Hawks Nest? I believe good things are coming the Seahawks way. They're doing things well so far, planting a lot of good seeds. Have you talked about the schedule yet? I haven't talked about the schedule yet. We're going to be I probably won't dive into too much of the schedule, Red Ace, because we've got a whole show centered around it on Thursday when the schedule releases. But we'll be getting into it as soon as that schedule releases. We'll be diving into the ins and outs of it, looking at the how it lines up for us. Is Fun P, is Njigba as fast as Kupp? I think Cooper Kupp had a pretty... Checking Cooper Kupp's combine. Did Kupp go to the combine? He went to the combine, right? Yeah, so Kupp ran a 4.62. He had a 1.55 10-yard split, which was really nice, but Cooper Kupp only did a 31-inch vertical leap. He did 9.98 on the broad, which is very short. And he did a 6.75 cone and a 4.08 20-yard shuttle. So let me get Jackson Smith times. So Jackson Smith ran a 4.48 at Ohio State's Pro Day, which is not the laser timed 4.62 that, of course, the other guy had to run there, that Cooper Kupp had to run. I'm checking out. Let's see. I'm trying to get to his numbers here because I wanted to show off what his Pro Day. There needs to be a site that I always want to just create a site for looking at. All right. Looking at Pro Day numbers because you have to kind of look around through it. So his 20-yard shuttle was 4.05. Cooper Kupp ran a 4.08. And that's an extremely fast 20-yard shuttle for Cooper Kupp. And Jackson Smith had him even beat a little bit on that one. He also did 38.5 inches on the vertical leap, did Jackson Smith, which is far beyond the 31 inches that Cooper Kupp. He did 10.6 on the broad versus Cooper Kupp's 9.8. And then I was trying to find what his 3-cone was because his 3-cone was ridiculous. So he had a 6.57 3-cone, and Cooper Kupp had a 6.75 3-cone. So that and Kupp didn't have the elite numbers of the 4.62, but the 1.55 10-yard split, the 6.75 3-cone, and the 4.08 20 was probably a lot of what got the Rams liking him a little bit more, I would say, if I was to guess. But Jackson's got him beat, and especially beat in the 3-cone drill. I mean, that's a stark difference between the two of them at that spot. Nicholas says, please no more Glaskridge. I like that nickname. I think he's going to have a hard time. Jake Bobo and the kid out of Arkansas are going to really push that kid on the roster. Fabian Frank, what's the name of the cat? Name of the cat is Pumpkin. She is the Hawks Nest unofficial mascot. Drunk Squidder, does Zach Charbonnet, our third down back, or goal line option now? Yes. Yes, on both, Drunk. Yes, definitely on both. Zach can absolutely handle those duties well. He's a great pass pro. Showed up. I was rewatching his tape when I was doing the video a week ago. You saw that again from him. And then, he's got really good hands out of the backfield. He's not your Jahmyr Gibbs or Kenny McIntosh-like guy out of the backfield as far as he's going to go run routes. And probably he's going to share a little bit of this load with Kenny McIntosh. But he's got that in his game to do those things. And you can't, Serge, there's always DJ Dallas in the mix too. You're 4 deep. Fabio Vera, I love the cat grooming itself live. Hey, it's also a cat channel, man. It's a football /cat channel. Serge, I think they go 50-50 on goal line to keep the defense honest. I do too. I think it depends on as well, Serge. If you're in short, I think if you get into that situation where you're really in deep, and what about doing this? You're in goal line. You bring out Zach, you bring out Kenneth Walker, you run Kenneth Walker as the tailback, you run Charbonnet as the fullback. Seahawks used this a little bit last year with Kenneth Walker and Rashad Penny before Penny went down injured. But you're really putting the defense in a bit of a pickle now as far as what they're trying to judge who's going to get it. But you could then just give it to Charbonnet as that fullback. He's got the build enough to do it there inside, and he can run behind his pads well enough where that's going to be really tough for defenses. I also think there's a little bit of this too we got to think about in the short yardage stuff, that the NFL did not outlaw the Eagles push play, right? The quarterback push play. You're going to see, again, a lot of that in the NFL now, and I'd have to think the Seahawks are going to look to implement that too. Tommy says, D. Eskridge needs a desk job, though I will say, let's squeeze as much out of him as we can before he crumbles into pieces. Maybe he doesn't make the team, though. How much would we say? How much would we save? Anything? You're not really going to save more than a couple $100,000 on that kind of deal at that point. It's not going to be substantial because he's just not. He doesn't make that much as a player versus the player you have to bring in to replace him. So it is a couple $100,000. Make of that what you will with that. And I do think that will be a factor, Tommy. If it comes down to being even between him and Jake Bobo or the Arkansas kid Landers, well, if you're saving a couple $100,000 and it's all even, especially in the case of a guy like Landers, who can probably play on the outside, and Eskridge is only an inside cat at that point, that might be enough to kind of push him off the roster. And that's why I'm predicting it will be. Why it's going to be hard for Eskridge to make this roster. He's not carved out a role on special teams at all. He's not really advanced himself as a slot receiver. He can only play slotted as it is with his build and his makeup. It's kind of easy. He's a little bit behind the eight ball, I think, as it stands right now. Chris says, instead of drafting to stop the run, they drafted a no-fly zone. Indeed, they did. Tom Eden, how you doing, man? It's good to see you. Mr. Kane, my brother from another mother. How you doing? It's good to see you in the house as well. Fun P. Cooper ran a 4.62. Ninja, I'm just going to call him Ninja now. Ninja can be Cup Plus, I think. I think Ninja can too. Yeah, Ninja. I'm just going Ninja. I just made this call on the fly. Mark Harpercorn, B. Bone to pick. 12 and 2:30 a.m. video drop. Notification going off. Oh. My bad, man. My bad. It's tough. I get very jacked up, Mark, about getting these videos out. So it's like having to wait until the morning time is just, tough to wait and put that out there. But I'll try not to do the late night ones if I can avoid it. I'll try to get around those notes. My bad. Hangwoo Lee, how you doing, man? It's good to see you. Henry Mars, thank you for the $2 donation. Appreciate you, Hangwoo. Or Henry Mars, I just got two names combined there. Henry, thank you for the $2 donation. He says 75% Geno completion rate plus Jackson Smith and Jigba yak equals 4,500 yards. Indeed, I would certainly make the projection, and I'm going to make the prediction this year that Geno Smith is going to throw for over 4,500 yards this year. I think even though the team is going to remain balanced offensively, I think the defense is still going to give up a share of points, which means that you're not going to be just boat racing teams right and left and then leaning on the run from the midway point through the third quarter onward as you're just trying to bleed out clock. No, you're not going to be doing that. So I see them needing to throw the ball. I see them throwing the ball a lot. And I think 4,500 yards plus is very, very feasible for Geno this upcoming year. It's tough to get to 75%, Henry. It's hard to hit 70% as a quarterback. That's been just kind of insane realms for them to hit. But I will say, if he stays on that route where he could stay where he was through those first 12 games last year, because through the first 12 games, Geno had, without a doubt, played either good to great football in every single one of those games leading up to that point. And I want to say at that where he was, his completion percentage around that time was, I think, around 73-ish%. So if you can keep him in that pocket for a full year, and Jackson Smith is a big-time upgrade over anything they had last year within the slot, there's a lot of reason to believe that he might be able to get to that place. If he's in 75% of his passes, that's going to be in a very, very efficient offense. I'll tell you that, Henry. Thank you, though, for the $2 donation. I do appreciate you. Sorry it took a little while to acknowledge. Ed Armitage, we need to pick up some defensive tackle depth. There is some quality defensive tackle still available, some starter worthy. I indeed think they're going to do something else here, Ed. They probably right now are a little bit behind the ball because of the salary cap situation and needing to clear up a little bit of space. But I do think that there's still another move to be made on that defensive line. I don't think that they're just done. Tommy Eden says, people think Pumpkin might be a Seahawks scout. She is, man. She helps me out psychically in her scouting. Yeah. We're going to see in a second here, dude. The schedule drops on Thursday. I'm going to be doing my cat prediction video where I put the Seahawks schedule at one end of the hallway, hold the cat at one end of the hallway, and then she's psychically, by her choice of which treat she goes for on which team, will decide our Seahawks schedule fate. It's going to be all in the hands of this sleeping animal here to my left, our Seahawks season right now. Everything's riding on her. Fun piece is Ndamukong Suh from Portland, Oregon. I could see him coming home to the Pacific Northwest. They may look to call on him if they wanted to bring kind of a veteran guy on in that way. It's possible with Al Woods gone now. You could fill kind of the Al Woods role. He's definitely up there in age, and the man has played a lot of football, and he picks his spots now. But there's not a lot out there as it stands right now. So, you got to kind of take what may be available. Hongwoo Lee, are we one of the best offenses right now? I think we're one of the best offenses. I don't think that we're the best offense. I don't think that we're top 3 right now. But I think we have the potential to slide into a top 5 mark for the year with the team we've set up. Herbert says, I think our offense is better than the Niners. Ooh, bold statement there. Maybe depending on where their quarterback position is, right? I mean, if they're playing with Sam Darnold and he's playing like Sam Darnold played for the majority of his career, then it's hard to say that that's a better offense than ours at that point almost, isn't it? I mean, that becomes a little bit of the difference maker in itself. But they've also got some questions to me from when you talk about center, a little bit with guard. Nothing's quite right. They right tackle, which Mike McGlinchey moved on. Trent Williams is getting very, very old. He's into that magical age of 35 years plus of age where you got your Whitworth types that have been able to continue to play well beyond that spot. But then you have your other types like your Dwayne Browns and your Jason Peters where it starts to kind of fall away. They keep playing, but they're not playing at the same level of what they were prior. Mr. Kane says, semi-quick show means we're talking about 7 hours, laughing out loud. Kidding. Exactly, man. I always say that's my death now as I say short show, and then I blink and 7 hours have gone by. Chris Beck says, maybe some of the running backs can be a special teams returner. I hope somebody can slide into that role, Chris. Yeah, we indeed need somebody in there in that spot. It would be nice to get somebody to fill, especially a punt returner, Chris. I don't want to watch any more DJ Dallas back there. And Tyler just doesn't look all that interested in doing it anymore. Chris says, or Fun Pete says, do the Kraken play tonight? Yep, the Kraken play tonight at 6:30 Pacific Standard Time. Paul says, big hopes for our later rounds, 4 and 5 picks, 4 rounds 4 and 5 round picks. Bradford, Young, Morris, Oluwatimi, Michigan, my favorite draft picks for the Hawks. Oh, indeed. I'm big on the 5th round. I'm not as big, Paul, for me on the 4th. I'm still struggling with that just a tiny bit. But I love myself on the 5th round. These two guys, I'm working on the Mike Morris video right now, which I hope to have out in about the next day or so. And that's, he continues to look impressive. Stands out to me, too, when you talk about Mike Morris is he got his last year's production, 23 tackles, 11 tackles for loss, 7 sacks. That's strong production. And he did it on the back of only 362 snaps. To put this in perspective, go take a look at a guy like Will Anderson last year, who himself put up some really good production, 10 sacks. I think he had like 18 tackles for loss, right? Right, 50 tackles in total. But he played 762 snaps to get that moderately more bit of production coming off the edge. I'm not saying that Morris is on an equivalent point, more to just illustrate how efficient Morris was in his production and how he got it. Tony Wright, Brandon, Abraham Lucas is a monster beast. He is one of the top 3 steals from the 2022 draft. I love it, Tony. And I know you were calling that one for a while on it. So you've been definitely consistent in that one. I'd echo your thought process on it. I loved him too, man. I had a late 1st round grade on Abraham. So picking him up in that 3rd round was tremendous. Hungwoo, I think we are okay with defense right now as long as offense is consistent. Good offense can help the defense, no doubt. Playing keep away, draining the clock, moving the chains, keeping the defense fresh, allowing the defense room for error so they can take some risks. Henry says, can Geno, sorry, just answer that one. I see Lucas making an all-pro, says Herbicide. I could see it as well. You might have to wait a couple years because with some of that stuff, it's reputational based, but with the first season that he had and the upside that he has to his game, I could see it. Joe says, very optimistic B. Feels like a tougher road travel schedule this year with more East time zone games. And yeah, I'm very optimistic for sure, Joe. This is where this is going to be the hard part we get into, Joe, for sure, because I know that there's going to be people come on my comment section that can't quite get the nuance I'm trying to speak with on it. But, that's going to be the place that I'm going to be trying to get across with folks, as much as just to tap the brakes on the patience, as much to kind of get across why I trust where the process goes right now, because I'm not expecting the immediate returns next year. You're 1 year removed from moving on from Russell and being $44 million of dead money and having to get all these picks in here now to return this whole thing over. It's going to take a couple years to get that done. And so there's going to be a patience factor involved. And I think you bring up a good point here, Joe, about the schedule. To me, the two things that are what we call regression to the mean this year. That means if I take 8 recent years of Seahawks history, given that we have the same general manager, have the same coach, have the same kind of conditions that created the results we got of those past 7 or 8 years in certain given areas and categories. Well, if we look at last year's schedule, the one thing that usually we can walk away from is in the last 6, 7 years, the schedule has been much tougher of what we've had to deal with. So that's right out the gate something that's going to regress to the mean. It's going to regress more to probably what's likely to occur, which is what's happened over the last 6 and 7 years, the schedule being tougher. A tougher schedule means maybe the Hawks aren't, even if they are more improved as a team, able to get out more wins and losses because the schedule just isn't quite as weak. The other factor for me, Joe, is the injury situation. Past 6, 7 years, injuries have played a big part in the team and kind of upending the success of the team. We've been one of the most injured teams in the league throughout that time. This has led to a lot of Ivan the Terrible strength and conditioning coaches jokes, about him being the whatever. Last year, you weren't quite as bad. You got to kind of skim underneath that line a little bit. And those combinations did help you out last year to get to the results you got to, and they may not be as prevalent this year. It's hard to predict. This is a little bit of a, predicting towards what happens normally. Maybe you'll have another outlier year in that respect, and the schedule does ease up again for a second consecutive year, and that the injuries, because Ivan the Terrible's figured it out on his end of how to train these guys right without breaking them. I must break you. That he gets them into the right stage. They're ready to go for a full season again, a little bit like last year for the most part. But we'll see, Joe. The schedule will be tougher. There is no doubt about that. I don't know, Stoner, let me know if you heard my answer on that too with the Mike Jackson thing. I said it right there at the top, but you might have missed it with it. Josie says, congratulations on 12K. Thank you, man. Appreciate your fun P on that as well. Feels good. AI says, Jax is going to have 90 catches. I could see it. You eat up a lot of catches in that slot. There's a lot of touches to be out in that slot, especially when you have 2 guys on the outside demanding the kind of double teams and more specifically beyond the double teams, the too high looks. Because what you draw teams into if you're the Seahawks right now is, okay, you got to keep both your 2 safeties back, and they're both going to have to be in their little cloud cushion. Each takes their side of the field and then brackets up over the top with the corner there. That's essentially what cover 2 does, is you have your corner running trail behind the receiver where he's right on his footsteps for any in-cutting stop routes. And then you have the safety over the top to kind of pincher them a little bit. Herbicide says, cool, 12K. Feels good, Herbicide. We're making progress this offseason. Longwood says, I think Cross will make the biggest leap. Very well could. He was a 21-year-old kid last year, so he's just getting into his grown man strength. Little Dallas Cowboy says, hey, Brandon, Cowboys are number 1 right here, saying great show and thank you. Congrats on the success. Well, Little Dallas Cowboy, thank you so much. I do really appreciate it, man, and it's always good to see folks from other fans jump on in and say hello. So I thought your Cowboys had a pretty strong draft. I thought they did a good job of drafting a little bit at times with a guy like Mozzie Smith. Is, hey, we got to have to stop the run here against this Eagle team first and foremost within this division. And this is the team that stands in our way most within this division. And beyond that, maybe within all of the NFC, absent your Niners, are the Niners and our potentially maybe Seahawks. So I liked overall the way your Dallas team did their draft for the most part. And I think you guys are going to be well positioned with this offseason to be that team right there with the Eagles to compete this next year. So I tell you what, though, little Dallas, the Eagles had that was a real good draft. It's hard to pick that Eagles draft apart. On paper, I know it's just paper, but it looks good. Mr. Kane says the Seahawks receiver core is savage as F. Oh, they are, man. You got nowhere to run. Nowhere to run. And especially knowing that you draw those double teams. That's been the team's answer since 2020. Because prior to 2020, teams weren't running as much cover 2 against us because there was more of a, let's bring down the safety into the box to help out on the run game against Chris Carson. Because the Seahawks want to run so often. And then 2020, it was the fireworks, right? Every game was the 4th of July. And then teams went, oh my God, we can't leave neither Tyler nor DK singled up. Both these guys are cooking our guys on the outside. And so the transition by defenses against our Seahawks at that time was to then go to the cover 2 looks, the cover 2 shell. And then, of course, that gave Russell fits through the second half of the season, and you really didn't have a lot of answers for it. I think Geno had answers for it last year in the way he was able to utilize the tight end position a little bit more than we had prior. And then the way he was able early on to utilize it with the slot with Goodwin. But then when Goodwin went down injured, he didn't have another guy he could trust in that same manner down there. Because a lot of it is reading, option routes, reading zone defenses, sitting down in the soft spots of the zone defense. It's a little bit of a requirement of a little bit of a more of a cerebral approach at times from the wide receiver position in that slot. One of the reasons why I think Eskridge has sometimes struggled a little bit is that part of his game is not exactly, I think, as advanced. Who will be the Niners quarterback? I can already see them they're doing the thing. They're doing that thing teams do. They're already trying to talk themselves into Sam Darnold. They're already like, look what he did last year in Carolina, and he's finally it's coming together for the kid. You just get him away from Adam Gase, and you just get him out of Carolina. And now we got him into the secret spot. We got him with the quarterback guru now. So now he'll be good. Now he'll be amazing. We'll see. We'll see on that one. I feel very good about our chances if Sam Darnold's going to be the quarterback. I think I saw some quote. Somebody was like, he throws the ball better than any Niner quarterback we've ever seen. Like, oh my goodness. They got a lot of copium going on over there right now for having a top 3 first round bust pick happen. You can already see him going, yeah, but we got Purdy though, so it's going to be okay. Cody says, hey man, we appreciate you being professional. Another content creator wants to just beef with everyone who disagrees with him and then puts them on blast at the beginning of his videos. Childish. Indeed. Yeah, indeed. I saw that there was some heat going on yesterday out there in the internet sphere. And no, I'm not beefing. Brandon loves everybody. I'm too old. I'm Danny Glover on that stuff. I'm Danny Glover, Lethal 3 on that stuff. Lethal Weapon 3, I'm too old for this. Way too old. Tommy says 3 tight end, but thank you, Cody. I do appreciate it, man. Very kind of you. Oh, Tommy says 3 tight end slot reverses with JSN or Kenny Mack. That's what I'm saying. You just got to commit to it though, right, Tommy? This is the problem is that we just go back, look last year, folks. And what you do is go to the stat column and then go look at the individual rushing stats for your Seattle Seahawks. And what you'll notice is that there's a very few amount of rushing stats for Eskridge, Goodwin, Penny Hart, Derek Young. Take the totality of all those guys as carries. It's very, very few. I mean, you can almost take the totality of all their carries, and that's one game of the Rams as far as their use of the fly sweep game. And it's so much an important part because it's almost a little bit of a foundational point in this offense. Pre-snap motion is a lot of what makes the 3 wide receiver sets really work within this particular Sean McVay Ram offense. And what he's doing pre-snap, of course, is getting those linebackers to just move a step out of their gap. But the way you get them to move out of their gap is that they really do feel fully like that guy could potentially be getting the ball in the fly sweep. The quarterback could hike the ball and quickly turn around and hand that player that ball. And if he's quick and that linebacker knows he's quick, he might want to be cheating that extra step laterally to get over to a spot so he can deal with that ball carrier and not miss the tackle. But if he doesn't trust, if he sees Tyler Lockett going in motion, he can say, well, I got enough time to get back over there to Tyler Lockett. I'll take a half step. I'll lean. I won't even fully step. I'll just kind of lean in that direction. But that's what you want to have happen is once you get those linebackers to vacate their natural gaps, then you attack into the vacated gaps with the running game underneath. And now you have now you have this little guessing game going on between the linebackers and the offense as to where a play goes, but you always have them kind of on edge about not trusting their pre-snap indicators and not trusting exactly where they're going. So they play a little bit slower when they're playing your style and your brand of offense. But if you don't have that fly sweep part really in there is this normal part of the offense. We're going to see that once every 7 or 8 plays, this thing's going to come through. We got to be aware of it. Teams aren't going to be as apt to sit there and really sit on it or lean to it. They're just going to hold up on your A gap runs up the middle. And they're like, yeah, you're not getting us to move out of it with that weak stuff. Hongwu is pretty broken. Well, he's not broken, but he just had Tommy John surgery. So he's not going to be spending this offseason throwing the football, or I imagine lifting at least any kind of upper body weights, maybe lower body weights. But the fact that he's just going to bounce back and be ready to go for me day one after that kind of surgery is, to me, a little bit questionable. Maybe modern science is coming really far forward, but even if he is able to get back on the field, back from that major surgery, is he really going to be playing at prime Brock territory? And even prime Brock territory, what is that really? Is that a guy with arm strength and arm ability to really get it done? And this is where we come back to why I think Sam Darnold wins the job. Is he's not had that offseason to work. He's not going to have anywhere near the arm strength of Darnold. And I just think that even though Purdy had the success last year, Shanahan's going to lean on those natural gifts, a little bit of Darnold, I think. Jack says, JSN was my number 1 receiver. I think the kid's going to be a star. I'm hopeful, and I do think that the kid's going to be mightily productive. And I think, Jack, there's a few, somebody even mentioned above, that are in that same place you are, that love this kid, see stardom in his future. Think he might have been the best Ohio State receiver to come through that program. I have seen that post out there quite a few times, and I hope it's correct and I hope it's right. I couldn't quite get there in my evaluation of him and what I saw with him on tape. I liked a lot of his tape. I can see and understand as a player of why he's going to be productive, immediately productive out of the slot the next level. I do still land in that place of I don't quite see him playing on the outside in any kind of normal way myself. But as a slot guy, yeah, I think he's going to be really good in that area and maybe even that potential to be a star. And if you got yourself a star slot in this draft to now pair, if that's what his conclusion is, that's who he's going to become as a player and become that, I think, probably pretty quickly. Whew. The sky's the limit on this offense. It will know no bounds. Fun pieces. I love St. Brown. He's a great player. Nothing to shake a stick at. Ed Armitage, this offense reminds me of the 05 offense, except with better wide receivers and tight ends. O-line might be worse. Geno and Hasselbeck are similar in a lot of ways. I agree, Ed. I agree. I never really thought about how much they are kind of similar, but I think you could find a lot between their games that does kind of add up in that way. I think Geno's got a little more mobility and maybe a little more deeper arm strength to him than Matt did, but I still love the comp. That's great. Yeah, I'm with you. I think that's, you could say the offensive line was a little stronger there in those days. I think the tight end position's much stronger now at this point, Ed. Fant's a better talent than Stevens, and then you didn't have 2 tight ends. You had, even your second tight end was like Moliaki or something like that was the backup there. So you're way better there. And your receiver position was always in kind of this weird fluctuating state. Jervicius gave you the one great year in 05. And then you had Bobby Ingram, obviously, in the slot. And so you have some comparable there. But the other guy being, whether it was Jackson or whoever at the other place, was always kind of rotating through a little bit in that other place. So I think, yeah, I mean, even a running back position, though Alexander was good, is the combination of Alexander and Mike Morris better than Kenneth Walker, Zach Charbonnet, DJ Dallas, and Kenny McIntosh? Probably not. I'm not a big, I like Alexander though, but I mean, so I like it, Ed. I like the comp. And this one might even have a little bit of an edge on that offense. And that offense was, unstoppable at times. Daniel Berry, how you doing, man? Megan, my lady from Danenda. How are you doing? It's good to see you as well. This is the Hawks Nest. Greetings, 12s and B. Waiting for the Kraken game, so I'm not sure how long I'll be here for. We're going to be going right up until the start of the Kraken game here, probably, Megan. So we'll be hitting this up till about 6:30 here my time. So I kind of tried to plan that ahead of this a little bit if I could. Sam, sorry, I'm behind on my donos here. Let me catch you up here. Kevin Mullen, thank you for the $2 donation. I do appreciate it, Kevin. It's good to see you in the chat. I love we can go 3 wide, 3 tight end, or wildcat with 3 running backs. You can do anything, and that's why I call it the Amoeba, because it's shapeless, it's formless. It is everything, and it is nothing. It can be all, it can be nothing. It's either or. But I love that ability to be able to change to what your opponent has a weakness, to what your opponent's having to deal with from an injury standpoint that's making them now maybe suddenly weak. Maybe it's making them suddenly weak in a place that they were once strong. But you have that ability to do that. It's one thing to have the roster guys that'll fill out a roster that can get it. But when you put a Colby Parkinson out on the field as your third tight end, you're putting a guy out there that can both block and can catch. That he's a problem in both of those two elements for defenses. He's not just another guy that you're throwing out there. He's a guy that's got some skill to him, that's got some ability to him. And that's the key here with it. Any team can just fill the roster out with the positions, but to fill them out with a level of quality where this guy's a functional player on the football field, you've got to pay attention to him. You can't just lock in on this guy here and that guy there and say, okay, we've shut their offense down now effectively. No, you do that, we're going to hit you in that open weakness. And the more that you commit to putting extra players to one player, the more you're going to widen out and open up that weakness, in my opinion. Drew Branley says, thoughts on Derek Hall? He looks to have really heavy hands and can set the edge well despite his size. I think your first 2 points, I think, are the big ones. As I referenced him in my breakdown of the draft video, Drew, he's got the Hulk hands, where when he gets his initial punch up on the offensive tackle, you can feel the offensive tackle almost like a car crash a little bit, get dropped, throttled backwards just a little bit. And it's very important to take note of that, because when you really watch most of these matchups off of the edge throughout college football, you're going to have guys more often than not just get up to that point where it's just a neutral standoff, essentially. Neither one's gained a yard forward or back. And so the fact that he does that snap in and snap out, to me, tells me that that's probably, especially a guy doing it in the SEC, Drew, and that he's doing this against a lot of times guys that are going to be tackles at the NFL level, even if just backups, that it's going to translate, that power is not something that's going to suddenly be lost now as he goes to the pro level, as it was with LJ Collier, who just did not have that same kind of level of just strength that he was operating off the edge, even despite the fact LJ was a little bit, I think, of a bigger guy than Derek. He plays bigger than his size to me, Drew. This is also why Auburn was so willing at times to move him inside on the tape when he was good inside off of the tape. But I do think that he gives you, right out the gate, like you talked about, the heavy hands and the strength to set the edge well. So now you have early run. Let's look at it like this, where we've got early run defenders now, where we could put Boye Mafe and we could put Derek Hall down as our 2 edges early down, and those guys will be absolutely immovable pillars on the edges of your defense. And now we can kind of now move the rest of the defense around to like, okay, our defensive tackles are a little weakened. How can we reinforce that? Okay, how do we get to the guys around the edge now? Because those guys are going to widen any outside runs and their ability to set that edge. That's going to give us an extra longer beat to get to the outside runs, so maybe we can commit some more resources here to the inside. So I think that it opens things up, having these guys, before we get to what he is as a pass rusher, Drew, having him there as that ability to set that run and set it really well on the early downs. And I think Seattle's done this kind of with a purposeful approach. You now can take more of Uchenna and Darrell Taylor to me and slide them more in pass rushing roles. Uchenna can play the run fine, so he's good in that realm too. It's not that he's a negative in that, but just now you can get more of a pure plus player and keep everybody really fresh in the rotations. And I think that's the early spot, much like we saw with Boye Mafe, Drew, where I think Boye Mafe now starts to develop more in his role as a pass rusher this year. But now we get Derek Hall taking on that Boye Mafe role of last year, where you're an early rundown defender, you're setting the edge, you're playing with a lot of effort, high intensity, and you're just 100 miles an hour, because you know we're going to be able to keep you fresh and rotated through, so you don't have to save anything in the tank from play to play. As a pass rusher, he does still need, to me, Drew, to get some refinement. I don't think that he necessarily gives you dip and bend, or that something that you would look for normally. I think for pass rushers is one of those really valued skills. I do think he's got got some initial quickness and explosion off the line, which is at least nice for him in that, to have in that respect of things. I know he only ran like a 1.64, but I think he was a little quicker on tape than the testing times as far as his 10-yard split goes. Especially in the first like 3 steps off the line of scrimmage. Not lightning quick, but fairly quick enough. But the power is where he's going to get it done. And he does have some secondary moves he works off of the power. So he goes from power to, he's got a kind of a long arm bull rush. When he's not just doing the power bull rush, he'll go long arm, then he gets the tackles leaning, and then he can jab step outside and counter back in. And he's going to bring that right out the gate, which would give even NFL offensive tackles issues. Because they're going to have to mount up on his strength. They're going to have to really get ready for him and really get ready to kind of try to anchor down. And the fact he's got kind of 2 moves with the outside long arm and then the jab step inside, that's now going to get him into a place where he can start to get some of the tackles guessing a little bit. And that's where he's going to get some wins, when he catches them guessing wrong. But I do like his upside. I like him better as a player than Darrell Taylor. I probably like him on a pretty similar spot, in my opinion, to where I saw Boye Mafe as a prospect. So definitely some legitimate upside to him. Is it star level upside? Maybe not quite there, but you've got a guy out there that could be a plus run defender who gives you 10 plus sacks a year in both Boye and this guy on the outside. That we can work that, we can build upon that. Hongwoo says, I agree. Geno and Hasselbeck being similar. Geno's better physically, but all quarterbacks nowadays are compared to 2005. It's a great point. It's a great way to put it. Geno's like the new age Matt, maybe a little more mobile than Matt, because Matt was very immobile even for back in the day. As Mike Holmgren called him, Mike once said, Matt's is a giraffe on skates when he's moving around in the open field. But Geno's a little bit better than that. But there's more probably similar to them, especially when you build in the 20 years of difference of time. Herbicide says, this draft is growing on me. I still would have did things different, but oh well. I'm thinking we might have drafted 5 starters this year, so that's good. Oh, you're speaking Henry Mars on that. It's good to hear, Herbicide. Glad to hear you kind of coming around a little bit on it. Drunk says, yo, Brandon, you think Noah Fant is still on the trade block, or do we keep him another year and maybe sign him to another contract, maybe more spread out that Denver contract to save cap space? You could do that, Drunk. Certainly is a possibility of going in that direction with it. There's been no indications that they're going to do a contract extension here, so that makes me a little reticent to believe that they want to do so. I think that he is a little bit of a fallback of being a potential guy they trade, but we've not heard that he's really on the market to be moved. We've all just kind of logically deduced that you've got to create cap space somewhere, and here's a place where you can create $6 million of cap space instantaneously, so why not do this? We'll see if it does go down that way with it. I'm a little unsure at this point, but I would say it's much more likely, Drunk, that he gets traded than it is that he gets given a contract extension. Tommy says, man, how lucky was Stroud to have JSN and Marvis Harrison and good O-line. Well, Tommy, don't forget last year he had Garrett Wilson, Chris Olave, Abuka. Don't forget Abuka this year too, Tommy, right? Abuka's probably going to get drafted in this league somewhere. And then also he had the tight end last year that was drafted, I think, in the 3rd or 4th round. So yeah, certainly Stroud was working off of a fairly good amount of riches there in Ohio State. Sam Fisher, thank you for the $5 donation. I do appreciate it, Sam. I hope you're having a good night. Says low ceiling is 5 to 7 wins. Floor, win-loss, 8 to 10 wins. Ceiling, so low ceiling would be 5 to 7 wins. Our floor would be 8 to 10 wins. Our ceiling would be 11 to 14 wins. None of these 3 would shock me, mostly due to healthy NFC, I think is what you meant on that. You might have said, I think you meant NFC, mostly due to healthy NFC. Sam, I agree with your outlook on this. I think that there is some variance, and there is some wide variance at that, to your potentialities of this given year, because there are a couple of factors at play. Does the schedule and injury regression to the mean factor in? Where is your division going to be at? Where is the NFC conference in general going to be at? Can the young guys step forward quicker than sometimes young guys are able to step forward? And that is a real possibility with the way that Coach Carroll is able to really do well with younger players. He gets the most out, it would seem at times, from younger players. So I would agree with you. I think that there's a variance here. To me, I do think that the low ceiling on the floor here, Sam, for me is 7 wins. I do feel like Coach Carroll just has that ability as a coach somehow or another to get you to the floor place as a team. It may not be a year that he's able to get you to an elite status or get you to the 12, 13 win mark, but that Carroll does, at least to me, to the degree, give you the 7 wins as that base bottom dollar minimum spot that he'll at least get to. And I do think that they would at least get there this next year. But 8 to 10 wins absolutely is possible there. As far as that to me realistic kind of flourish point. At the ceiling of 11 to 14 wins, if it comes together, as you say, it wouldn't shock me. It wouldn't shock me either if any of those outcomes came out the way they did, because there is a lot kind of at play here, that brings in more of that variance. But if it came together that fast, that quickly, that would be an amazing thing, Sam. And it'd be an amazing thing. But well put, man. Well put out there in that way. I agree 100%, man. Strange too. Most teams, I think, Sam, you can lock into kind of like, well, I think they're right around this 3-4 game mark is about their variance. But this team, indeed, you got anywhere from 7 to 14 wins, anywhere from 6 to 14 wins. It's just kind of it's one of those things. It's a little bit harder to predict. It's the beauty of the NFL too, though. And that's why we get a lot of difference every year with how many playoff teams go in and how many playoff teams don't. Thank you, though, Sam. Appreciate you. Kevin with another $5 donation. Thank you, Kevin. You surprised the front office went 50-50 for offense defense this draft? Knowing what you knew before the draft, what percentage were you leaning to each side of the ball? I thought 70-30. Yeah, I would have probably thought coming into this draft that overall you would land at a spot of being more 70-30 in the way you drafted and how you drafted. So it was surprising to me that the front office went this direction. It probably shouldn't have been surprising to me, Kevin. This probably should have been something that I probably should have given more thought to of being a possibility, because let's operate from where this all comes from. And that is that I think that the team is allowing value to drive their board. And if value is driving your board, that means you're taking the best player at the top of your board when your pick comes up. And that's absent what you need. That's absent how you want to lean your particular draft by the number of picks you want to apply to one side of the ball or the other, right? Because if you come into a draft and you say 70% of our picks have to be on the defensive side of the ball, that is the opposite of drafting for value at that point. That is firmly fixed right in the need category of how you are running your drafts. And that is something that I've, of course, really bristled and pushed back against wanting to see the team do. I don't want you to go to need. I don't want you to just come into a draft and say, I've got to put 70% of my picks to the defensive side of the ball just because, arbitrarily. No, let's trust the value of our board and what it's telling us and what it's saying. And I think that they did. And whether I agree with where their value is at is irrelevant. Just, I want, beyond the team doing what I want, I just want the team to operate smartly. And I really feel as much firmly about this as any opinion I have in football. And that is that when it comes to the draft, those teams that lean to value as much as humanly possible are the teams that are going to build elite teams into the future. And those teams that fit to need, those teams that are constantly just concentrating on what today is the thing that they need to fix, the whack-a-mole kind of process to building their football teams, those are the teams that end up in between. Pretty good, just not quite good enough. Good enough to get the playoffs, not good enough to make much noise in it. And I do trust in that. I do believe in that. But thank you, Kevin. Appreciate the $5 donation. And some great comments from you guys too in the donos. Appreciate where you guys are coming from, because I agree 100%. Nicholas Newton, thank you for the $5 dono. Says, our new defense is controlling the clock on offense. Our new defense is controlling the clock on offense. Our new defense is controlling the clock on offense. Choices, choices, choices. I'm loving it. There have been many a porous defense, many a defense that is hanging on for dear life, that sees itself elevated to a higher plane of existence in a given NFL season because they have an offense on the other side of the ball that is so electric, that is so explosive, that can put so many points on the board. And that when you have an offense that's doing that and moving chains, oh, we're going to win the time of possession war every single week. Oh, I got a defensive coordinator who knows that if I run a casino blitz 15 times a game and I happen to give up a couple of long touchdowns over the top on running those casino blitzes, so be it. Maybe I'll get a couple of turnovers and sacks on the other side of it. I know my offense is going to score enough points to overcome it. That's that's why, as Nicholas puts it, the new defense is essentially controlling the ball, being great offensively, because this is a pathway that has been successful for teams in the past. It may seem like, oh no, you got to build them all both up legitimately in that place. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. And I'm going to be doing a show that's going to be centric, a lot like this offensive-centric show is going to be a defensive-centric show of how these two things can kind of pair together in just this fashion I'm talking about. How you can look at this from a philosophy standpoint and go, this is how we're going to do this specifically. It's not how every other defense or every other team or every other way that they construct and how they play is going to do it, but it's how we could do it to find our best success for the year of 2023. And I think that there's something that's really opened up here where you have a defense that set the stage to allow itself to run man concepts. And if it wants to run a little bit more of the blitz heavy stuff and be a little bit more pressure based in its packages, take some more risks because it knows on the back end, if it's unsuccessful and gets hit, it's got the offense that can carry the water that can make up for that. I would love to see the defense take that kind of choice with it. But yeah, make no mistake, it's not just an empty talk. An offense that's moving the chains, and this is an offense that's constructed to move the chains, is going to eat clock. An offense that's eating clock is going to protect its defense, is going to keep that defense fresher, faster. And a faster, fresher defense is going to be a defense that's going to be able to stay at prime level throughout the whole course of a game. That's not going to get worn down. We'll see. But I can see the plan for that. I can see how that could play out in that fashion. Drunk says also, why did Levis fall to the second round? Is it really that bad of a prospect? I thought he had flashed at least to be a top 25 pick. I can only guess. I think, as Hung Woo says below there on his comment, there's a little bit of talk maybe about the interviews didn't go the greatest, right? That he might have rubbed some people a little bit weirdly in the interviews to a degree. These are always things that you guess on and you don't really know. But the fact that to me that the talent did flash enough on tape that you would think that would draw him to be somebody would pick him in the first round. Remember, Drunk, teams will take a flyer on a quarterback at the end of a first round, even if they don't think he's first round value, just to get that fifth year option on him. And the fact that no team was willing to do that was a little bit strange to me. I don't think the cost was going to be that exorbitant for a team like the Titans to move up into the first round if they wanted to get him there, but no team was willing to do it. And then there's got to be an explanation for it. He also had a miserable final year. Let's also acknowledge that. He played against a tough conference. He had no supporting cast. I think there's a lot of explanations for why he didn't play as good as people were kind of hoping for him to play. But that was not a good year last year. And even at times where there were some throws and situations where you should look better. You got a clean pocket now. You should step this little bit up in the pocket, show some subtlety of the position. And he didn't flash that. He's a little bit of a, hammer quarterback where every throw is a nail. Where's the layered throws? Where's the sense of touch? Do you have that in your bag? I don't know. I still do trust that Levis is going to be able to turn around to a decent degree when it's all said and done. I think he's going to a great environment there with Vrabel. But I think the question marks were probably real with him too. Tony Wright says, hello, Brandon. Congrats, as your squad has 2 straight very good drafts. Our squad had nice drafts too the last 2 seasons, but this season we spent the most. I love what you guys are doing, Tony. I like that there's a sense there with Atlanta right now of, going out and this division's open next year. Nobody's got a stranglehold on this thing. And why not us to be a team that can look to go out there and be that team to go grab that point? And I know Desmond Ridder didn't look great last year, but now he comes back into the flow as a second-year guy. He was, I thought, pro-ready on the tape coming out of Cincinnati. Slides into that spot. He's got a little bit more to work with now, I feel like, on the outside with you guys and where you've set things up on your team. Bijan Robinson coming in is going to be a great running back for you. And there's no better best friend to a quarterback than a running back like Bijan. Not only what he can do carrying the rock, but as a pass catcher. So I think the Falcons had a real underrated offseason. They're not talked a lot about there, Tony, but I do know you made some signings. You were active out there. I like that they took more of the bull by the horns a little bit and looked at, okay, Tom's gone. New Orleans is starting to look like a little bit of a dumpster fire with Peyton out. And Carolina is kind of young and still maybe a little bit of a way. Why not us? Why not us to be that team to slide in there? And especially the NFC, Tony, where if you can get in the playoffs in this conference, it's all opened up, you know? I'm glad you guys did it. I like seeing some aggressiveness there. You know about me, Tony, I hate seeing those teams caught in between that always never take that shot, never really go for it on that. And there's a little bit more of a kind of feel of going for it here from these Falcons this year. It's good. But yeah, we're feeling pretty good about ours too here. Feeling mighty fine. Chad Hart says the NFL better not screw us like last year. We should be on at least 4 primetime games. I have a feeling we will be, Chad. Partly because I think if you look at it, I mean, the NFC doesn't got a lot of teams that are going to be big draws. Does it? You know, no more Rodgers in Green Bay, no more Tampa Tom. It's who's going to be the big draw? Who's exciting? You know, we got DK, we got Tyler, maybe out of Jamal, Tariq Woolen. All the young players are bringing in Kenneth Walker. I think the NFL is going to be pulled to put us on quite a few primetime games at that point. I think 4 is a good number. That feels about right to me. And just all I'm asking, Chad, is no 10 a.m. games, or just how about just one? Just one 10 a.m. Can that be it? You know. Tony Wright says Seattle and Atlanta may meet in the playoffs in 2023. Stay tuned. You guys might end up being my prediction. I'm going to be drawn towards Carolina to probably give the division, you know, my prediction on who wins that division. I'll probably be pulled a little bit towards saying Carolina, but there's going to be a draw on me to maybe at the end of the day when I study this and look at your guys' team, Tony, to give Atlanta the team, say, hey, this team's going to win this division. So yeah, I could see it, man. I could see it. Partly by how aggressive they've been and partly by, I think, how well you guys have drafted. Ebiketie coming back into his second year there off the edge. Drake London working his way back in now. Yeah, I like it. Miss Ken, I know some don't like TB, but I really appreciate the man's football knowledge, but maybe that's just me. I feel Mr. Ken, like I said with it, it's just, I think there's sometimes a feeling on this stuff, we do this, that there's only so many, you know, there's only like so many bites of a particular slice of steak or something, but I think there's room enough for everybody to eat. And, you know, but it was interesting watching it boil down yesterday. I was kind of like, whoa, that escalated quickly. Yeah. Like, whew. Oh, but everybody, I'll say the thing with both these two guys that are in this little bit of this beef going on, you know, they both work really hard at what they do. I think both try to put out really good content. Both care about what they do, you know, and that's the most you can ask for, I think, for any content creator out there, on it. But, yeah, I'm definitely, I will not be jumping into those waters. Tony says the Seahawks and the Falcons have the best young dynamic duo running backs in football, as last season Kenneth Walker and Tyler Algier were the only two rookie running backs to go over 1,000 yards. Indeed, Tyler and Bijan are going to be a nice little mix between the two of those guys. And I feel like the one thing that the head coach does really good there, the Arthur guy for you guys, Tony, is he's a very good run game coordinator especially. Seems like that's something he can really scheme up really well. I mean, hell, he's turned Cordell Patterson into elite back. JDM says, shout out to Mebane. Big man doesn't get enough love or recognition for his contribution to making the Legion of Boom go. Stopping the run or pass starts at the line 100%. I agree it does as well. And yeah, shout out to Brandon Mebane. And a little bit of a guess that you do see a little bit of that revisionist history when it comes to Legion of Boom, where it's, well, the secondary made that defense go. Like, well, secondary is the part that gets talked about. The Legion of Boom's reference towards them specifically. But it was the front seven as well. KJ Wright talked about this, I think, on the recent show that he did with G. Scott this week about confirming just this. You know, you need the front seven. You need everybody to have that role in that front seven. You know, Brandon Mebane to be kind of your all-around guy, but early run defender. Red Bryant is your 5 tech on early downs. Clay McDonald is your 3 tech in the NASCAR package. Michael Bennett operating from outside in, from run downs to pass downs. Everybody slid into their particular role in that defense. Greg JSN is going to be a blessing to our passing offense. Finally, pressure will be taken off of DK. I'm predicting 1,500 yards and 11 touchdowns for DK. Go Hawks. The second the DK can get some of the double teams peeled off at, let's just say, half the rate of what they've been, DK Metcalf will get to 1,500 yards. Easy peasy. But that is, to me, the single force, that is the single inhibiting factor to DK getting to that spot where he could be true into true superstar numbers. But that is he gets doubled as much as any receiver on the outside in football. That's the reality of it. And no better way to pull off a double team than first you get a legitimate receiver to the other side of the guy. We got that. Teams are just deciding to double both of them at times. But then now get the slot guy that can just absolutely eat up all that open space now that's going to be there underneath. Mr. Isaac says, hey, what's up, Brando? Good to have you back, man. Work has been a grind. This is a nice way to get my mind off of it. Well, thank you, Mr. Isaac. Don't be working too hard out there. We got summer on the horizon here. It's time for relaxing. It's time for cold drinks with umbrellas in the top of them. Sitting back, watching the sunshine. Herbicide, I'm not sold on Devin Bush, nor should you be. We here at the Hawks Nest, and you either on this, Herbicide, we don't do blind optimism on players if they haven't shown it and they've been in the league for a while, do we? And nor would we do that here with Devin Bush. I'm hopeful he can eventually tap back into this first round ability that he once flashed or once had enough to be drafted 10th overall or whatever he was in the first round. But he is not a guy that as of yet has shown it with the Steelers, and not a guy that they were altogether all that sad to see go somewhere else. A guy that they didn't activate the 5th-year option on. And there's a reason for that. It's going to be a good battle, Tony. Walker and Charbonnet, Tyler Algill, Bijan Robinson. It's a good little combo. Not much better out there, I think. Eagles will have a pretty good combo, I think, with team. If Rashad Penny can stay healthy with DeAndre Swift, they might be pretty tight too. Paul says, yes, as Jackson at 20 was a gamble receiver, is a high rate of bust position. He is coming off an injury, but a lot of professional scouts had him as a best at his position. We're going to find out if he can play. Indeed we are. Indeed we are. It is a high rate. It does have a high rate of bust. There is no doubt about that. I think it will help him out a little bit on the bust rate, Paul. It gives me a little bit more comfort with him than I might normally have with a receiver taken in the first round. I take Quentin Johnson, Paul. Quentin Johnson's who was the pick after Jackson Smith by the Chargers. I got to get his route running figured out. I got to get his hands figured out. I got to see if he can work off of press coverage on the outside. I got to hope that he's going to have enough speed to get the top off of a defender out on that outside. Whereas with the slot, I got those free releases inside. I got a lot of it where I can be kind of schemed up to create his touches and his catches so that even if he's not necessarily a high-level impact player, he's at least being a productive player in there. He's giving you those touches and those catches, which you might not get from the outside first-round receiver who's got to win against a number one cornerback, sometimes drawing the toughest draw in that respect of things. So there's a little bit to me that gives me a little more of that hope to Jackson versus other receivers that might be taken in that spot. Or even a guy like last year, Treylon Burks, Paul, that was taken by the Titans. Similar kind of thing, where this guy's got to win on the outside, rough route running, hands. You got to work through all that stuff to start to get around to the production part of his game. I don't think that we're going to have to do the same thing here with Jackson, but the bust rate's the bust rate. It's the reality of the nature of taking one in the first round. Tommy says it's not all about measurables though. Both Cooper and JSN are excellent route runners. Combine that with good athletics and you get something special. Amen. Amen. And no, it is not all about the metrics. That's for sure. Hungwoo, yeah, Geno's likely to get his bonuses. He's it's kind of money in the bank as it's looking right now. Henry, also remember that Zach can catch and break tackles. Another target for Yak for Geno. Another one, absolutely. Swing routes especially. You don't want Zach coming at you in the swing route. He did so much of it at UCLA, and you could just feel defenders. He swings out, catches it, and he's got 5 yards build-up speed to come downhill on a defensive back. And you see these defensive backs, poor guys going, ugh. You know, you got to give me with some, you got the 220 with Bill, you know, he's already up to full speed, running behind his pads. You know, he was hard to bring down the open field in that realm. A lot of guys making business decisions at that time on his tape. AI says Eskridge is done in Seattle. Stick a fork in him. Amen. Amen. Cam Ward, Michael Penix would be great, Grug. 2 guys that may be very much on the Seahawks radar next year. Ungu, you got JSN for 850 yards this year? That sounds about right. I'd probably land right around that place. I'd probably go like 55 catches, 60 catches, 800 yards, 750 yards, something like that. I don't think he'll get to the magic spot. Kay says, how's the book going? What's up, Kay? Oh, Kelly, by the way, big thank you to you out there. Huge thank you. You put a review out on the book. I saw it got posted. Sometimes Amazon's book reviews make you jump through a gauntlet of stuff to get the reviews posted. But thank you for getting that posted up over on the deal. And the book's been doing pretty good. We've got a good number of sales. So I'm just working on right now, Kelly, getting the hard copy and the paperbacks put together. And we'll get those posted out, but I'm very, very happy so far with what I'm seeing on it. And it's good to see. Good to see. We got some Hawks Nesters reading out in the book, and I'm glad it seems to have read well. So from a couple people, they've been really happy with what they read, and it was good because I was, of course, releasing that a little bit blind, Kelly, where I was like, I don't know if this might be bad. You know, you never know if nobody's actually had a chance to really check it out and read it. But I'm really proud of it, and I'm really happy. It seems to be doing really good, and it's been. It makes me feel good that I finally got it out. So I got that thing posted. But thank you. Thank you so much for posting that review. You were awesome. Kelly says, do we have the best secondary in the league? I think you have the potential for the best secondary in the league, Kelly. You don't know if you're going to have Jamal Adams for a full year. It's hard to count quite on his health. You got to see what you get with Devin Witherspoon when he's walking in the door and what he can kind of round into being. And if he can be a somewhat of an even kind of dominant player just right from the jump, if he's got that in his bag to do that. If those 2 factors come into play, Kelly, where you can count on both of those to happen, Jamal's health and Witherspoon's potential, even not full dominance where he's like a top 5 corner or something, but he could be a top 15, top 10 guy, then yeah, you can round this secondary into being one of the best in the league, I think, at that point. But it would be relying on those 2 main factors, I would say. Rick Astley says, so many weapons for Geno. He's got so many, Rick. He can go to wherever he wants to go. He can read his pre-snap stuff pure. And you say, okay, I got them leaning this way, leaning that way. I've got underneath here. I'm going to hit my 3rd tight end on this option route to the side. And he knows Colby Parkinson's going to catch it. I'm not going to go to DK. I'm not going to go to Tyler. I'm going to come back underneath to Jackson because I know Jackson's going to be in the right spot at the right time, wide open, and he's going to catch it. I can flip this out to Zach Charbonnet in the flat, and he's going to catch that ball, and then he's going to be a threat to go do something with it in his hands after the catch. I can count on all these things. And that confidence is just to let you play the position purely. And if he's able to play the position purely, he's able to just go after those very same weaknesses that I mentioned at the top of the show, Rick. That is what, to me, is the staple and hallmarks of what you usually see in a dominant offense. Chad Hart says, smash that like button like my cat Russell said so. Please do that, folks, and thank you for reminding me on that. If you guys do like what you're listening to here, please do hit that like button. Please do get subbed on up here to the channel. I would really appreciate it. We just passed by 12,000 subscribers here on the channel, feeling real good in that respective thing. So please do join the crew here at the Hawks Nest. Fun P, thank you for the $5 donation. I do appreciate it. Well, let me make sure I didn't miss Nicholas. Oh, no, I got you, Nicholas. Fumpy, thank you for the $5 donation. I do appreciate you, man. And I do hope you're having a good night as well. He says, if Oluwatimi can win the center spot and Bradford wins the right guard spot, is Damian Lewis good enough to hold off Evan Brown and Haynes as left guard? Great question, Fun P. Thank you for the $5 donation. Well, I do think that Damian Lewis has done what we sometimes, and I'm definitely guilty myself of not allowing for this to happen at times, which is the patience to allow for guys to develop and get better and improve. And when it comes to Damian Lewis, you know, we thought with him moving to left guard, we'd all just kind of decided, well, he's moving to left guard. His natural position is right guard. He's going to suck at left guard. And so why are they doing this? Just move him back to right guard. And I've been very consistent in saying, just move him back to right guard. I don't think that's the pathway to take at this point. He posted a 71 grade by PFF standards last year. This is on top of the tape, looking really good from him. The only thing he was really missing for last year, when you saw the problems that raised up in his game that could be problematic for us even this year, is that he just doesn't move well in space. And he's not going to get better at moving in space anytime soon. But he got much better in pass protection. That's the place you worried about most with him going to left guard and going against those three techs more often than not. And he really held up. It was actually his strength last year was this pass blocking more than it was his run blocking. And so with his development as a player and sliding into that left guard spot and getting so comfortable there, I don't think Evan Brown's going to be able to overtake him over at that spot. I think Evan probably is going to be your backup. He'll push probably Phil Haynes a little bit at right guard, but I think Phil Haynes is going to at least give them I don't know, it'll be a good battle. Fun P. I'm not sure on who's going to win that one, to be honest with you, because Haynes didn't he didn't solidify himself in that spot. He was marginally better than Gabe Jackson was when he was coming in playing for him. Evan Brown, I think, based on what I was seeing and reading off of him initially, was he was better at guard last year than he was necessarily at center. So we'll see how that plays out. I do think that the bottom line of it will be, though, Fun P, is that we will get better play out of both center and right guard this year overall throughout the course of the year than we got out of the position last year. And that should help to make the offense better, on top of having a more well-rounded running back room, having Jackson Smith and Jigba out as a slot, and having some depth behind him as well. So you're not just riding on one player, and if he goes down, now you just have to go to 2 tight end sets and 2 wide receiver sets, and that's all you can kind of roll. So I'd see it playing out kind of like that. But I do think Oluwatimi is going to, if he doesn't push to start at center initially right out the gate, I think he's starting before the end of the year. Coaching staff is going to be very impressed with this kid, especially with him on the neck up stuff. Everything up to do with upstairs. He's going to know what he needs to do. He's going to take on probably all the line calls very easily. The kid's ready to roll, I think, Fun. I think I did that video I did this week was, again, not to gas anybody up. I truly do believe in this kid's upside, Oluwatimi, a guy that I'm as excited about him as any guy that we drafted in this draft and what he can do, because he is such a pure fit for this scheme and his skill set. Thank you, though, Fun. I do appreciate the $5 donation. Fat Daddy, let me get some coffee and I'll come back and get your dono here. So 1 second. Fat Daddy Stacks with the $10 donation. How you doing, Fat Daddy? And I do appreciate that $10 dono to the channel. He says, hey, brah, FYI, Wild Pig is as good as a mofo. Well, maybe I'm trying to maybe plan a trip here, Fat Daddy, to Maui in late June here. So I'm starting to kind of maybe look at that being a time when I'm go over there and check it out. Maybe I'll have to go see if I can land me some wild poi out there. Give me a little bit of that wild pig. I don't know, man. I don't know, unless it's bacon. Unless you're talking about them slicing off some bacon for me on that. That's going to be a tough sell for me. He says, I feel that the Hawks will make some moves that will make them better than they are. Either way, it will be a good season. Oh, well put. I love the optimism as well, Fat Daddy. Thank you for that $10 donation again. I share your feeling on this. I don't think that the team is quite done. I understand that we are a little bit behind the eight ball as far as our salary cap situation is currently set. But I don't think that that means that they have to necessarily now sit on these moves and there's nothing else that they can do to better accommodate that cap space situation. And so something else to me is going to come down the trek here. I don't know if it's a big home run type swing, Fat Daddy, but there'll be moves to improve the team. They'll make them better than what they are now. And specifically, I think the defensive tackle is the one position that really does stand out where you can address. It's not like we got a wide variety of things we have to go out there and still deal with, right? We feel great about our safety position. We got some strength on the front line. We got some depth. We feel great about the cornerback position. We got some front line. We got some depth. We feel okay about the middle linebacker position, right? We got Brooks coming back into the fold there at some point. You'd like to feel maybe a little bit better, but you do have at least your frontline starters kind of in place. Your edges, you feel fine there. Your offensive line, great. Receivers, awesome. Running backs, fantastic. Tight ends, beautiful. Even quarterbacks, you're too deep on. The one spot on the team you could take to look to address is that defensive tackle, which to me then makes it that much easier to address because you can kind of laser in on that part of the team and go, this is what we got to get at. This is the part that we got to go and take care of. So I think that they will. And I also referenced last week on this, Fat Daddy, it's that look at the history of the Seahawks and how many moves they've made around training camps of different years. Sheldon Richardson 1 year, Jadeveon Clowney 1 year, Jamal Adams 1 year. This team is absolutely going to be willing to make moves if there's a weakness there that they see that they have to address. They don't just sit there on a weakness and go, well, it's a weakness. Let's just look beyond it and we'll go through this year and we'll just deal with it. They will try to do something to address it. And if that move doesn't come in training camp, you still then have the trade deadline deals that happen, right? Quandre Diggs 1 year, Carlos Dunlap 1 year. They've certainly been willing to be active in that respect to bring guys on. So I think the team's going to take some more steps here to make themselves better at this point. I don't think that we're just simply done on the defensive line. There's something else to happen. It does feel like it'll be, if it's not a full splash move, a kind of a sub-splash move, Fat Daddy, right? Where it's like you're getting a solid guy. You're not maybe getting a difference maker, but you're getting a solid guy that just makes everybody feel a little bit more warm and fuzzy and helps everybody sleep a little bit more thoroughly at night because you've dealt with it. Thank you, though, for the $10 donation, man. I really do appreciate it. And I will, if I got some pig put in front of me when I go to Hawaii next, I'll eat it. And I'll say, Fat Daddy said you got to do this. He said it was delicious. If it's gamey, though, man, I'm coming back blaming you on the stream. I'll be like, you didn't tell me about the gaminess. No gaminess. Tommy says, I don't know how you can even call plays in our offense now. Do we run? Do we pass? Does it go to the tight ends or one of our 3 to 4 top wide receivers? We might have a lot of delay of games. Just in kidding. Pick your poison, Jami. Pick your poison, man. And I think that's where you say, that's where you come back, I think, and say, okay, your pre-snap Geno, who do I got to go to the ball with on this? Well, that's where trust those pre-snap reads. And you know now if there's already a built-in weakness on a defense, and every defense has a weakness. Every defensive call has a weakness. There is no perfect defense out there that exists that covers every part up on the football field. Something is exposed. Some place is vulnerable. You as a quarterback have to just determine pre-snap where that exists. And if you have that natural vulnerability that exists, and then you have the player who is a plus player who can attack specifically those vulnerabilities, that to me is where you start to take the top off of defenses. That's where you get an explosive offense. That to me, Tommy, is how you get yourself to a top offensive state. And it's gonna be an embarrassment of riches. And maybe there are some of those confusions that occur from time to time where it's like, Coach Carroll, I got too much here. I'm a kid in the candy store and I just ate 5 chocolate bars. What do you want me to do? Tired Canadian. It's cute, y'all, Kraken fans, with all your new shiny, bright hopes for the future. I hope you make it and don't get crushed under the drought of over 50 years like us Leaf fans. I've been feeling for the Toronto Leaf fans, man. Tired Canadian. I have, because you guys have already had to watch over the last 30 years the hockey teams that have taken hold in America, and how many hockey teams down the South where it's like, these kids didn't grow up on rinks, like half of them didn't even know what hockey is. We just got a hockey team a couple of years ago. If we go and win the Stanley Cup, and meanwhile you got the Toronto Maple Leafs that's been since like 70 since you guys won. If you're born in 73 as a Toronto Maple Leafs fan, you've lived your whole life without a Stanley Cup. Your whole life. Meanwhile, now you got to watch the Seattle team go out there and raise one up. Oh, the town's digging it though. Tired. I'll tell you this: it's making the city embrace this team all that much faster. Embrace hockey all that much faster. You can feel it. Seattle 808 says 2005 we had the young bend, but don't break D. Indeed you did. Indeed you did. Yeah, it seemed like at that time it was a lot of cover two. You did a lot of blitzing with Leroy Hill and Lofa Tupu. It was a lot of manufactured stuff, a lot of coaches getting the most out of everybody across the line a bit. Grant Winstrom in there being kind of your one force down there off the edge. I like that. Yeah, I'm with it. Tommy says, I used to play basketball with Jeremy Stevens when we were young. Still can't believe that fool made it to the NFL, laughing out loud. I heard a lot of stories about Jeremy Stevens when I was growing up about some of the rep coming out of his school days out of that. And some very colorful tales in regards to Jeremy Stevens. Hungwoo, we should run the ball first and set up for the passing game. Maybe Hungwoo. I do like when you're operating, to me, a West Coast offense, I do like leaning more into that. The pass opens up the run thing. Teams will tend to first lean into stopping that run, and you take advantage of that, and then they start catching them leaning, and you lean back the other way. Or hell, we could even run it where we have just Geno running hurry up, and he just reads it on the fly. If he sees a too high safety look, it's a run. He sees the safety come down the box. If he's got a heavy box, go back to the pass. Rick says, did you see Curse and Baldwin at the Kraken game? Doug looked high. Who can blame him, man? He's retired. Stay where it's legal. Good for Doug. Barry Templin says, what was the beef between Top Billing and the other Seahawk YouTuber? Yeah, there's a beef between right now Seahawks Draft Blog, Rob Stanton, and Top Billing. I have not checked on it today, but both of them have had reaction videos to the other. So it's been a little bit entertaining. It's a little fun for us here in the off season. Get some content creators going at it, I guess. The issue stems from Rob Stanton made a video where he was talking about a lot of these content creators on YouTube that aren't necessarily Seahawk fans that are gassing up Seahawk fans with these videos of the greatness of Seahawks. You guys have seen these videos, I'm sure, in your feed with, Seahawks are destroying that's unfair what the Seahawks just did. A lot of those kind of videos, which, Rob's not wrong. There's a lot of those kind of videos being out there promulgated, which aren't necessarily being super honest in their outlook. They know that there's a lot of Hawk fans out there online that are going to watch if they put that kind of title out there. And so Stan was kind of trying to illustrate this and showing some of the titles in a video he created. And one of those titles he created was Top Billins. And then Top Billin saw had either saw it or one of his sub people told him, hey, this guy's talking about you in this video, blah, blah, blah. And then he sent Rob a DM, and then Rob did a reaction video to that DMs. And then Top Billin did a reaction to that reaction. And I guess that's where we're at right now. So it's a little bit of, that's where the beef comes from is, essentially Rob saying, well, you're putting these videos up, but you don't really believe this stuff. You're just doing it because it draws clicks and whatnot. It's dishonest. And I think where Rob, to me, what's really more interesting in the beef beyond that, because I'm not really interested in the beef. But what is interesting to it is I think criticism about the team. And I think a place that it's probably rising from with Rob, and it's a place that all of us content creators struggle with that are fans of these teams, is where's the line at exist as far as how deeply you can criticize the team, because there are so many fans that bristle so hard if they hear you start to, go against that. And if you are a commentator that's even anyway, even a small degree speaking up about that stuff, you have a very large contingent you're going up against online where it's all beautiful all the time. And so I feel for him on that respect of things, but that's to me more of the interesting discussion that could have been had from this, a bit of that. But that's, as I understand it, where the beef lies, and hopefully it probably dies down at this point. Both those guys do good work. They work hard. It'll probably hopefully calm down. But it was exciting yesterday. You wonder if Top Billin was going to take a flight out to England. If we're going to get some UFC action going on. Mighty interesting there for a few minutes. John Stillwell, thank you for the $20 donation. I appreciate you, John, and I hope you're doing well out there tonight. Thank you as ever for your support, my man. You're awesome. He says, hey, Brandon, how are you doing now that the dust has cleared? I'm doing great, man. I feel very good about this draft. I think that I definitely can see where, as I go into the future, there's going to be, and this is what we're talking about with the criticism of the team, where it's like you're not being criticizing, but if you're not just saying everything's beautiful, wonderful, awesome, and magical, where I say, okay, I think I love this last draft. I think this last draft was absolutely based in value. I think the Seattle Seahawks over the last 2 drafts have taken a different approach, John, in the way they've applied these drafts and their off seasons. And I think that they've taken the right rebuild point here and the proper rebuild point that will eventually get us to the best returns for all of this draft capital that we've gotten. It's just that we might have to wait a little bit of time, not years and years, but just one little extra year to get to, I think, that elite stage of things. The team has a way that it could break right for them next year where things can go in a right fashion to get elite. If young guys develop faster than they normally traditionally do, you get there quicker. But at the end of the day, I like what the team's done this offseason. I like their approach here, and the stage is set. You don't have really any bad contracts. If you do have any bad contracts after this year, you're going to be able to get out from under them. You're going to be able to really set the stage into 2024 to make that a real true go for it type year. If the team continue to take the steps forward that I'm expecting them to take. But they did a great job in this draft, John, of leaning into that value. And I think it's a hard thing for teams to do. You saw John Schneider after day 1, after day 2, he's getting hammered by the local media. John, what about the defensive line? John, when are you going to get the defensive line? John, is it just pure not malpractice that you've not drafted a defensive tackle in the first 2 rounds? It's like, that's where you get these teams going to need, is that pressure is there to go do that. The pressure is there to go do the thing that is unintelligent, that is the thing that causes teams to move into draft failure, not draft success. So I come away from it, John, and saying, I don't care if I agree with every player or I'm super happy as much about this player being picked here. I can see where they trusted the value of their board first and foremost. And if they're doing that, if they're operating intelligently, if they're operating smartly, doesn't equal out that you're definitely going to get a Lombardi if you're being smart and intelligent. There's a lot of smart organizations where things will fail on them, despite the fact that they made the right choices, that they went in the right direction. But you can only control what you can control. And the Seahawks this offseason have controlled the things that they needed to in the right fashion to take this team to the next level into this future. We'll see if it's this year, though, John. That's the one part I'm just not quite sure if they'll quite get there this fast. But I do think long-term, they will absolutely get there. Thank you, though, man, for the $20 donation. I hope you're having a good night, man. It's good to see you in the chat. Fat Daddy Stacks coming down with another $20 donation. Thank you for the double dono, Fat Daddy. I appreciate you on that, man. He says, I didn't notice any gamey taste on the pig, but was grown up as a hunter. So I will take notice if I taste any game in the tenderloin that I will eat soon. I currently have 8 wild pigs next to the cabin that I feed to fatten up. You have 8 wild pigs next to the cabin that I feed to fatten up. Oh, are they roaming wild, Fat Daddy? You can just post it in the comments. You don't have to donate it, but you just got them roaming wild. So you got them like near you. You're just kind of feeding them and eventually you'll get them. That's pretty cool. Don't even need any of the dogs or anything at that point then, huh? Or you got them penned up. Is that what you meant? You got like some wild that you've penned up and you're just feeding them in that way. That's a smart way to do it too. There you don't have to hunt as well. I hear those Hawaiian hunts can be pretty intense. Going out there and trying to track them down. Those Hawaiian pigs don't mess around, They'll get you. They'll get you. But yeah, Fede, you sons of hunters, you guys have grown up, eating cartilage off the kneecaps of small game animal. Nothing is gamey to you guys. It's all a fillet to you. You're like, you feel how smooth it just like melts in your mouth. I'm over there going, I've been with a couple of you hunters out in that way, Fat Daddy. Like, here, no, have some of this lean thing here. This will taste so good. Oh, it's lean? Yeah, it's so lean. Real lean. I do got to try some of that Hawaiian pig, though. It's out in all the luau's. It's a staple dish out there. They've got to have found some techniques and ways to make it delicious. I just come back to the bacon, though. Why isn't there not more of that just pure wild pork bacon that you get out there. It's all got to be that like hammy kind of, gristly thing. Thank you, Fat Daddy. I'm going to try it this time. My God, I promise you, man, I'll try it and tell you what I think. But do let me know about the tenderloin, because that will speak the tale of that pig. Not for sale. Thank you for the $2 donation. Says, sup, B? Jackson Smith and Jigba will be a top 5 slot wide receiver by year 2 IMO. I agree 100%. Not for sale. I mean, I could see him sliding in. This is part of why I like this kid and his returns. This is part of why I like this draft. Is this draft gives you a lot of long-term returns and a lot of immediate returns. Zach Charbonnet is going to get touches next year. He might have 150 touches next year. Jackson Smith and Jigba might get you anywhere from 50 to 70 catches next year operating out of the slot, year 1. You're going to get these returns very quickly from these guys in addition to that long term. I think Devin Witherspoon's going to be a starter day 1 for you out there on the edge, that he will be better than what you have in-house right now. So, yeah, I agree with you, man. I could see it happen absolutely by year 2, if not by year 1 even. I think he's going to be very ready to go in that slot. And with having so much attention dedicated to DK and Tyler on the outside, I mean, he has put in no better position to flourish in this league and no better spot in this league, absent going to a team that has going to a team like McVay and just being featured 100% of the time, getting 130 touches his first year. Thank you, though. Not for sale. The $2 donation, I appreciate you. Fat Daddy, you're awesome as well. Triple double donos. John, thank you, man. Okay, says, what can we do to fix the D-line at this point? I think it does come down to a trade somewhere, okay? There's a couple places to get this done. There's training camp. I don't know if there's a deal to be had right now as we stand. You might have to wait for training camp to happen and teams to kind of figure things out and where they're at a little bit. So there's maybe a training camp deal that you could look to be made. I think that you try to find, a guy that maybe he's not a star level player, but a guy that can give you, a plus player at the position. I mean, if they created some cap space here, Kay, rework a couple of contracts, you go out and you sign a Shelby Harris, maybe you go find another player via trade. We feel a lot better about this defensive line overall. So though it looks it does not look in the greatest of shape right now, and rightfully so. I think a couple of quick little moves and it starts to look a lot better. If you do just those two things right there. And let's remember with this, we do have that second, third round pick in next year's draft as maybe a carrot that we can utilize to throw out there to get that quality player returned back. The key here really is not whether or not we have the draft capital to make the move, Kelly, or whether we have the impetus to want to make the move. It's whether or not we can create the cap space to accommodate another player when we're already sitting on kind of that negative $3 million of de facto space as we sort of stand right now. But that's the shoe that's got to drop here, is we got to figure out what's the move that's going to be made to create the cap space to then allow us to go get that other player. And I don't know that guy and who that player is going to necessarily be as it stands right now, because they haven't dealt with the cap. We still haven't cut anybody. We haven't traded anybody. We've not reworked any other contract. But that's what's going to have to happen for the second thing to happen. But I just don't think they're going to stand right now as it is with where we're at with the depth on that D-line and say, yeah, we're good. We got enough. This is good enough right here. I think there is something more they're going to do. And I think they probably thought, they were going to be able to somehow maybe address a little bit more in the draft than they were able to. And so now they pivot now to the second. Okay, option A didn't work for us. Let's go more. We got Cameron Young. Let's go option B to go get this other guy in here. Tommy says, I wonder with all this speed and depth on offense if we go more up-tempo now. I could see it, Tommy. I could see it. I was wondering a bit the same thing. You saw last year with Geno Smith that there was not a downtick from Russell Wilson to Geno Smith in your utilization of up-tempo. Not necessarily pure hurry up, but just an up-tempo offense. And people were asking a little bit above of how do they decide on what they do? How do you figure out, what to run if you're Waldron, because you have an embarrassment of riches to operate off of. But one thing that could simplify that really quickly is if you were running up tempo and letting Geno just read it on the fly. Geno, are you seeing it too high, or are you seeing the safety come down? Are you seeing press coverage on the outside? Are you seeing the defenders on the edge leaning into the A gap or leaning a little bit wide? And then you can call your play at the line of scrimmage to fit whatever you're seeing against the opposition to go after the weakness of what they're showing on their hand. That's a way to go about it in that up-tempo point. And we know that up-tempo does create in defenses more of a simplification where they can't be as complex as they can when they've got the full ability to flip in and out the personnel groupings to fit a particular play they might want to run against an offense. Well said, though. I think up-tempo is going to... I think it's going to be a part of this team for sure. P Money says the key is to make defense is to play us honestly. That opens up the playbook. That's right. Exactly what I'm saying. Make them play it honestly. If they play it honestly, there's a way to attack that. There's no defense. There's no defensive scheme. There's no defensive coverage. There's no defense at all that exists that has no weaknesses whatsoever. Everyone does. For instance, the Coach Carroll 4-3, cover 3, Legion of Boom defense. What was the weakness of that defense? As we learned here through the back half of the 2010s, right? It was the short dump offs. It was the short passes. It was those teams that could be patient and not force a ball eventually down the field into the teeth of the defense. Every single defense has got a weakness in that way. It's just finding a way to take advantage of it. But what if the Legion of Boom is now the offense and defense is as good at defense as a good defense at minimum? If all the players on offense play at their level, that would be elite. It would be. They've got an upside that can get there, Thomas. I agree. I mean, I absolutely see a top 5 potential offense there. Maybe they even have more of a top end point beyond that. They have star power. They've got depth. They're not just going to be one note, you know. So again, relating back to that McVay team, that great offense of the Rams, I think it was 2019, the one that played the Patriots. I might be off on my year on that. I can't remember if it was 18 or 19. The years just fly by, but I think it was 19. And that was the year that they just ran 11 personnel, 3 wide receivers all year long. That was what they were doing, playing it. Now, you don't have to do it that way. You can come at teams however you want to come at it. You can attack in any which manner that you want to attack with it. And that does give you the potential to be elite, especially as you say, Thomas, if players play up to what their level should be, what you would expect them to be on paper. Hongwu says, I think it's before training camp. We need the cap right. We have a lot of time. I think technically you got to get under it by June 1st, I think, Hongwu. So I think June 1st is the magic time that you got to get inside of it at least. But they could get that done on a restructure. Sean Hines says, Hawks Nest, do I think Alton Robinson makes the team? I think the odds are a little bit long for him, Hongwu. I do. It probably depends on if you're going to choose to carry one more edge at the expense of one less defensive tackle. And if that's the case, that opens it up a little bit. But as it stands right now, you've got Boye Mafe, Uchenna Nwosu, Darrell Taylor, and Derek Hall as your 4 stack. I don't know if they're going to necessarily carry a 5th. And maybe some of that's determined by how good Alton is at this point. Is he healthy and fully recovered? Is he rounding really well as a player and really developing and coming on to the place where he makes it impossible for them to cut him because they're just like, man, he's playing too good. We have to keep this guy on the team. And that's going to depend on how he looks, I think, a little bit more in training camp. But there is a little bit of the outside in thing here a little bit maybe. And some of it just is a bit of the numbers game. If you're talking about him being the 5th guy on the roster as an edge, he's got a good chance of getting there. His only competition is the Tyreek Smith kid out of Ohio State from last year, who's got his own injury situations that he's dealing with. So it may be down to between those two guys as a battle as to who wins or not. But I do think he's a little bit on the outside looking in. Michael Myers says, skeptical range, 10-7. Still think we'll make the playoffs. Congrats on 12K. Thank you, Michael. And I'm glad to actually hear you're in kind of the range. I've had a tiny bit of pushback from some folks as I've said, look, I think we're going to kind of be around the same record we were last year and we'll be a better team. It doesn't mean that I'm down on the team or not thinking the team can maybe even potentially get above that, just on a general prediction point and looking at things, regression to the mean, all that stuff factoring in. But I don't think it's skeptical, Michael. I think it's being kind of just realistic in your outlook a little bit in where we are and understanding of the team of being in year 2 of a rebuild. And that it's not often that a team is in year 2 of a rebuild and they're raising Lombardi trophies in that year too. It tends to take, even in this NFL that goes very fast and you can spin through that turn cycle very quickly, it tends to take at least a little bit longer than that. But thank you as well, and the congrats on the 12K, man. It's been awesome. It was the goal here this year to get over through 15,000 by the end of the year, which would be February, which is our induction date is February. So that's my year point. And we are cruising along. So it's the growth has been amazing this offseason, especially as we've been usually in these periods that I would call, quote unquote, the dead periods of the offseason. But it's been live and it's been vibrant with the Seahawks faithful. It just tells you about how excited the fans are for the team that is coming, but also for where the channel's at. And it's great to see. Fat Daddy Stacks with the $5 donation says, they are totally wild and free range. Even hand feed them. They are very fast to earn trust. I walk right up to them, have pet one after 1 week. Oh, wow. It's got to get hard for you then, though, because then eventually you got to take the gun out there and pick one of them, right? So does like one give you attitude on a day and you're like, oh, buddy, I know which one. I know which one's going next. It's that old cattle thing, you know, like if you get attached to one of the cattle and it's time for the slaughterhouse and you're just like, yeah, gonna be tough. But that's cool, man. You're ahead of the game on that, Fat Daddy. You don't need to have the dogs where it's like, we're going to lose one of the dogs on the hunt to get one of these guys, you know. I know there's some of those Hawaiian guys seem like that where they're like, oh, if dog gets run through, but I get my hog, that's just, that's the way it goes at times. Like, geez. But you got them, you're a bit of ahead of the curve on that one. You know, you just got them walking right outside your place. Just, here we go. You decide you want to eat that night. It's just walk 15 paces out with the gun. It's pretty bad. That's pretty badass. I like that, man. I like that. They're definitely a friendly animal, though. We certainly have, domesticated them to a major degree, even when they're back out to being wild, Fat Daddy. Thank you, though, man, for the donation. You are awesome. Also, a $2 donation on top of that. He says they are growing on me, kind of dog-like. Man, how are you gonna then? You're gonna get to that point, buddy. You're not gonna be able to put them down. I don't know, though. I guess pig does reach such a delicious point where the love that they endear towards you becomes overridden by the pure taste of that smoked pork. It is tasty. What are you going to do, though? Because you're going to get connected, man. You're going to have a little hog farm there eventually. Like, you're not going to be able to take him out. Like, they all got their different personalities, man. I just, 3 Hour, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest, man. Appreciate you coming on aboard and becoming a subscriber of the channel. Michael says, best thing is I'm not stressed watching me play anymore. Football is more fun. Watching me play anymore? Oh, I see what you're saying, Russell. I got that. It is more fun. It's being run more purely. We got to, the games last year were more entertaining. There was less of that clunky where you felt like we're going to have to watch 3 quarters of crap to get to 1 quarter of beauty. It was more of some consistentness going on throughout the course of the game, especially offensively speaking. I agree with you, Michael. It's more fun football to watch this way. It seems more football-like when you're watching these games. And relax, I was stressed watching Wilson last year. Needed that high pick. It was stressful watching him, especially when you started to realize we could be getting to a top 5, top 10 pick. You started getting greedy. You're like, suck. You're like the guys in Spaceballs. Suck. Every week. Hongwu, you don't think the Ravens will be good? I don't know. I think the Ravens will be pretty good, especially holding on to Lamar. Why modern NFL teams behind in score are now encouraged to do the most efficient thing they could, pass more. Teams giving up a record number of 17-point comebacks, even 35. Seattle has the secondary to counter that. They do. And you're right. Teams as much as ever are leaning into the pass. Running game still has its place in this league. But when you're talking about being down like you're talking about, that's a spot that historically, whether it's in this modern era or whether it's in the old era, you get into that position, you've got to lean away from the run. And even more so, I think, today than it was in that older era where you might even started to try to stick with the run a little bit longer. Teams are just kind of almost looking for that excuse to bail on it. They've got their analytic folks talking to them wide to wide saying, hey, it's more efficient to pass than it is to run. Really should pass. I mean, you're already down by points anyways. Just go ahead and pass. Pass some more. Good point. And you've got that secondary now that can match up. Seattle 808 says Rams are going to be better with Donald healthy too. They might. I think they're going to, well, they'll be tougher to deal with, that's for sure. Seattle 808. You can't just mark it down as an instant W. That roster is in a pretty bad state though. I mean, they've taken this down to the studs. They're in their rebuild mode at this point. We'll see where Stafford is from a health standpoint. That definitely will determine a lot about how good or bad they're going to be next year. But as well, where is Aaron Donald at? He's played a lot of football. You know, he's not a young player anymore. He's been in this league for over 10 years now, I believe. So there's not a lot of defensive tackles playing elite. You know, once they're past that year 10 mark at this spot, it's more about now kind of getting them into more of a rotational role. They can still have an effect. They can still be impactful. But are you going to run them out there 60, 70, 75% of the snaps like you might have in their heyday? No, you probably won't. We see this with a little bit with Fletcher Cox right now, who's starting to get older as well. And the Eagles are starting to try to control a little bit more of his snaps in that way. Thet Am says by midseason, the defense could be formidable. The secondary will at least be giving the defensive line more time to get to the quarterback. They will be giving them that. No doubt about that. And it's possible the defense can get to a formidable state. I'll be doing a show a little bit about how they can get to that place, Thet M. But it's going to take a couple things going right for them to pull to that spot. But it's possible. And if you have a team that is offensively giving the defense room for error, if you have a team offensively that's giving the defense leads in games consistently, that's going to lead the way to helping that defense take those steps forward to turning themselves around. I hope you're right on that. It's not many defenses that can go from being one of the league worst in a given year to turning themselves around to becoming formidable. But the talent's there to do so. I will say that, absent maybe the defensive line, the talent is there to do so. Donnie Pearson says that the Hawks Nest, so be it. Those three words are what the word amen means. There we go. I like so be it. I like amen too, though. Ravens won't be horrible or anything. Just different system can be a question mark. Lamar hasn't shown his passing ability on the outside. It's a good point. I think they are trying to go to more, turning him into a little more traditional of a passer within this new offense. We'll see how it works. They're just a team to me that's stacked, so much talent. So much talent. They were a lot better last year once they had Roquan Smith in on that defense. Riverside's got Bradford at right guard. Yep. Sean Hines, do you think Bradford works better next to Cross or Lucas? I think he's a pure right guard, Sean. You can't put him at a left guard. I just don't think he would get absolutely eviscerated by three techs. Because it's the quicker, twitchier, bendier guys from the inside that are going to give him issues. And that's a steady dose of what you're going to get from three techs in this league. So keep him over on that right side where he gets more of the one tech, zero techs. He gets a little more of the double team help in pass pro. I like that a little bit more. Delikey says, I see Mike Morris as the big defensive end opposite Draymond Jones. Cameron Jones is the nose tackle. I think there's definitely sometimes they're going to run that formation, Del. Yeah. Agreed. So you'd have Morris would be your strong side defensive end in the 3-4. Like you said, you'd have then Draymond as your weak side guy. And Cameron is your, main zero tech at that point. Boom Shakalaka, is Jamal Adams on track to play opening day? That's what I'm hearing. So he's going to be out there. Herbicide running back. Did they get rid of their running back? The Vikings? No, I think the Vikings they kept their guy. Dalvin Cook's still there. There were some flirtations with them maybe getting rid of him, but they didn't do it. Abel Gurma, will Pete still be a run heavy with the great receivers we have? No, I tend to think we'll be probably balanced more than anything else, Abel. There was a lot, though, last year where Coach Carroll left really what was his whole process traditionally, where very early on last season, the Seahawks embraced passing the ball more than they ran the ball. From game number 1 with Denver, they were very willing to put the ball in Geno Smith's hands and let him throw at a very high rate. I don't think they're trying to get to a place where they're going to try to pass 55% of the time and run 45% of the time. I think balance is definitely the goal here. But I think you've last year proved that Coach Carroll's willing, and certainly even 2020 proved this. There's times now that Coach Carroll is being willing to expand a little bit beyond where he had been historically speaking, where I'm going to run and I want to run heavy, and we're just going to pass almost at a minimal amount. And when we throw, it's going to be just to take the deep shots down the football field. A lot more of working into the West Coast offense and working off the tenets of the West Coast offense, which is at the first and foremost, is setting up the run by passing first, rather than the traditional approach of setting up the pass by running first. Kay says, do you think Lockett, DK, and JSN can all get to 1,000 yards? I think the only way for that to happen, Kelly, is actually something that would have to do with the other side of the football, being that the defense would have to be pretty bad at that point, where the offense has to just be in that situation where it's like the Detroit game from last year, where they couldn't punt once over the course of that entire game, or Detroit's going to win that football game. So I think that's what that would probably take to get to a point where just those guys have 3,000 yards between them, because if they do at that point, Kay, Geno's probably thrown for near 5,000 yards to get to that spot. I just don't think that they're going to throw enough to get all of those guys to that quite area of things. You'll get probably, to me, DK gets his year where he gets a bit better year than he's had throughout his career. He sets high water marks to me of like 1,300 yards, 10, 11, 12 touchdowns. I then see a guy like Tyler Lockett maybe dip just below 1,000 yards, like 800, while still being really effective. And then you get JSN in that kind of 700 to 800 yard area as well. So cumulatively maybe 400 yards off of 3,000 yards total, right? Not that far off from where you're talking about, but not quite as well on that mark of 1,000 all the way across the line either. Tyler Toucan says no more EU games either. Yeah, Tyler. How about they don't ask the team that has to fly more than any other team in the NFL every single year by a tremendous mark? Don't ask that team to have to then fly halfway across the world mid-season. That might be just a little bit too much, right? That's right where our year started to go a little bit sideways last year, for sure. Hung Woo, Geno's the best quarterback in the NFC at the end of the year. Ooh, bold take by Hung Woo. I like it. Megan says, HawksNest, Cry Me a River, due to being 17 hours ahead of you, what time am I getting up for a 10 a.m. game at? 2 a.m. No, I'm not, Megan. I'm not crying. I'm not decrying me getting up early. It's not that. I just don't like it's the whole thing we go back to, Megan, with this in the playing at your peak performance at 10 in the morning as a professional athlete. And it's all the studies that show that you just don't do that. I know Carroll's done better in recent years of getting ahead on this 10 a.m. time and getting the team prepared for it. But it's more of that I lean into, where I just don't like that you have players that we know aren't able to play at their physical best at a given time in the game, and then they give us 4 or 5 of those games in a given season. That's the part that that's the part I take umbrage with. Ron Chandler says, top villain, always arguing with somebody. Yeah, he gets bristly. He's definitely, he definitely has, some times with it, but everyone's got their style on this, There's room for every kind of style on YouTube. There's room for all of us to eat. There's room for everybody to do what they do. And, work hard at it. You'll be good at it. You'll be successful at it. Sean Hawk says, which teams will get the lucky schedule of multiple Thursday night games? Ooh. Kansas City, Cincinnati. Yeah, we'll go Cincinnati. Philly, San Fran. That'd probably be about it. Maybe a San Diego Buffalo in there. But those would be the main teams. I think your top 4 teams from last year are still going to be very hot items coming into this year. I hope it's not us. Tommy says, all I know is I really love our roster now. We got exciting young players all over the place. Preach, man. Preach, brother. 100%. John Mill's easier triggered than a blue-haired college kid, says Lethal Lance. Oh, goodness. Yeah, I got respect for both content creators. I'm not trying to shade anybody. I'm definitely not trying to get any beefs. Absolutely not. It's hard enough doing these channels without going that route. C. Pimpin says, I don't know Top Billin personally, so I can't comment anything, but the info he puts out, it's spot on. Yeah, I think he works really hard at what he does, and he's had some things that he has been right on over the last over the few years. I think there's also a big Seahawks contingent here that likes both the camps that are kind of beefing on this, which puts them into a bit of a weird territory. I think when it happens on that, this is where I always say again too, it's just you can like multiple different content creators, and everyone's got their different style, and I think that the more that you have that you bring into your realm of kind of taking in, the better. And some guys are going to be for some people, others are going to be not for others. And that's what's great about YouTube is you can find any kind of style that fits to the way you want to take in, the information and be entertained, Maybe get on Billin to discuss the beef. I don't got no beef, Bruce Griffin. It wasn't me with no beef, so I'm beefless in this. I got some beef, but it ain't in this discussion. You know what I mean? So yeah, but it'll settle down. Sometimes people get up in their. Sometimes things get a little hot. Nasir says, I've been looking at Malik Willis. Have any of you seen him yet? Malik Willis? You mean Malik Willis, the Titans quarterback? Oh, Nasir, he'd be great behind Geno. They might take a look at him this year. You're thinking the Titans might be willing to move him because they've got Levis in there now. And that may be a possibility this year. I kind of wonder if they're looking at maybe moving on from Tannehill and then just running with those two guys. But I also think this year they're not, with bringing Drew Lock back, there's not really a place now that they're going to look to get they're not going to run with three quarterbacks, I would say. So you probably just run with Lock and Geno at this point rather than adding a third. Are we being connected to him? Is that what this is? I think, because I'm seeing a couple people mention it. Willis, is there some trade rumors with Willis on this, Nicholas? I mean, if they cut him, I guess I'm okay with it. I wouldn't be against it. I don't want to give up any assets for him, though. That's for sure. I don't trust that kid's upside at all. At all. Mark Harpercorn, thank you for mentioning that, man. Do me a favor, if you guys like what you're listening to here, hit that like button and do please get subscribed up if you haven't already. I would really, really appreciate it. We're going to go for about another 45 minutes here as we're going to be leading in right into the Kraken game. Fat Daddy Stacks, thank you for another $5 donation. I appreciate all the donos tonight, Fat Daddy. He says, when it comes to farming, don't name those you plan to eat. Sure, it's wise to save the ones that can change the culture. Ooh. Oh, I like it. Doing a little overarching godly genetic modification out there on the islands, Fat Daddy. You playing God out there? This hog shall live. This hog shall die. He is going to carry forth the personality I like in these beasts. Yeah, you can't name them, man. It's impossible to name something and then eventually eat it. That goes against all of mankind's, everything we're built by. So yeah, that's wise. That is wise. That's tough though, man. They got those friendly faces too. You got to meet it out of your hand and then eventually be like, yeah, you're going to be dinner here. Just another couple weeks, big guy. I'm going to get you. I got to try some pig though next time I go to Maui. I've always kind of avoided it just because I'm like, it's just going to be that chewy, gristly, gamey. It doesn't help when nobody describes it. Like, how was the luau? It was great. How was the pig? It was a little gamey. Oh, I'm not going to eat that. But it's on all the menus over there. It's like everything's got some pig in it. Pig, boy. Thank you, Fat Daddy. Appreciate the $5 dono. Nicholas Newton. I'm picturing your place, by the way, Fat Daddy, like out in the middle of like one of those like pure jungle areas of Maui. And you've got like one of those shack homes put up out there, just like put right in the middle of the jungle, and these pigs walking up to your place. That's what I see in my mind. Nicholas, thank you for the $5 donation. Says Brandon, thoughts on the trade rumors with Willis? I'm only on board if the Titans cut him. I don't think he's got it. Let me do a quick Google search here, because if these rumors are happening, then they've got to be. I didn't see anything about it before I went live. Let's take a look. Seahawks are hot on Malik Willis trade. According to would be surprised if Malik's a second-year quarterback. Would be surprised if Malik. Yeah, I mean, I see Seahawks Chat Sports has posted something. Are we operating off of that? Because if we're operating on the Chat Sports thing, like, yeah, I'm not seeing anything that actively connects it to the Seahawks here. I'm seeing definitely that Chat Sports posted something on YouTube, but they throw spaghetti up at the wall every day, all the time, sometimes 3 videos a day. It's just pure spaghetti tossing. No, there is nothing that they base anything off of as far as rumors go. And all I'm seeing is just a connection from Chat Sports on this. So I don't think, and thank you for the $5 donation, I just don't think that the Seattle Seahawks are going to be in a position right now to want to carry 3 quarterbacks on the roster. Carrying 3 quarterbacks on the roster is like carrying 4 tight ends, or an additional offensive lineman. It has to then come at the expense of another roster place. And so with feeling as good as you do about Drew Lock in reserve, why bring on that 3rd quarterback? And I understand he's the quarterback of the future at that point, but you'd only really, to me, be making that kind of move if you had locked in Geno Smith and then you weren't paying Drew Lock the money you're paying him. Because if you do bring in Malik Willis on top of that, let's not forget that then that's another $1.5 million, $2 million that we've got to now find in cap space when we're already sitting in a position right now where we don't have cap space. So I can't think of how that adds up to me. I think that this is Chat Sports throwing some stuff out there. Maybe there's some other places this rumor is kind of bearing up out of, but it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I don't trust him, Malik Willis. His tape was really rough. A lot of people tried to draw the comp between him and Anthony Richardson, which was just not a fair comp to Anthony Richardson at all. His mechanics were off. His decision-making is not great. He's a guy that's supposed to be a real mobile guy, but he can't really rely on his legs all that much. He doesn't have a lot of natural skill as a runner with the football necessarily, as evidenced by his 3.2 yard per carry average last year when he did try to run it past the line of scrimmage. I don't see a whole lot there with Malik Willis, but I've been down on him for a very long period of time too. So maybe I just have my built-in biases with him. Nasir says, have you seen the black jerseys? They look clean. I haven't, man. That's stoked. I like the all black jersey. The black jerseys would look tight. Ryan Emmerich says, Brandon, can you make a response video to the beef? Nobody's beefing me, man, Ryan. I don't want to be in the beef, man. That's the antithesis of what I want to do on YouTube. You know what I mean? So I don't even know what I would say with it, Ryan. I'm not going to take sides on this and say, well, this is, I don't even really understand really the issue at play. I really don't, to the degree. I get a little bit of what's going on to somebody here, but that it blew up that fast yesterday and it got so kind of heated a little bit. I was just kind of like, but I don't know if I'd want to try to promulgate it or push it. I'm not a drama guy, you know what I mean? And it seems like the conversation, as much as ever right now where it stands, is a little bit more in that drama kind of phase of things. Yeah, Seattle 808, waste of time. I'm staying out of that. I'm going to stay in my lane. My lane is talking football. What's up, Ethan? It's good to see you in the house, man. Lethal Lance, did you comment? Did he comment his opinion on Dylan Moses yet? Dude looks like he has the pedigree to make the roster. I haven't seen any tape on Dylan Moses yet. I've admittedly, Lethal Lance, I've been just kind of grinding through the prospect videos. And so I'm working through Mike Morris. Then I got Kenny McIntosh. And then I got Cameron Young. And then once I get through those, I'll go back and then really look at these undrafted rookie free agents. But we signed like 27 of them. So I've got a lot of kind of re-looking back at those guys to kind of make some assessments on them, which means there's just a little bit more work to be put into that. Not that I'm complaining, but just I wanted to get the draft videos done first because people are really responding to those. But then I will get onto the UDFAs and start looking at those a lot closer as we go forward. I wish I could kind of work a little bit faster sometimes on those uploads, but they just kind of take the time they take a little bit with me sometimes. I'm a little too much kind of perfectionist about it, I think. What are you going to do? Nasir, I love it, man. I haven't seen the black jerseys, but I'm stoked for it. The black jerseys, the throwbacks, give it to me all. Lethal Lance, I'd like to get it. I think I'm going to get a throwback jersey this year. I think DK would be the one I'd probably get. I'm sorry, Malky. I'm just hearing about the Dylan Moses guy, so I had not heard name Dylan Moses up until you guys mentioned the chat here. But I'll take a look at him. Check with me if you guys can on the next stream, and I'll see if I can take a look at him and do some breakdowns on him. Give him a little bit of a closer look. So looks like you guys are kind of excited by him, though. That's encouraging. Seattle 808 says, Wild Pig is the best, brother. Plus, you're helping keeping the numbers down on the islands. Oh, yeah. No, I know those guys. Hey, look at the Southwest right now, Seattle 808, and how they're wreaking havoc down there. Hell, they're rising up to the north right now. The numbers are getting so crazy down there. So you got to keep those guys in check. They can breathe like 3 times a year or something like that. And I'm more. It just more interests me, the Hawaiian thing, the culture with that there, because I was kind of slow to understand it was even existing there. The hunting for the pigs and the pit bulls that you guys have that are like the jacked up, Jose Canseco pit bulls. You got them Mark McGuire pit bulls. You guys got those pit bulls that got muscles for their muscles, and they're like twice as big as a normal pit bull. Like, what are you doing to these animals? But it sounds like it'd be a pretty incredible experience to go on a wild hunt. Nicholas Noodle, Ski Nation, what's up, man? It's good to see you in the chat. Tommy says, I didn't get to spend much time in Maui, mostly Big Island on my trip, but man, I miss the taro bread. That stuff is great. Yeah, they got their own unique food stuff there. It's good. Fun pieces. I love Maui. Napili's my spot. Napili's my spot as well. That's my area. That's where I go to. It's a good little area. Tommy says, I always wanted Harbaugh to force his players to wear khaki trousers and sweatshirts to the game. That would have been great. I think he would have had a rebellion. Heavy rebellion. Coffee's pretty good there too, Tommy. Different tasting coffee than like your South America blends. Megan says, I'm both a Leafs and Kraken fan, so I get both ends of it. B. Hawks Nest. There you go, Megan. You win out either way this year, maybe. Or you lose out both ways this year, maybe. Nick says, good evening, Brandon and fellow 12s. What's up, Nick? Motive, how you doing? It's good to see you. Motive says, late as always. Was it funny? Was that funny? Motive curious, as Brandon discussed the beef between Top Bill and Stanton. Funny stuff. It's very funny. It got heated quicker. It got heated really quick. I was not expecting that one, just kind of came out of left field, Motive. I'm not in a position of saying this person's right or wrong in this situation. I'm not going to draw any judgment between them. I know that we have a lot of overlap in the audience from some people like billing and me, and some people like all three of us. Some of us just like Stan and me and not top billing. And there's every iteration that's in on this channel on that. And I think that there's room for all of us to eat. I think there's also a level of this with YouTube that, the lay of the land is the lay of the land, and the market realities are the market realities. And if you want to put videos together that draw simply clicks and views and all that stuff, you can do so. And you're going to have some success with that. I think that it's up to every individual creator to decide what type of content they want to create and what do they want to be about and what do they want to accomplish. And I think each individual one of us has a little bit of a different mindset in what we're trying to get done and what we're looking to get through. And that can lead people at odds at times when you have two different places that might not operate from the same kind of standing of things. But I'm definitely not going to be beefing with anybody on my channels. People can try to beef with me, but what you're going to find with me if you try to beef with me is that I'll just ignore you, because I don't care about everybody's opinion of me. I don't care. I got enough love and support off this channel. It's like, go ahead, haters. Haters hate. Hate is hate. Love is love. I don't want to do none of the above. I want to piss on you. He's got that thread rage. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. BT, have you seen the highlights on CJ Johnson? If so, what's your take on him? I have not seen on the CJ Johnson. If that's, I'll write him down here and I'll take a look. And again, sorry on some of the UDFAs, guys. I just, it's the draft videos are taking up a lot of my time just trying to get those done and done right and done well. So once I get through those, I'll definitely be on to the UDFAs, but I'm a little bit slow. Motive, I'm not, and yeah, Motive, I've heard others that have had your experiences in respect of that too. I think that there's, yeah, it's tough territory to get into. These are some of the more sensitive concepts and things that I think content creators deal with, which is why I think this got so heated a little bit, is that these are things that I think are at the forefront a little bit in what they deal with. And that's where a little bit of the frustration comes in, the critiques, and dealing with that. And, you put yourself on display, you're going to get critiqued and hear as much blowback as anybody. And then you get that over time, and that can get you a little bit saucy and spicy and sensitive to criticism. I know I get that place myself at times, where when people push back against my opinion, you got to fight yourself inside a little bit, not to get just to where you show your a-hole a little bit, and where you're like trying to be understanding of the different perspective, and not just in the way of like nodding your head and being like, when do I get to speak? When do I have to stop playing? I just get to jump in, but let me take into account what this person's really saying. But these are the tough places to land. And you guys have seen it here at times, where we're always trying to keep the chat in the place of having good, intelligent discussion and everybody just bouncing ideas off each other. And even when there's debates, that it's healthy debates, it's healthy discussion, and nobody's taking shots. But it's hard to get, as we're seeing in this beef, where things can quickly erode very quickly down to a place of becoming embittered and battling and name calling and this type of stuff, which we're not getting anywhere at that point. BP 1989 says, Matt Landers will make this team. I like this kid. I feel he will challenge Derek Young. I think he's got a really good chance to do so, BP. I do as well. And if I was to make the guess right now as a pecking order, I would say it's to me Landers and Bobo, and then Eskridge and Cody Thompson and any other kind of receiver we have on the back end of this roster right now are going to be beneath those guys. So those are the ones that I think are really going to be competing for that basically last roster spot behind Derek Young, because you're going to carry probably 5 receivers on the roster. But we'll see. Maybe we'll only carry 4 with that too, BP. Maybe we only sit on 4 as it is. But it'll be a good battle, man. Real good battle. Why do I says Tennessee had the best run D in the NFL? Yard per carry worst was New York Giants and Los Angeles Chargers. Philly was 24th. Seattle was 26th. Running doesn't matter mostly. Especially if you've got a team that can play up ahead, I think, to your point. If you can be, then you have an offense that can be almost kind of prolific at times, that can get you around that issue. You know, if you're going to play a game that's going to be oftentimes really tight, or you're an offense that's a little slow to get going, like some of the Russell Wilson offenses could be, well, now it can be kind of a bit of a death knell if it's in that place. So it does depend a little bit what you have on the opposite side. But to your point on this, what we have on the opposite side is something that can get the job done to accommodate that defense in that very way and fashion that you talk about. New Black says, with drafting Witherspoon, I assume Bryant is now a full-time slot corner. Hard prediction here, New Blacks. A little bit tough because you could look at it with that theory, but then you could also look at it like, well, Julian Love's going to be your starting slot. And you're going to have Jamal back as your strong safety. But maybe they have Julian Love as the strong safety and they move Jamal down to a linebacker, which would then mean Kobe Bryant is your starting slot. So I could predict to you where I think this is going to go, but I think it's hard to necessarily lock in that prediction quite yet until we understand what the plan is for Julian Love and for Jamal Adams. He is at the very least your backup there at the slot. If he's not number one, then he's the number two guy to come in there and fill in for you at that point. But I think that he's probably going to bounce between inside, outside a little bit. And I don't know if he'll be a starter in either of them. My instincts on this, New Blacks, is that you sign Julian Love to take at least some of those slot snaps away from Bryant. You feel he'll be a better guy in the slot than Bryant can be. And with drafting Witherspoon, it doesn't seem to be an indication that you have a lot of faith that Bryant's going to be your outside starter in this league, which does match up to, quite frankly, the fact that, he did have a little bit of the shorter arms. That this is why you moved him into the slot in the first place. I think a little bit is that there's some worry there with him on the length side of it that he's not going to be able to hold up. Now, I say this while Witherspoon has just basically about the same arm length as Bryant, but he's just got a different set of skills, of course, than Kobe Bryant does. But it's tough for me on New Blacks. I'd love to give you a more certain prediction on this one, but I find myself just kind of having to see a little bit of how this is going to play out with the whole Adams, Julian Love slot situation. Megan says, the Hawks Nest, not feeling the best, getting nervous about the Kraken, so may dip out and try to calm down. No worries, Megan. We're only going to be going about another half hour or so I'm sure we're going to be okay in that respect of things. Janeth Kumar, thank you for the $5 donation, Janeth. I really do appreciate that. Says, there was absolutely zero reason for top billing to get hard and imply the threat of violence. Amateur stuff. Cheers for staying professional. Oh, well, thank you, Janeth. And I'm definitely trying to choose my words carefully over this territory because I know it's a little bit of a sensitive topic. I will agree with you on that. I don't think that there's any need. I think the top billing had a strong enough argument without having to go to that place of it. If he's trusting that the criticism of bystand is out of line, and I'm not, again, taking a stand either way on this, but just saying that, like, just come back and say, hey, these are the videos that I posted out where I have taken my shots. This is the spots where I have been critical. These are the places that I have, posted this to. And I think that he has a little bit more of an upper hand and kind of coming out there in the way he might look in this argument versus when you go to the violence side of it and threatening in that, and it's just not needed. I understand that it's not, he spoke about it being that's where he's coming up out of his background with it, but violence is a little bit of the same place that I go to as far as when people start doing the name calling stuff in the chat, where if you got to go to name calling, if you got to go to violence, it means you don't really trust the strength of your argument. And I'm not saying that even again, that he didn't have that Top Billin didn't have a, strong argument to be said about certain things. Yes, most of his videos are positive on the Hawks, but he has been willing to be critical at times the Hawks as well on the other side of it. And the lay of the land on this is when you do these content stuff is if you are a content creator that wants to try to lean in that negative side, and you've got to keep the balance there. And there's times to lean a little bit, probably more positive, and that's just, again, the lay of the land, the nature of reality in doing what we do on this. But yeah, we don't have to get to the violence part, and things like this can get amped up as we've seen in the past at times when you start mentioning that stuff a little bit. It starts raising the temperature up when it doesn't need to be. But both of those guys, when it comes down to the end of the day of this, right? Stan's been working at this for a good long 10 years plus, I think, out there at Seahawks Draft Blog. Top Billin, I think, has way over 100,000 subscribers. He's cooking along. Everybody's going to be successful at the end of the day on this. Everybody both these two guys are going to be able to continue to I think I read you got less than 2% or something of YouTube's channels even get over 1,000 subscribers. They're both in a place that at the end of the day, it'll be fine. But right now it's a little bit in that heated area of things. And boy, like I said, I feel like where's my Anchorman meme, where he's sitting back drinking the beer and he's like, boy, that escalated quickly. Rick, where did you get a trident? Like, Rob, where'd you get that trident? Top billing, you might want to lay low for a while. Oh man. But me, no beef. I love everybody. Peace on earth. Garth Knight in the house. What's up, Garth? Craig's up, man. Garth, check it out, man. Got the Craig up. Thank you for the $5 donation. He says, love seeing number 17 on the wall. Hey, what do you think of that center by the last name Andrews that the Hawks were supposedly interested in per Brady Anderson? I didn't. Stood in Andrews, center, Brady Henderson. Let me go to Brady Henderson's Twitter here. Hold on. Was it a couple days ago there, Garth? I'm not getting anything coming up for Andrews. I guess this would be the Patriots looking at, and what I'm looking up right now is whether or not it's David Andrews. Okay. So maybe that's where that's coming from, I guess. Nothing was coming up for Brady Anderson for me that I was looking at, but maybe he's intimating a little bit here that the Seahawks would look at Andrews if he was going to be cut by the Patriots. The Patriots last year took Cole Strange, a center, in the first round, and then this past draft, they took another guy by the name of Andrews out of Troy. So I'm thinking you're meaning that, but I'm sorry, I'm not seeing anything mentioned from Brady Henderson's mentions in here about Andrews on this, but it is very likely at that point that the Patriots could look to move on from Andrews because Cole Strange is playing left guard right now. That's not his natural position. So then moving him to center, say nothing of the Andrews kid you drafted out of Troy. And Andrews, I think, would be a pretty good fit for the Hawks. If I'm not mistaken, he is a mobile-based center, Garth. So you want to get a guy that can move. You want a veteran guy in there that can get the job done and get a hedge in there now for, if Oluwatimi's not quite ready and getting a guy that is ready to go and absolutely can pick up this offense stem to stern very quickly at that point, then this is where you get that guy. So it wouldn't cost you a lot. He would be cheap. Thing we come back to on any of these additions, Garth, is that you're sitting on right now, if we were to spend all of the money that we have to spend on our rookies that we have to put under contract, because they're starting to bring in these rookies right now on their deals. Mike Morris just got signed, I think, today. It's going to be that you're at about negative $3 million of functional cap room. And if that's the case, then who are you going to use? Who are you going to clear out? Who's going to be the person that we got to move off of, or restructure at that point? And if you're talking about now accommodating a guy like Andrews on top of that, that's probably going to cost you $3 million, even on a 1-year deal. Where is that now extra $3 million going to come from? And they're right up against that ceiling right now. And there's not a lot of deals that they can have to go be made in order to just trim a bunch of salary off in order to free themselves up. They've made those moves. They've cut all the defensive linemen they have to cut. They've cut all the people that there is to do anything with. So they're going to have to get kind of creative with this one, Garth. And I'm not sure that there's a straightforward place that stands out to me in how they do it. But I wouldn't mind seeing it. I do like Andrews as a player. I do think that he could slide in here and be an improvement over what we've had. And I do like him better than Evan Brown, I think, as a player, if we're talking about him at center, if Oluwatimi isn't ready to go day one. But he is still on the Patriots, so he has not been released as of yet, Garth. But I was just Googling it. There is a lot of chatter about Andrews being released, as many of the Patriots fans are just kind of looking at the writing on the wall with that, with Cole Strange and then the Andrews kid that they took out of Troy this past year. IO, thank you for subscribing to the channel, IO. Appreciate you joining up here on the Hawks Nest. As we just did round 12,000 subscribers, shot right past it. Feels good. Feels real good. And we are right on mark, right on line to get that 15,000 subscribers by the end of the year, which was the goal. And we're going to blow that one right out of the water by the looks of things and how this year has started out. Fun P, thank you for the $5 donation. Fun P, I really appreciate it. The double dono today says, I like all the Hawks coverage I can get, but you stand above all with your long live stream answering everyone's question. Top shelf stuff, Brandon. Well, thank you, man. I really do appreciate it. I will say with it, it's something that people give me credit for on that with Fun P, but it's something that, really shouldn't take a lot of credit. It's the credit lies in the chat, in the questions, in the comments, and the thought process that exists on my channel here, where, if you guys didn't have me laughing and thinking and considering different positions than I had thought about, or different angles that I hadn't thought about. But every time I do a live stream show, I come out of this with a big, deep bag of things to think about and turn over in my head that I wasn't aware of prior. And I just come back thinking that in doing that and having these interactions as I do, as much as I do just love it on the surface of it, I do feel like it also makes me come out the other end of this better educated on this team. And I understand a little bit more completely the nature of this team, where it's going, what it is, and what to kind of expect on it. So I appreciate you, man. I love this. As I say it once, I'll say it a million times. It's my favorite thing to do in the world, and it's because of you guys. It's because of these interactions. And the streams go by fast. We've been doing 3 hours today, and I swear to God, it feels like I've done 15 minutes. It's the strangest thing. There's nothing like that I've ever encountered in my life where you go. You guys probably have some kind of activity you've done in life. For some of you, maybe it's I go out fishing. It's 5 a.m. I cast my first line. I reel it back in, and all of a sudden it's midday. And you go, man, it's because you're doing something you love, and you're just lost in it completely. And it means that time doesn't exist anymore. You're absent. You're outside of time and space. It's a type of nirvana for me in that respect of things. Fun P. Thank you, though, man. Appreciate the dono and all the support to the channel. Why do I? Yep, love is the nickel cornerback. I think that's right. PT says, can you and Brendan do an episode on cap space only? I'll check with him and see if he's open to that, PT. We're doing the show this week on the schedule, but maybe next week's show, we're looking kind of for the B&B shows we're going to kind of be covering here into the future of this May, June kind of a dead season of football a little bit that goes on. So I'll bring it up to him as an option, see if he's down for it for sure. Fun pieces. Tyreek Smith is friends with JSN, so that could help him. Maybe that'll help him out. James Valvis, I completely agree with you, Brandon. As I've said, we're 2 years away. I think we'll be markedly better this season, and we'll only win 6 to 7 games, but trust the process. We'll get there. It's beautifully put, James. And that's where this place comes from. It might sound like from people that I'm being a little down on the team if I don't say this is a 12-13 win team this year. It might sound like I'm in that place, but I'm really not. And it's as much to get out ahead of those folks that if we don't get the returns this year of being an 11 or 12 win team, you all know there's going to be a lot of Seahawks fans out there that they have their expectations set to that having to be the place that we should be at. And I just don't think their expectation level is quite calibrated right in that realm. And so it's going to be as much to say when it does happen, if it goes down that way, to say, look, I told you guys this was going to be a little bit of the way that this would go this given year. But to James' point on this, the team is on the right track. They're making smart decisions. They're setting their future up to have that ultimate success. And that's the part to applaud. That's the part to trust. I didn't trust the process as much in the prior years in recent past. You're talking about 2019, 20, whatever, because you weren't making as smart decisions down the line. Your drafting was wonky. The way you spent money was wonky. How you were putting the team together was wonky. You couldn't see how the clear, cogent, comprehensive plan all fully worked together. What is the vision here? It kind of seemed like you had too many chiefs, not enough Indians, too many cooks too many cooks, too many chefs, not enough cooks, whatever you want to call it. Use whatever, metaphor you want to apply here. But now it seems like you've got an organization that really is moving with a little bit more of that single-minded approach, is getting back to the designs by which that brought them that success 10 years prior. And to me, That gives me a lot of confidence for them moving into the future. But we've got to be patient with it, I think, James. We've got to understand the nature of the fact this team just turned over its whole roster over the last couple of years. Absent 5, 6, 7 players, everything else is getting turned over. And in that process within the NFL, that means even in the NFL where things move very fast, you got to give it a little bit of time to fully bake out. Don't pull it out of the oven too early. It's going to taste weird. It's going to taste not good. Let that thing cook all the way through. Anyone see the dual survivors of the caught a pig and ate in Hawaii? Oh, I didn't see that one. Yeah, if they caught a pig on a reality show, I'm guessing they had the pig like the scene in Jurassic Park where they give the sheep to the T-Rex so that people can see the T-Rex. That's what it is. They peg the pig down 5 feet from them. And they're like, okay, go over there and we'll just angle it so you can't see the peg. Fun pieces. Seahawksnest, does Cameron Young remind you of any former Seahawks? Yeah. He's got a body style that looks like the kid that we got out of North Carolina a couple years ago. Who was that defensive tackle? Nazir Jones. He reminds me of Nazir Jones, that game-wrecking force. I'm not high on him, Fun. I love this draft. I'm happy with every one of these picks in this draft, just about. He's the one that I would say, absent maybe one, he'd be probably the one that I'd point to and go, I'm kind of holding my nose at that pick. I feel like that was the one pick where Schneider had so much pressure on him to go get a defensive tackle. He had day one where the media is hounding him about not getting a defensive tackle. He's got day two where the media is hounding him about not getting a defensive tackle. And it was almost like by day three, he was like, here, you happy? You happy now? Yeah. Ryan Emmerich, how many games you give Adams before he goes down with an injury? 10. We'll get 10 good games out of him, Ryan. I don't know. It's a hard prediction. It's a little random on that one. You know, he's got a lot to overcome at this point. He's had a variety of different injuries. The fused fingers aren't getting better anytime soon. We'll just have to see how it plays out. You know, I think if they had been in a situation this offseason to offload him and truly save a lot of money by doing so, Ryan, the team probably would have. But some of this is a little bit of them being married to the money, and that we got to go through one more year of this at least. Let's hope he can get right in that year. But I love the balance. I love the balance offense. Keep running the defense, especially guessing. Keeps the defense guessing, especially with the stud running backs we got. You're right, Fun. You can't lean towards any part of this offense anymore. You got to play it legit. Samuel J. Forsythe says Seattle's offense will be top 5 in the NFL. No doubt. That's just this year. Next year, it'll be number 1. I love the confidence, Samuel, and I could absolutely see the same type of projection to the team in that offense and the way where it goes. That is what they're building up here. No doubt. Lethal Lance, if it ain't the top 3 offense, it's Geno's fault. Well, you could certainly make the argument, Lethal, that no quarterback in this league has more to work with than Geno Smith. He is absolutely the jealous apple of many a quarterback's eye in this league that's like, oh, you get a line, you get your tight ends. How about 3 of them, Geno? Here, take 3. Take 3 legitimate ones. And, oh, you want a running back? Yeah, I want a running back. How about 4 of them? Hey, give them 4. And, oh, they have a couple receivers on the outside. And here's a slot maestro. Woo! I'm Geno Smith. I get all the stuff to work with. Whoopity-doo. So, there's those quarterbacks in the leagues that are especially one man that resides in Denver that is certainly looking at him with steam coming out of their ears, where they've got to beg for one receiver and he's got all that to work with. So I could understand that mindset on it. DVN says KJ Wright has a really entertaining YouTube. He really does, DVN. I'd like if you folks reach out to KJ on Twitter and say, come on to the Hawks Nest. Oh, Hawks Nest. We'll get him some subs. We'll get him hooked up over there. And I'm going to try to reach out to him again and get him over here. I'd love to get some more interviews with some Seahawks players this offseason. Those guys are just, they get a little dodgy, man. They get a little like, can't get them out of the shadows. You know what I mean? Can't get them out of the shadows. Deron Everest, when was it last year that Brandon was saying that Geno Smith might be surprise everyone and turn out to be a good quarterback? I think I was saying it kind of through most of the summer. If you want the technical place of where I posted the video. So I posted the Doubters Beware video of Geno Smith. And I posted that. When did I post that? So that was July 23rd. That post. That was kind of deep into the summer when I think I had been talking about it before then, Deron. So I thought I probably had been talking about it in June on the live stream shows, but I was getting so much pushback. I was like, I'm gonna do a video on this because I want to have this on the record. I want people to understand that Geno's got some support for me on this one. So it was, but that was the 23rd was when I put the Doubters Beware. Don't be surprised if he has a good year. Don't be surprised. Duran says, I love the JSN and Zach Charbonnet picks. They will make instant improvements to the offense. Absolutely, Duran. Part of what I like about this draft is you get some of the instantaneous returns along with the long-term returns. You know, the floor with the ceiling. And sometimes you have to make your pick between one of those two things when you're drafting players. Daniel W. says, Malik Willis's false offseason talk makes no sense. Drew Lock is better and not much older. And by the way, by the time Willis might be good enough, his rookie deal will be over. Amen. 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 Moto says, I'm real curious on how the Seahawks will distribute the ball. A lot of good runners and catchers. Got to keep them all happy. I'm guessing that will be a challenging task. What they call that is first world problems, Motive, you know, and it will be a challenging task, but it's one that I think that you have a capable of being able to pull off at the same point in time. Because if you're winning games, I think you've got players here that have shown themselves, including guys like DK and Tyler, that are not necessarily guys about numbers. They're guys about trying to go out there and win and do whatever it takes to win. And so I think you're going to find your way to get the touches and the catches and all that stuff in there. I think the running back situation, for instance, somebody's probably going to get an injury at some point. You'll need your fill-in like a Charbonnet to go in there and fill in, at least for a little bit of a given spell, and that thing will kind of settle itself out. But it's a fantastic problem to have. You know, that's the bottom line. Much better to be in this place than to be like, well, we got to get 170% out of our number one receiver, and we got to get 150% out of our running back. Kind of like I'm sure the Raiders are looking at with Devontae Adams and Josh Jacobs this upcoming year. Too many running backs named Jacobs. Yeah, Nick Guzman, I don't want to give up anything for Willis. He didn't look good last year. Didn't like him coming out of college. No. DVN, literally, it's in the title. It's just chatter. Exactly. Crack and play in about 10 minutes, Ryan, I believe. Nick says, Top Billing made a video about it today earlier, Brandon. That's what I was talking about earlier. Oh, my bad. I made a comment that I wouldn't give up anything, and Top Billing responded. I see. What a strange rumor, huh? Megan says Chat Sports are bored and writing for crap for clicks. They are the ultimate clickbait, folks. That's the clickbait Chat Sports, what they really call it. Deron, I think the stats will be like DK 90 catches, Lockett 90 catches, JSN 45, K9 1100 yards, Zach 700 yards. That sounds about right to me, Deron. That sounds just about right on the button to me. I could see that. And by the top of the hate Seahawks fans, I used to follow him for years. He deleted all his posts about how much Seahawks fans make him sick. He only does it for the money. Don't ever give Top Hill money 100%. I've definitely seen that opinion, Young Bido, from some other folks as well with it, you know, that are out there with it. And, you know, it's There's a lot of people love him. This is the nature of the beast out there, YouTube, where it's just, there's people that draw passionate feeling on one way or another on certain players and people with that, but I do have some suspicion to believe that there's maybe some of that in there with it, young Bido. And that's what's maybe going on. Duran says, funny how a lot of us watch all the same channels. Yeah, that's kind of what these two guys beefing with each other. I'm like, you guys, Max out. It's hard enough to get people to sub up your channels and everything else. Why go after somebody that your audience loves on the other aspect of it, and you put them in a position of picking me or him? I just don't feel like that's. Again, I'm trying to stay out of this though. I'm not doing a good job with it probably. Sticking in the middle ground. Aaron Donald, who cares? YouTube drama is a waste of time. I agree. Well said. Kevin Sorbo. Oh, Kevin, that's awesome. Christian Collins, what's your favorite pick from the draft? Christian, I know this puts me out a little bit on a limb, and this is probably not going to be an answer you get from any other Seahawks fan, but I loved the pick of Oluwatimi. I get a guy that I believe is you're able to get as a starter from day one. You get a guy now at the center position who starts day one for you, who maybe all 4 years of his first contract is going to be starting for you, which is going to be tremendous value and cheap value that you have to spend on the offensive line. Now you'll eventually have 3 rookies even in next year that you're all paying on their rookie deals at that point. That's a very nice benefit to have in your back pocket. I love him as a schematic fit. I think he's going to be a pure fit to this Waldron scheme, and the things that it's going to ask him to do is just what his skill set provides. And to get that in the 5th round, to get the value there in the 5th round on a player like that, I just love that value for it. Witherspoon was going to be a top pick in that spot no matter what. JSN was going to go in the 1st round kind of no matter what. But allowing to have the Stones to kind of wait along a little bit from the Seahawks standpoint, to not reach on that guy in the 4th round, to know, hey, we can get him in the 5th round. We can wait on this guy to get him around over into this spot. I love the value of the pick. I love him as a player. I don't know if he's got star top end potential, but I just feel very much in that safe realm, a little bit like I did with Creed Humphrey, where I never knew Creed Humphrey was going to get to a place of being a star, but I did think that Creed Humphrey could get a place where he could start immediately for you and be at least league level average of play immediately for you. And I think the same thing with Oluwatimi, that I don't know if he can get to the top end point of being a real upside player, but a guy that can immediately come in and play for you and play really well and fit perfectly to the movement-based requirements of this scheme. I feel really good about that. Next is, if the defense is just simply mediocre, I confidently will say we should be able to outscore basically anybody. I could see it too. I mean, you're talking about getting to even a mediocre stage. I'd say mediocre be 15, and 15, 18, 19 even, if that's where your general rank is at, Nick, that's still a big jump from what you were last year. So if the defense takes that big kind of leap, and then the offense takes even a moderate leap forward from what they were last year, just maybe remaining more consistent from what they were in the first 12 games, carrying that through the total full schedule, that should equal out to a team that is a better team across the board. Yeah. Seattle 8, plus maybe he finds he makes more money on videos where he's more animated. Yeah, I think that's also the truth here, Seattle 8. I mean, there's got to be something that's built into this little bit of the nature of the YouTube is the nature of YouTube. It's like getting mad at TikTok videos for, keeping you within 2 minutes. It's like you got to fit within the nature of the realm of what this medium is. And it's an ever-changing medium. And it's a medium that is going to reward people for certain things and not reward other people for other things. And you got to find how to get that spot. It depends on what drives you. Are you driven by just give me as many subs as I possibly can get? Is it that I want to produce content that's coming at this from a certain angle and makes people think? I mean, we all have kind of different things I think we're trying to all accomplish through. And there aren't any bad answers here. What makes you successful is what makes you successful, It's part of why I often say YouTube in a lot of ways, in certain respects, it's almost like one of the last little bastions of entrepreneurial places you can go, with how many places become closed down and how many obstacles there is to go over the top of it. It is truly kind of free market out here on this thing and this platform. Nicholas says, it's definitely hard to watch some channels and keep mouth shut because of things you see other people say. I just try to keep my mouth shut. So I operate from the same place. The old thing, if you don't have anything good to say, just don't say anything at all, and just stick on your point of it. Though I certainly break that rule often still as of yet. Drew Blanick says, Billing was really going to fly to England to see Rob. Well, he didn't say that, but it was like, it was getting into that come see about me thing, bop, bop. It just went 0 to 100 real quick. It went from you create clickbait to like, I'm going to beat your butt. Like, whoa. Woo. It's all good though. Both those guys will probably benefit at the end of the day. They'll get their clicks from it and some more subs from it, and everybody will benefit when it all gets said and done. I knew I was going to be asked about it today though. I'm not going to say that was the reason that I didn't stream yesterday, but that might have been a little bit of the reason. I knew people were going to be like asking a ton about it. Motor says, man, we can see them on YouTube in a celebrity boxing match. Any bets? Oh no, man. Murph looks pretty, like a pretty big boy. I don't know if I want to mess with him. Deadly says, I read the same thing about the center the Hawks are interested in. That might be Andrews then. Motive says, Brandon, Pumpkin sure gets a lot of sleep. I think she enjoys Brandon's calming voice. She does, absolutely. She has to hear so much of it, But yeah, I think it eventually does just put her to sleep. But she's a good girl. Yes, you are. Yeah. Give me a good lion roar. Give us a lion roar here. She's a happy girl. Look at that face. Look at how happy she is. Very contented cat. Tommy says, Jake Andrews is the center Pats I think the guy we had on visit. Okay. I didn't know he was released. I was just looking for the article. It looked like he was rumored to be released, but I guess he just got released maybe. Interesting. I like him though. That's certainly a guy that would be that veteran guy, a little bit like what you had last year, but you actually have a guy with some talent still there to him. Kay says, John Boyle made an inside the draft room like last season. He did, Kay? I can't wait to read that article. Last year was like full of a bunch of just nice little nuggets. So I hope they let him do that again. That'd be great. Megan says, OB, I have another question for you, and it's nothing to do with Jimmy Zorn and Dave Craig. I was to leave the stream. How many 12s in this chat would miss me? I think you'd have a lot of folks that would miss you if you left the stream, Megan. Your missed presence here would be felt. Austin Martin says, who would you put your money on in a cage fight between Rob and Top Billin? I need to see the tail of the tape, Austin. For every boxing match, we get the tail of the tape. I need some reach. I need some weight. I need to understand where, we got to bring in all the factors here, right? Can't make those guesses blind. Especially when I don't have any fight footage of either of them to go off of. Nick says the team is fundamentally better, especially on offense. Combine that with the NFC being the weakest it's been in years. Anything under 10 wins to me is a disappointment. I hear where you're coming from, Nick. I wouldn't be I wouldn't be a place of complete disappointment if you get under 10 wins. If you're 9 or 8 wins this year, you certainly are a little underwhelmed from what we've seen from it. But I do think some of the impact comes into play, Nick, is I do think the schedule is going to be mightily more tougher this year, where you could be an improved, better team, but the schedule is just so much more tougher than it was last year. That in itself is something that kind of have to overcome a little bit more so than you had to overcome last year. The injury thing is the other thing I wonder about, Nick, where is there a regression to the mean historically with where we've been at from an injury standpoint? But if those two things can take care of themselves, then there's no reason to believe they can't get a few more wins than that at that point. Martin says, Bill, an argument with me once because I said the Hawks should draft Richardson on one of his videos. Dude went off laughing out loud. There's been a few stories I've had of that, that I've heard like yours that you dealt with on that, Martin, where it's like, geez, dude, where there's a little touchiness there. A little touchiness. Seattle, wait, I'm dying B. Hella funny like Jurassic Park. Such a cold scene. They even put the goat out there, and like Spielberg was so cold-blooded with it. They don't just show they even get the little like, the little like innocent, noise they make. just so that when the T-Rex comes down to bite it, just to really lock that in. Tommy says, John said this about Cam Young. He described him as having heavy hands. Once he gets your hands on you, you're done. I don't know. That was a big thing, like arm length for them. But maybe it is. Arm length is something that the team has definitely led into when it comes to defensive linemen. That's something that they definitely favor in their defensive linemen, historically speaking. They've kind of favored it in other positions as well. I think for the most part, receiver arm length has been something that matters, that they don't tend to be looking at guys that are under 32-inch long arms with receivers. And the same thing is true, I think, with cornerbacks. But Tommy, the last guy video I'm going to do as a breakdown on the draft coverage is going to be Cam Young. I'm going to go back down through and look at some of the tape on him to see if I see more of the evidence of what John Schneider described in his game. I even flicked on another game the other night that I was watching of his to just be like, okay, let's see here. What was I missing on this? Let me re-lock back in on this guy. And it was still more of kind of the same, where I just was still kind of missing it as far as what he was and, what drew them to him late in the fourth round like they were drawn. Martin says, it's nice. I'm maybe back in Pacific Northwest in a few years, probably. I'm from Spokane, like Brandon. Beautiful place, man. It's just about to get so nice here. I can't wait. Jared Johnson, hey B, do you play golf? If so, let me know when you come back to Maui, and I would love to golf with you and talk some Hawks. Well, I'm definitely down, Jared, to go and meet up a bar, get a drink or something like that. I had to give up golfing. I started out doing it when I was younger, quite a bit. And I got a pretty good swing, actually. I can drive it pretty far. I'm not accurate about where it's going to go. So it might be 3 fairways over where that slice ends up, because I got a mean slice. But I just kind of realized about golf, Jared, and you can certainly attest to this, is if you're going to play it, you've got to commit to really practicing to get better. And if you're just one of those guys that gets out on that course every once in a while, it ain't going to work. And that's what happened with me, where I would just get to that spot where it would frustrate me. And then I would just decide by like hole 13, let's just drink, let's just put the cart girl out of business today for the day with the beers, and let's see what happens from there, and then it becomes about flipping a card and just becomes less about the golf game at that point and just getting into shenanigans. So it doesn't quite keep my attention span, I get checked out too much. I don't know why. Maybe now that I gotten older, I should try it again, Jared. But yeah, you got to practice with it if you're going to get good with it, man. You just pick up that club once every few times a year. You're going to be, tough shape. Megan says, beef with B and you will be booted with no excuses, the Hawks Nest. That's right. Moda says, I watch a lot of channels for knowledge and entertainment, so I can enjoy some of this as it's entertainment and interesting. I'm also a no beef guy. I can watch and laugh. Oh yeah, not do it. I mean, that's what it is at the end of the day. Just it's entertaining. it is content for both these guys on that. And neither, I think, at the end of the day is going to be worse for the wear when it's all, said and done on this. But a little bit of racing some pulses, I guess. The Power of Myth, the top villain, says, your next Hawks Nest. Watch out. I'm ducking, man. I'm ducking. I'm not trying to catch no strays over here. I'm not trying to catch no shrapnel over here. I'm standing 10 feet to the side. 10 feet to the side. Get out of that blast radius. Whitey Wise says, I've looked at Murph's video. He's never done the Hawks. I found one from 2 years ago, and the next one is 180 from that. Rob is not really wrong, really. No, he's done positive videos. He is. My thing was, I don't think Rob's point's necessarily out of line in general, and that there is a lot of videos out there created of folks that aren't necessarily Hawk fans that are definitely just going to create positive videos because they know it's going to draw clicks and everything else. But that just, that's the nature of the beast of YouTube. It's an ever developing platform with audiences that are going to be ascribed a certain way. And, it's like, that's the way the wind blows, and you get mad at the way the wind blows or go with the wind, a little bit. So I get the criticism on that a little bit. And I think where Rob's coming from in really his big point, which is the spot, if I was to talk to Hawk fans and say, here's the spot that's really the most important point, is not about Murph or Stan, who's wrong or who's right or who's getting dunked on or who's not getting dunked on or anything. It's more about, criticism of the team. And if you hear a content creator that does speak to criticizing the team a little bit, and even if it's something that you do disagree with, the understanding that, they have to be doing it a lot of times from a place of being honest, because there is such that blowback to get into more of a negative stance at times. And that you have to be aware of that sensitivity a little bit. Mr. Dog, do we make any more moves before the season? I think you got at least one more move you're making as far as some kind of trade before. This feels like a year, Mr. Dog, you make a move at the end of training camp, kind of like the Sheldon Richardson year, kind of like the Jadeveon year, kind of like the Jamal Adams year, where you just sort of top the tank off right at the end of training camp. It's either that or right at the trade deadline, but I think there's still going to be another move to made or another two moves to be made along that defensive line. I don't think that they're quite done. AI says Geno took less money to get all that too. Indeed he did. This is the benefits of taking that less money, is you can build and put together a stacked offense on the back end of that. Great point. Nick says, I wonder if Russ was sitting there watching the draft with his fist clenched, knowing he never had an offense this stacked. Probably. And you know what? He probably had also the disconnect in his own mind about the fact that, part of the reason we can't build this type of offense up is because of the fact you are taking the kind of money you are taking. Because there's a lot different of a deal if you want to look at between the deals that Russell Wilson wanted to sign here in Seattle and the deals that he expected versus the money that Geno took last year in his contract. There's a big difference in the cost and what it costs in the books to make those two deals run. Tribe says, hate to admit it, but thought the Cards and Rams had good drafts too. I thought the Cards did a great job, Tribe. I think they were absolutely solid. The Rams were okay. There was a little more hit and miss for me with the Rams in their draft. A couple I liked, a couple I was just kind of like, eh. They always got a couple of kind of no-name small college guys that you feel like they're just trying to take big swings on. But I thought the Cardinals was a solid draft all the way around. He actually says it feels silly for 40-year-olds to have this inflated egos. That's the reason why Perna and Grossi are the best. Yeah, agreed. Yeah. It's that old axiom too, Akshay, right? Take what you do seriously, don't take yourself seriously. And that's something that we all got to remind ourselves of when we're doing this type of stuff. I was thinking of moving to Hawaii, but then I saw the highest point's like 300 feet. Not good, Seattle 808 for those big Those big waves or tsunamis, huh? I could see that. If you're an off-road guy, yeah, there's no off-roading over there. Megan, I can't wait to move to Seattle when my nephew's a little older. Too much holding me back here. I know you're going to love it, Megan. Love it. Julian Garcia, Zach Charbonnet comp. I love this question, Julian. So this has been a comp that's been ever developing for me. I started out watching him and I said, I thought on the tape I was looking at a guy that was 6'2". And so I was going, man, he runs with this upright running style, reminds me a lot, but he's still very powerful in his upright running style. And it reminded me of Steven Jackson. So my initial comp was Steven Jackson minus 2 inches and 20 pounds. But then when he gets to the combine, he's actually about 4 inches shorter than Steven Jackson and probably about 25, 30 pounds lighter than Steven Jackson. So that comp didn't really work. I then went to a Nick Chubb and I went, well, Nick Chubb, that seems like the closest comp, but it still felt a little bit lazy to me, Julian. I finally have landed at this one, which is Chip Kelly brought this comp up, and I think it's a fantastic comp, and that's Matt Forte, a very, very good running back, a guy who produced a lot of all-around yards in this league for the Chicago Bears. I think that there's some very much similarities between Zach Charbonnet and Forte. It's like a little bit of a combination of Forte and Nick Chubb. Nick, sorry, you're ZZ makes more videos about the Seahawks than his own Eagles team. Well, Seahawks fans are engaged, man. We're as engaged online as any fan base out there that you'll find, in my opinion. I just think that's the nature. Maybe it's our tech-savvy nature to being in the Pacific Northwest. But for the majority of the fans, I know there's a lot that are outside of that area, but I just think that we happen to be a very connected fan base in that way. I'd offer that's part of what makes us unique and as special as we are as a fan base, is that we do care so much and that there is so many people that have their finger on the pulse of the team at all times. Tom Eaton says, Zach Charbonnet, I think people were comparing him to A.J. Dillon, I guess, but I could see that. But to me, he's more versatile. He's so much of a better player than A.J. Dillon is. And it's just, that's one of those comps to me that I just shake my head at. I'm just like, no, he runs stronger than A.J. Dillon. A.J. Dillon's a big guy. He looks like Tarzan, plays like Jane. And I just don't think he runs anywhere near as physical for his build and his size of what people thought, what the Packers thought they were getting out of Boston College with AJ when they made him a second-round pick. Charbonnet's way more explosive. He's got way more open field moves. He's got way better vision. He's better as a pass catcher. He's better as a blocker. Charbonnet is, I think, a superior prospect than Dillon. Dillon should have been more of a 4th, 5th round type of running back and got way, way overdrafted by the Packers. Megan says, okay, Hawks Nest, I'm out for the Kraken. Understand that. Definitely got the Kraken rolling now. AI says, McIntosh in the 7th is a steal as well. Crazy. Our running back room is good. It could be one of the best. We'll know by midseason. We will, AI, and you're right. McIntosh is a steal. I'm really looking forward to. I'm doing the Mike Morris video right now for my draft video, and then I'm going to be doing McIntosh. But I really do like him as a player. I love I love what he's going to offer here, especially as the 4th running back on this roster. He's going to be able to give you some receiver snaps in addition to some running back snaps. He's going to help to give us some insurance AI for the fly sweep bubble screen game that's been missing at times from their offense. But an absolute wonderful steal to go get that guy in the 7th round. Chronos 1009 says, Brady Henderson posted an inside look of the Hawks draft room is where the Andrews question came from. Oh, my bad on that, Chronos. Well, I'll go take a look at the article on that. But it makes sense why the Hawks would be connected to Andrews. It makes sense why they would want to look at bringing him in. And I'm glad they are considering that. Addicted Hawks, Brandon, what's your percentage 0 to 100% to estimate the upgrade of Oluwatimi Brown and Bradford Hayes versus the 22 Blythe and Gabe Jackson? So I feel very strongly that you're going to have an upgrade over the center position, which I think was kind of lacking all the way around last year. Absent that guy being a fit for us schematically and what he did, he just wasn't a good player overall. So I do feel like you're getting better at the position by probably about 15 to 20% minimum at the center position, whether it's Oluwatimi or Brown. When it comes to the improvements at the guard position, I think that's maybe a little bit more moderate. When you had Phil Haynes in there playing over the top of Gabe Jackson last year, he was basically 8% better, 10% better as an overall player than Gabe Jackson. It's pretty much where he lined in at. So if he was to play all the time, he gives you about 8% better than what you got at Jackson last year, but that's still going to be a little bit below league average because of how bad Gabe Jackson played last year. Is Bradford ready to roll year one and step in there with some of the holes that he has in his particular game? I just don't think he's going to overtake a guy like Haynes, who's going now into his fourth year, who's going to be kind of just, I think, ready to roll. So I think you get 20 to 25% better at the center position, and I think you get around probably 10% better at the guard position overall, somewhere in that ribbon. So moderate improvement, but not insane amount of improvement. I do think you're going to get more improvement, though, in addition to that addicted Hawks from the tackles. I think both of those guys take step forward as well. So if you get moderate improvement here, pretty good improvement here, moderate improvements on the outside in addition to that, and you were already a pretty good offense last year, I think that all equates out to an offense that's going to be more productive on the other end of that. Still, what are we talking about today? Talking a little bit about this offense and all of its potential. JT says Zach Charbonnet as a carbon copy of Fred Taylor. I like that comp too, man. And boy, underrated back in NFL history, Fred Taylor. Very, very underrated. Now, let's go Kraken. Let's get it done today, Crack. Get it done. Michael Myers says Rob Stanton will be like Mickey the pikey from Snatch. I could see it. What you don't know is Rob Stanton harder than a coffin nail. Mickey is trying to wonder if he's going to walk out. I can't do Jason Statham. I gotta figure out how to do the Statham though. That'd be a good voice to be able to do. Add that to the stable. Snail's got money on top billing. Yeah. Garth Knight, don't ask, don't tell. You guys got some good jokes in the chat. You guys. Chat's on one tonight. John, are there any sleeper offensive linemen that we could get as free agents? Well, there's some talk of Andrews. I guess he has been released. Let me confirm this. Yeah, they haven't released him yet, so he's still on their roster. But I guess they're thinking that he will. I got to read the article. I'm not too sure on that. But there's no other lineman I would say that stands out to me out there that's available, John, that I think they're going to take a look at. Guard or center would be the two positions, and there's just nobody that is really an upgrade to be had. Everybody's been kind of plucked at this point. Megan says golf is the only game to cure my insomnia. Yeah, it's just hard to keep my concentration's good, but I get eventually like, oh. JT says Devon Witherspoon reminds me of Antoine Winfield. Well, that's a great comp, JT. He's definitely a little bit bigger than Antoine because Antoine was about 5'8", but Antoine was able to play on the outside for the majority of his career and eventually slid inside to the slot corner. But I do still feel like Antoine Winfield is the best tackling cornerback probably in NFL history. And Devon Witherspoon certainly shows that off on tape. Those instincts, that ability, it's a technique thing. It's a willingness thing. And like Antoine Winfield, who was not a very big man, he is still a very good tackler. Not always is tackling just built about how big or your size. It's sometimes about that the size of the fight and the dog, right? Okay, says Brandon, John Boyle already made the Inside the Draft article. I'm going to definitely check it out right after the stream then, Kelly. Thank you for putting me onto that because I loved that article last year and there were so many nice little nuggets within it that talked to us a little bit about the Seahawks process and what they were doing and how they were going through it and how they came to the conclusions they came to. Tommy says, I have weekly golf lessons, progress, anti-progress. It's intense in tournaments though. Oh, it is. And I do love this sport. I have a lot of respect for it, but it's one that because I have that respect for it, you got to work at it. You got to put that time in. You got to go hit your bucket of balls. You got to go do your chipping and your putting and you got to stay on top of it. Because if you don't, like you say, Tommy, it's like, if your game falls back, it's hard to keep it tight. Just requires a lot of time and energy, But there's nothing like being on a golf course on a beautiful day. It's green grass. You got a cold beer that's sweating in your hands. You hit a one wood off the tee right down the middle. It feels pretty good. Same with great golf's a sport. Laughing out loud. Jeff Crackwack says Brandon probably wasn't expecting to talk top billing all night. No, I was. I knew. I saw this yesterday and I went, oh God. I saw it all going down yesterday and I was like, I am not going to be able to avoid this one. There's definitely going to be some flack coming off this, so I knew it was going to go this way and it's all good, Jeff. That's what happens when these guys open up this can of worms a little bit. So it's going to be an open discussion point and, I get it. I don't have any dog, as I say though, I don't have any dog in the fight. So, I wish them all the best. Seattle, wait. I wish we didn't have so much money invested in our safeties. It'd be nice. It'd be nice to be able to kind of offload a little bit of that. That's true. Stale says Rob spends too much time attacking fans and internet trolls and not enough time talking football. It's not surprising he's all in his feelings about another creator too. Yeah, and I'm trying all I can on this snail to just parse my words and just be kind and just, appreciative of what I've got. I'm trying to stay out of this fray for as much as I can because I don't want to delve in those waters too much. I do feel something I hear is a common sentiment. I think about both Rob and Top Billing a little bit is the emotionality that people receive at times in interacting with them and sometimes getting their heads torn off or sometimes not feeling like there's a little bit of an openingness towards disagreement with whatever may be their stance on a given issue. And it is a tough, tight wire act at times to walk as a content creator because you're not because you think you walk on water in your opinion, but because there's just so many people that will come at you. And at times people come at you and I can attest to this. There's a lot of disrespect that you get. Your comment may be the respectful one that comes across and you're just being completely nice to them and you're just asking them a question or you're respectfully disagreeing. But you've just come on the other end of them having 5 interactions with people that were just completely toxic and people just took it to 11 instantaneous. And I've had moments like that where I've had comments that I've seen and posted to and I've responded to and it's gotten my blood up and it's got me enacting in a way that's not kind of even keel. And I think that's a little bit of something that you can run into just by the nature of the beast and being a content creator, which can amp up the emotions in your response. So I can kind of feel where they're coming from, both of them in that respect, because I hear from multiple folks on both sides of this and their interactions with this. And I'm sure there's plenty out there that would be like, yeah, I talked to Brandon about this one thing once and he just lit me up for no freaking reason. So I'm sure I do the same. It's something you can naturally fall into a little bit. You're always having to kind of fight against it. You're always having to be vigilant and fighting against it and acting in that manner a little bit. It's not to try to excuse it, but just to maybe explain it a little bit, on that. So, but yeah, it's been, the emotions have gone a little bit high over the last 24 hours. That's for sure. But I do, at the end of the day, I have respect for both those guys. They both done a lot of hard work. Before Stanton was over on YouTube, he was doing a lot of great hard work over there at the Seahawks draft blog. He covers the draft as well as anybody out there. Top Billing puts out a lot of consistent content, and both those guys work their butts off. No doubt about it. DJ and Tay, is Grossi working with you when he comes to Seattle? I would love to work with Grossi, DJ, and maybe I need to reach out with him and see if he wants to do a little bit of a syncing up thing. If he indeed, when he's coming to town, I know he's doing a whole full tour, I believe, of all the NFL cities during this year. So I'd love to work with Grossi. He does great work, funny guy, and his content is really top notch over there. So if so, The only thing people ask me about with Grossi before, I have been asked about before with the DJ, is we are getting bigger to 12,000 kind of place area of things as far as subscriber count, but Grossi certainly in that realm, like with Perna, where they're in hundreds and hundreds of thousands of subscribers, which is a little bit of a different, I don't know if I provide to them as much of the saturation as they provide me if I go on their channel versus mine, but I'm definitely down to do it. No doubt about it. Jared McCann's back. Mike Myers, Mike Myers also on the Matt Forte. We got some Nick Chubb comp from Ethan. I think those are all good. John Holland's got the Charbonnet with the Roger Craig of John Holland. Okay, John. I love old comps, John. I got a soft spot for old comps on new players, right? It's very easy to do something recent. It's a little harder to go back in those memory banks and try to pull from one a little bit deeper. I like it. Yeah, I think the Chip Kelly on the Matt Forte, that's coming from a guy that coached this kid. That one kind of got my attention. Scott Nina, how about putting either Jonah Tavai or Robert Cooper, I always want to call him Copper, for fullback to improve our short running game? You could do that, Scott. Teams have done that a lot in the past at times and taken a defensive tackle and moving them into that spot. So it certainly is a possibility, I suppose, that they could encompass. I can't remember if we've ever actually done that, though, Scott. I don't think under Carroll there's ever been a time that we've aligned out a defensive lineman as a fullback. I want to say, unless you count Will Tukuafu, who I think sometimes would play defensive line. So, but I do like Tavai a lot as a player. This is a defensive lineman. And don't forget, Scott, you always got Derek Young. He played some fullback last year. Did a pretty good job, too. Erickson, best offense in years, 12s. JSN is the key to unlock. Love it. And you're right. Best offense in years is correct. Hard to find a place. We were talking about this earlier about, is this team more as talented than the 2005 offense, which was so good? I think it's more talented purely. Even with that offense having 2 Hall of Famers on the roster at that time. This one probably has that beat. Lethal Lance, Forte probably better as a receiving back, but Charbonnet can catch up to that probably. Yeah, it's kind of Forte was a little bit freakish in his element to be able to catch, but Charbonnet is close. Seattle Wait says, hot take, McIntosh will be our number 2 running back. Ooh, I like it, man. He just wins it out, huh? You just see him just being that good. Hey, all right, let's go. Let's go. Flying Blind says, what have you seen so far from Mike Morris? Good to see you in the chat, Flying Blind. Hope you're doing well out there, man. What have I seen from Mike Morris so far? Well, I'm very deep in my my video breakdown, so I'm just working through right now, getting the cut-ups of the film cut-ups of him kind of gone through. First and foremost, what Mike Morris gives you, and the tough evaluation that's going to come into play on this one, Flying Blind, is everything that he's doing at the college level is him operating on the outside. And Seattle is going to simply move him right inside now from the jump. And so I don't have any of the tape to go off of on his college experience of him really doing much off the inside. I've got a couple of snaps in there that I can kind of include where he is operating off the inside, and he looks pretty good doing so. But it just everything with him is on the outside. He was a lot of these edge rushers in this last draft who you had Keon White from Georgia Tech, Adetomiwa Adewori, Carl Brooks from Bowling Green, guys that at the college level, these colleges wanted them to play on the edges, these huge, massive edges that could set that could set the edge, that could hold up against the running game and provide a little bit of pass rush in addition to that. But all 4 of these guys are going to be moved Flying Blind instantaneously into the inside. And so it makes it a little bit harder, and you saw all those guys go in various places in this draft, it makes it very hard to project about where they're going to be as a pro exactly. Because with a guy like Mike Morris, he's 6'6", 295. Is he going to be able to win the leverage war inside, which is really the biggest thing that you look to on those guys that are that long and that big inside, because often they're going to lose the leverage war because they're going against a guy that's 6'3", 6'4" at the guard position, and the low man usually wins when it comes to leverage battles. That's the key with him a little bit. And that's the hard part flying blind to predict about if that's going to translate with him going to the inside. He does have that size is there and readily apparent on the edge. He absolutely bullied tackles on tape over and over again on the tape, just completely bullied him. He works basically significantly off just power and power alone. He's got one secondary pass rush move that he goes to, which is a swim move to the inside. And he goes to that counter inside quite often. So he doesn't have a lot of pass rush moves in his bag. He doesn't have a lot of counters either. It's going to be just that one move, and that's going to be it as far as what he does as a player. That'll work a lot better kicking him into the inside than it worked trying to have him operate on the outside. He doesn't have a lot of natural quickness. I think he's going to be quicker as a player when you do move him inside versus being an edge where he just wasn't, he was noticeably not quick, but that's him carrying 295 pounds. He's not going to be quick off the edge at that size. He'll be quicker when you put him to the inside. But love his effort, love his high motor flying blind. The guy plays hard all the time, doesn't take snaps off. I think he got a lot of his production last year, interestingly enough, in an efficient manner. He only played about 363 total snaps last year, was still able to generate 7 sacks, 11 tackles for losses, 23 tackles in total. You measure this up against flying blind guys like Will Anderson, who had 762 snaps to get to his level of production last year, which was increased off of Morris, but not that much more increased, like double the snaps increased off of what Morris had done. And so I love what I see from him as a player. I just don't know how to exactly project him out flying blind, but I feel like he's going to be able to work on that inside. That strength and power is so legitimate, and he's got 33.5-inch long arms, and he knows how to use them. He's not one of those guys that doesn't understand how to use he'll use the long arms to his benefit and maximize out his power and his strength from that. So I think he does work into the rotation. There is some real upside here as far as his potential now kicked inside, because it's a guy that we don't know what his combine testing scores would have been. What would he have been at if he was at 295 rather than trying to get down to 280 as an edge? And then also if he had been healthy coming to the combine. A healthy 295-pound Mike Morris, what does he test out? And did those testing numbers elevate him up into maybe the back end of the third round at that point? I think maybe so. So the Seahawks could be getting very much a steal here. It's just a little bit hard to predict flying blind because of the nature of the move. You haven't seen him inside like that very much at all. Jack says, deepest running back room in the league by far. Agreed, Jack. Very much agreed. You've put the resources into the position. A second rounder on Kenneth Walker, a second rounder on Charbonnet, a fourth rounder on DJ Dallas, and then you got a guy in Kenneth Walker that's way better than his 7th round standing. Yeah, I don't know who would be better, right? Can't see it myself. Erickson says, Kenny reminds me of a Kamara style. I like it. I can see a little bit of that in Erickson. Kamara's got those real swivelly hips that were so unique to him. But maybe a little bit in the way he slides off tacklers. DVN says, I don't get why sportscasters try to say we draft too many running backs. Did they not see our whole running back room get obliterated in one game, or were they too busy judging our defensive line? Something I was trying to, definitely I've been making the case for as well, DVN, about the want, the will, the need to build up the running back room, because it's not only that it's good to have a deep running back room, but it's also you acknowledging that you've gone sideways in recent history by not building up the running back room strong enough. And it's an elemental part of your team. It is, we've got to have an offense that can be balanced. We cannot just become one lane in our approach of things. So yeah, I don't get it either. I think some of this comes back to DVN, the whole running back value thing. And you got the analytic folks that have just really taken hold when it comes to running backs and getting people to really buy into the fact that you don't take a running back, but later. You only take a running back later. But I think you also pay what you get what you pay for. You get a late round guy with some holes. You get a late round guy that's had some injury history who might be really talented, but has an injury history. Well, you get what you pay for. You put in the investment, you're going to get the returns from it on the other end of it too, I think. We'll see. This year will be an interesting kind of view into that. If they do kind of get the returns from keeping that running back room so deep and strong. Fun P, am I crazy to see a little Seahawks Kurt Warner and Zach Charbonnet? I can't quite get there with it. Kurt Warner had the stop and start, which was so unique for his time. Maybe the little bit of the shake and bake that Zach Charbonnet's got, where he's coming up to a defender and he's setting the defender up with the pitter-patter steps. It's a little bit like a juke, right? But it's almost not quite like a juke. It ain't that full Barry Sanders, I'm crossing you over kind of juke. It's more of that boom, and then explode, patter of the steps, explode, feel the defender lean to one direction, explode the other direction as you're approaching him heads up. Maybe a little bit of that with Kurt there, but Kurt was a little bit more, the stop and start was maybe a little bit more special in Kurt. Part of what made him a top 5 back in that draft when he was taken. Bobby being back home such a comfort, says Erickson. Yeah, you better believe it. John Holland says, take a look at Roger Craig highlights. Charbonnet's a little carbon copy. Just needs to high step a little bit more. I was going to say, John, the hard part for me with Roger Craig is I always have fixed into my mind with Roger Craig, the high stepping, those legs going up high. And I didn't see that Charbonnet doing a lot of that at school. So it's harder to make that connection. Well, I'll go back and check it out. I love the old comp though. I love that. Ethan says, Hawks Nest, tell us what happened when Jerry Jones found out one of his staff members' son was in the draft. Jude's phone. What'd you say now? What'd you say now? Your son's in the draft? Your son's in the draft. Well, now, we're going to draft a Cowboy. If we got a Cowboy in my administrative, I'm going to have a Cowboy on my field. That's how we win. See, family makes family win. That's how that goes. That's how you build a Super Bowl team. See, that's why I got my son as general manager. Okay? I general manager and my son general manager. It means you got the family. It means you care. And if you care, you're going to be better. That's how the Cowboys are America's team. That's how we're number 1 football team in all America. Okay? That's how we got here. We didn't get here by luck. We got here by family. Family wins football games. Okay? Some people think about talent. Some people think about coaching. I told Jimmy Johnson in 92, it is not about coaching. It's about family. And since I let Jimmy Johnson go, we've won 1 Super Bowl. I think that 1 Super Bowl win over the last 35 years has proven my case. Nick, we have to penny pitch this whole season, but there is a light at the end of the tunnel. Next year, we'll have plenty of money. Amen, Nick. The stage will be set. Tommy Eden, I like the Witherspoon Champ Bailey comps personally. Ooh, I love that comp. That's a great comp, Tommy. Hell yeah. I hadn't thought of it either up until this point, but that's right on point. Megan says, that's all. Just got a shout out on the hockey telecast. Hell yeah, Megan. They're definitely winning tonight. Jack, the article says the Hawks had a first-round grade on Hall, top 20 player. Oof. Goodness gracious, Jack. That's interesting. That's very interesting. I mean, I could see it. I could certainly see how they could land at that spot. I would be interested, Jack, if they had Hall at that point, if they had a top 20 grade on him. Did they have Hall then over the top of Nolan Smith? And if Nolan Smith was available in there between them and Hall, who would they have taken? Because if they got Hall top 20, that would lead me to believe that they would not have Nolan Smith top 20. Interesting. Snail says disc golf better than golf. Sam the Great, beer is honestly the best part about golf. That's my favorite part about it. The beer tastes really good. It's hot. Beer never tastes better when it's just sweaty and it's super hot out. But that's the problem is I turn the bend. I get around hole 9 to 10, 11. It gets real. It gets real lighthearted real quick. Seahawks Gaming, when are the throwbacks being announced? I'm not sure, man. Probably have to wait till a little bit later on in the summer on that one. Tom Eden says, hey, maybe with your Cosell impressions, they could fly you to Philly to color commentate for the eventual Stanton Billing UFC fight. Well, today, folks, we have ourselves a battle. In one corner, Philadelphia's finest, a bloviating machine of positivity, an exacerbator, an enaminator, an enumerator of Seahawk football, college football. One Murphy top billing, coming in at 250 pounds of pure anger. He takes on in this corner 185-pound Robson, the beast from the British Isles, is going to hope his jet can keep the big man from Philly at length in order to wear him down and take away that great power that exists. I'd do it. I'd do it, man. I'd be with it. Gemini Glass is super pumped about this season. Go Hawks. Go Hawks, man. And you should be pumped about it, Gemini. We're in for a fun year. Another entertaining season. Jacob Haas, so do we have enough cap space now? Not at the moment, Jacob. We got to clear some cap space. We're about 3 million negative as it stands currently. John Holland, did Robert Cooper lose a lot of weight? Not that I've heard. I haven't done my deep dive quite yet on Cooper, John. I'm going to do my I'm finishing up my Mike Morris video. Then comes Kenny McIntosh. And then I need to technically still do Jarek Reed and Cameron Young. But then I'll get to the UDFAs. And I'll take a little bit of a closer look about where Robert Cooper is and kind of what to expect of him as we go forward. Sean Lee, how you doing, man? It's good to see you in the chat. Skill analyst, how's our tight end looking? Beautiful, man. As good as any situation in football currently. You've got teams that have one tight end. You might have yourself some teams that have 2 tight ends. But you're not going to have 3 times. You're going to have teams that have got 3 functional tight ends that they feel good about going out there and starting at any given time. And the Hawks do indeed have that at this point, skill analyst. Noah Fant has been absolutely consistent since he's entered the league. Maybe he's not a guy that's been equivalent to his top 20 status in the first round for where he was taken. But every year he gets his catches, every year he gets his yards, every year he has some kind of measure of impact on whatever team he might be on. Will Disley gives you a good all-around player who can catch, who can run block, who can pass block, just gives it good all the way around. In fact, I think he was the highest rated, if I'm not mistaken, guy by PFF for us last year of all of our tight ends. And then you have the riser in Colby Parkinson, who really came on at the end of late season. He was taking snaps from Noah Fant at the end of the year. There were games where he was getting more snaps than Noah Fant operating as that inline tight end once Disley went down to the injury at the end of the season. So our tight end room is great right now as it stands. Michael Myers, Charbonnet, DeMarco Murray. I'm more to the Forte comp on that. They both run hard. There's both maybe a little bit of the upright running style was there with DeMarco Murray too. So you got a little bit of that would be their equivalent. They probably move similar as far as their size, speed, dimensions, Michael, right? Their suddenness. Some of that's probably very much similar. There's some comparisons there. Jacob says NFL GMs, you only take a running back in the later rounds. That's the going theory out there. James says Falcons hold my beer. He says, thanks, Brandon. Love it. Absolutely, man. I got you. Got you. Snail, thank you for the $2 donation. I do appreciate you on that. It says, one hot take, CJ Johnson will be better than JSN. CJ Johnson. Who's CJ Johnson? Sorry, Snail. I'm not sure on who CJ Johnson is. Maybe I'm just not getting the CJ Johnson. I don't know no CJ Johnson, man. I'm sorry. I'm spacing on that one. I could be just not getting the initials off the top of my head with that. But Snail, can you type in who you mean by CJ Johnson? Oh, is that one of our undrafted rookie free agents we got? Is that who you mean, Snail? I haven't had a chance to look at these guys yet. I know I got to get on it. That's where I wish I had more days in the hours and days in the week, because I just don't have enough time to get into the UDFAs quite so quick, because the draft videos are just taking up my time. You guys are a little bit ahead of me on that stuff, so I'll have to kind of catch up with that a little bit. But I'll remember you said that, Snail. I will remember. DVN, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you, man. He says, how do you feel about the addition of pass rush specialist Brandon Jordan in conjunction with this year 2 defense? Sounds like an explosive defense. Yeah, Brandon Jordan's the coach, right, that we brought in? So many names. Right. Yes. So when you look at the last few years, this was one of the issues I had DVN with. I didn't necessarily hate the hiring of Clint Hurt. I just had some issues with it in the respect of you're hiring Clint Hurt to this defensive coordinator job, which essentially is kind of a misnomer anyway, because it's Carroll's defense. But what has he done in developing these defensive linemen over the past couple of years? Where's the extra development from Poona Ford from what he was walking in the door? LJ Collier, Rasheem Green, Darrell Taylor. You know, go down the list of a lot of these guys you drafted throughout the time that Hurt was here, and you didn't really see a lot of forward development from these guys necessarily that pointed to him somehow being a real expert when it came to specifically defensive linemen, which are kind of supposed to be his bread and butter. So the bringing in of Brandon Jordan, I think, is smart in the respect of it's an acknowledgement of the fact that you have not been developing defensive linemen as well over the last few years, and that's a bit of a hole in your coaching game. Hopefully now he can come in here and provide a benefit to that and start taking these guys steps forward so that you can have a guy in Darrell Taylor who last year doesn't look like he's still just relying on the same pass rush moves that he did when he walked in the door. You know, there should be some advancement that you see from these guys. Do we get those returns immediately in this first year? I guess you would hope so, DVN. But hard to say because I don't have any baseline to go off of. The good news for a guy like Brandon Jordan, especially when it comes to the edge though, he's got a lot of talent to work with. You know, he's got a lot of the raw stuff, the raw parts and stuff to work with that now it's just about you doing your job as the coach, what we pay you to do. You're not going to have to get the most out of some guy with just a monochrome of talent. You got a lot of talent. He just might be really raw and you got to figure out the way to refine that out. So it is on him to get that done. It should be a benefit. It's just hard to quantify, DVN, of where that benefit will exactly land and shake out this first given year. But it makes me feel better about them in their development now from where it was prior, where there just wasn't a lot of confidence for me with Hurt as a developer of interior defensive lineman talent. I know there's a reason that his star was bright and that he got, signed as defensive coordinator in the first place, but got to have some kind of baseline there I can go off of where I can go player A, B, C, D, E that you took up another notch. You brought up another level. Kelly says, go Kenny. Both. Laughing out loud. And Kelly, maybe it was Kelly, it was you that left the review for my book. So I don't know if it was you or not. I think it was the other K, but I can't remember if it was you, Kelly, or the other Kelly. A couple of Kellys in here. But thank you if it was you on that for the review thing. Jackie Treehorn, would you rather have Pete teach Witherspoon or Sherm? Or how about Sanjay Lal? Or Angry Doug Baldwin teaching Ninja? Angry Doug Baldwin teaching Ninja would be great because I think he could definitely show him some things. I mean, Baldwin definitely brings, I'm sure, some knowledge to bear on a football field that would be helpful for a guy like Ninja, though it doesn't seem like Doug's been a big football teacher kind of guy like we've seen from Cam or Cliff or some of these other guys that have moved on in that respect. He seems to be pretty separated from football at this point in time. I want Pete teaching Witherspoon. People can knock Pete in certain things and people can go after Pete on certain things, and some of it's going to be maybe valid. But the one place that I don't think that you can attack Pete or go after Pete Carroll with is his ability to teach the cornerback position, is his ability to get the most with less as he has throughout his whole time period here in Seattle. And now you're going to give him the highest pick at the corner position that you've ever given him. Let him go out there, let him go do work. It's like giving a maestro this great percussionist, or a great wind working instrument, whatever. He's got a star now to kind of work with on that. I think Pete's going to be able to get a lot out of him, Jackie. I think he's going to be a kid in the candy store with Tariq Woolen and him out there in the safety position where it's at. But I think Pete's a master teacher when it comes to the cornerback position. Certainly, I'm hoping Sherm can come in and give some tidbits too to these guys. But Pete's the guy that to me knows what he's doing when it comes to teaching defensive backs. Cyrus Torgensen says, what are my thoughts on Matt Landers? I think he has a legitimate shot to make this team. He is a bigger wide receiver. He's also a guy that, unlike Eskridge, JSN, Jake Bobo, he's a guy that can play on the outside. And so he's a guy who could potentially come in here and really push a Derek Young on the outside as that backup guy. And he's a legit 4-3 guy in the football field. So he's got a lot of the physical stuff that you're going to look for in the position, especially guys that are going to play on the outside. There's some things he's got to clean up in his game, struggling with a little bit of the physicality off the line of scrimmage, press, physicality through the course of the route, contested catch situations and whatnot. But he's a very good route runner. and he's got the legitimate speed. So there's a little bit of a point where he's got a leg up over a guy like, let's say, Bobo in this respect of things, where Bobo to me is just an inside guy purely at 4.7 40. But Landers is a guy that's got some real legit potential that you don't normally get when you're talking about undrafted rookie free agents. You usually have to just draft these guys somewhere in the draft. The 4.3 guys with the size and the length don't tend to slip through. JT says, I hope we have the depth of linebacker. It feels kind of thin. It is a little bit thin right now. I think you're right to be worried about it. If I was to say right now, defensive tackle to me is the one that I'm most worried about. But then right behind that, I would put probably the linebacker position, the middle linebacker position specifically. Lethal Lance, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, are you trading or extending Fant for cap space? Well, if I've got to make the choice between one or the other here, Lethal Lance, then I would be trading him for cap space. I don't really want to sign Noah Fant to a contract extension at this point. I like what he brings to the team, but I don't see a guy that's worth me paying $6, $7, $8 million per year for the skill set that he brings. He's an average blocker for the position, and he's slightly plus as a pass catcher. That's kind of his bottom line. So I would go the other direction with it. I really don't want to go either route there, Lethal Lance. What I'd really like to do is take two of the contracts that you currently have on the books, turn the base into bonus, right? Free up the money in that fashion. Don't make your team weaker because you got to free up this cap space. Just simply at that point, free up the cap space. And they could do it. You can restructure a couple of deals here. The team doesn't like to do that stuff. The team's hesitant to do that type of stuff. But I really don't want to take a team right now that's so strong offensively and now weaken it down offensively because we just don't have enough, we don't have enough coins in the couch cushion. This is the $3 million in negative money is money you should be able to overcome by just moving some contracts around. And you're not putting your future cap space in that great of peril. Thank you for the $1 donation, though, Lethal Lance. I appreciate you. Sean Lee says, hearing some good things so far about Derek Hall. What do you think so far? Well, we haven't seen a lot of him necessarily in camp or anything like that, so hard to say there. He seems like a guy that's wired right. I watched some of the stories on him and his upbringing with being a baby and being a premature baby and having to kind of fight through early on in his life and overcome. And that seems to have kind of created a little bit of a dogged mentality in him, the exact kind of mentality you want on a football field, especially from a defensive player. I love him as a pick, Sean, and it certainly sounds like the team had a very high grade on him, being a top 21st round grade on Derek Hall. So they seem to be very high on him as well. He is, to me, missing a little bit of the first step, quickness, dip, and bend if we're talking about a guy who could eventually become an elite pass rusher. I think if you're missing those three base skills as a pass rusher, that even with exceptional power and some explosiveness, there is maybe a little bit of a limit in my opinion, at that point to your top end. But I do expect him to be a guy with a pretty safe floor and a guy that could round out to becoming a player who's a real plus run defender in this league, who also then can give you some pass rushing in addition to it. Like Boye Mafe, end up rounding out into becoming a very complete football player. Connor Washwagler says Quentin Johnson, maybe? No, I think they meant CJ Johnson, Connor, but it was an undrafted rookie free agent I guess we brought in. I just didn't, it's what happens with me on this, folks, is that the draft ended, and then from the draft, every single day I'm working on the channel right now, I'm just, it's laser focused in, and it's literally just trying to push out as many of the draft videos as I can. And it might seem like, well, it was just a 12-minute video, so that probably just took you like 3 hours to kind of kick that out, and you're just done, right? So why not just have these all done in one day? These take a very long period of time to put together. So these draft videos, when I'm doing them, they're going to take me 3-4 days at times to get all the footage put together, to cut everything. What that means then is I don't have the time to then go and scout UDFAs. So I'll get to the UDFAs. I promise you guys I'll get around to that. But just please be patient with me on this, as I'm putting all the time I can into the channel, and there are only so many hours in the day. I can't get to every single individual person. I just have to kind of go through these bit by bit. But we will get to the UDFAs. We'll just have to get along to that. And I love that you guys are really excited by these UDFAs in the way. But let's also keep in mind, the excitement should be for the drafted guys. Be excited for the UDFAs as well, but the drafted guys are the guys that are going to make the hay here. We're talking about UDFAs. We're talking about back-end roster guys for the most part. Sometimes there's some guys that can surprise. I know the Hawks have had some reasonable success over the years with a Lockett, with a Baldwin, with a Puna Ford. But let's also consider that for those successes, you have a lot of dead areas and dead years where you got nothing really out of the UDFAs, past back-end roster guys and special teams guys. Kelly Cat schedule 1 of 1. Kirk Stemmer says, thoughts on John Schneider's comments about wanting extra draft capital for next year's draft? Well, I think he spoke to and confirmed what I had been thinking was very much the case in the way that the team was going to view that this year. And what I thought about this draft was that this was a weaker draft. It was a naturally weak draft that was already made the weaker then by the NIL. And what the NIL did is it removed out about 60, 75 names from this draft of guys that would have normally have entered the draft if this was a normal given year, if the NIL didn't exist. But it does exist, and this is the year that you kind of felt I'm not calling it fallout, just the market correction in the amount of talent that was available in this given draft. It will eventually stabilize itself where the drafts will go back to a normative process. But this particular one just happened to be the one where extra guys are going back for that year. And so it weakened it down. And Schneider did talk about that and saying, this year there's not as many guys enter the draft. And what he's sort of inferring in that is that there's not as much talent in this draft. And so he wants to look to get the extra draft capital next year because he thinks it's going to be a more talented draft. The guy that he's going to be picking in that third round point that in next year's draft very well could be a guy that they had a second round grade on in this particular draft. And I think that's kind of the case. Tommy says, what about a young Arian Foster comp for Zach? Honestly, it's hard to beat the Forte comp. It's perfect. It really does feel perfect to me too, Tommy. I mean, I struggle going away from that one. Once I heard Chip Kelly put it on that, especially Chip Kelly being his former coach saying this, right? It's not just a random guy saying it, but a guy that watched this guy in practice and games over the last couple of years and got a really close look at him. So to me, Forte is the guy. I have heard the Arian Foster comp. I can't quite get there to it. Foster was more of a glider at the running back position, a guy with that easy speed and that easy burst in the way that he leaned on his running style to work. He was more of that kind of slicing, dicing running back that's just, they're almost like on a wave, the way that they run across the field and just how they're flowing, right? And with Zach Charbonnet, I think it's a little bit more of the explosive style, where you feel how hard he's running. Where Arian Foster at times could run hard, but it didn't always look like he was necessarily running hard with his style. DVN, I liked Brandon because he has a history of helping develop a lot of stars, including some of our guys. He does have the pedigree in the background, DVN, and I think it's going to be a bump and an improvement where you've been, and it's been a kind of a negative for you. I mentioned those guys I mentioned that you didn't really develop. It has been a bit of a negative for you, your lack of developing defensive linemen over the last couple of years. Getting them to progress, getting them to realize the level of talent you thought they had when you drafted them. Did Rasheem Green really ever take any real true steps forward here throughout his time from what he was walking in? Did LJ Collier? Has Darrell Taylor? Not a lot. Not as much as you'd probably like. Devian says, and we got a lot of talent from now to work with. Who knows? If anything, I know he can help with the tackling situation. Certainly could help there, DVN, definitely. And it can't be worse in some of that development aspect of things, right? Nowhere to go but up in certain respects of things. Bear with me one second, folks. I'll be right back. All right. Thanks for hanging in there with me. Fun Piece says, you see some similarities with Kenny McIntosh and Jahmyr Gibbs? Yeah, I think they were very much two of their own kind of players in this last draft, in that they were two true running backs who, to me, Fun P, you could line out as slot wide receivers, and they could look very much receiver-like in their play on the football field. And you had guys that they could line out as wideouts at times from the running back position, but nobody that looked quite like a receiver running routes like those two particular guys did. Gibbs was a little bit better at it than McIntosh. He was even a little bit more pure in being able to do that type of stuff, but McIntosh was pretty close to him. I do think that Gibbs has a little bit more of the get up and go on tape, more top end speed, more natural, juice burst. But McIntosh put a 1.54 10-yard split up as well. So he's got his own kind of, legitimate burst that he's able to utilize even if he doesn't have that top end speed. But I do like him. Press on. Predictions for what Seattle does at the defensive line positions before week 1. I think there's another trade that gets made, press on. Who's your starters? Who isn't your starters? Obviously, Draymond Jones, probably one of your guys starting right now. Cameron Young would be your de facto zero tech. And you'd probably be starting Jaron Reed right now as your 3-4 end. If not, maybe Mike Morris might be that guy for you. Where does Miles Adams kind of factor in? I still think that Prezon, they're going to make another trade, though. There's going to be some other move that they make to reinforce the ranks on that defensive line, specifically a guy that's maybe a starter. Yeah, I do think, sorry, I was reading something else there in the chat. I think it's going to be something like that. I think they make some Sheldon Richardson, Jadeveon Clowney-like move right around the training camp to kind of reinforce the ranks. But I think that the team does seem to want to fit into doing the 3-4 stuff based on what we're seeing. It's going to be 3-4. So Doug's interview about facing Pat Peterson's goal. He's faster than me. He's not quicker than me, though. Few people were quicker than Doug. Megan says, who are you trading Fant for, B? Who would be your target for him? I don't think the team would be looking to get back a player in return, Megan. They'd be just looking to move him, get some late round pick next year, a fifth or sixth round pick in next year's draft. It's what you're trying to do, Megan, is clear out the $5.85 million that's due on the books for Fant, which then would take Seattle into a place of being negative $3 million as far as their cap space currently stands, to now they get to be, $2.5 million in functional cap space. So it solves this big major problem that's currently hanging a little bit over the team. Connor says, have you heard about Quinn Williams not being close to an agreement with the Jets? That could be a great target for Seattle to go after. It'd be a beautiful target to see them go after, Connor. It's interesting to hear they're not able to come to a common ground. I'm sure he's probably asking for over $20 million a year, and that's got the Jets maybe bristling a little bit. They seem to be in go-for mode, though, Connor, with this Aaron Rodgers trade. I would be very, 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 very surprised to hear them being in a position to, essentially weaken themselves in a year where they're really, truly trying to go for it. And losing Quinn Williams there's no way you could, take that and look at it any other different way if you're the Jets or a Jets fan, that you're definitely weakening yourself, even if you're picking up a future first-round pick at that point from a team like Seattle on the flip side of that. I'm down to look at him. I certainly would love to make that kind of move if that was opened up to happen, Connor. But I'd be very skeptical to believe that the Jets would be willing to do that. 1-0 Stars? Darn it. Come on, Kraken. Mr. Dog, who are you most excited about? Matt Landers have a good chance? He's got a good chance to make the team. Who am I most excited about of the UDFAs? Landers would probably be that guy. If not him, it would be Jake Bobo. And if not them, then Jonah Tavai. Those are the three guys that are really, I think, having the most possibility of making an impact on the team. But Landers he's got everything you could want in a wide receiver. He's big, he's long, he's fast, he runs pretty good routes. Obviously he's got some holes in his game too. This is why he drops and drips out of the draft in general. But to get a guy that's running 4.3, Mr. Dog, that can take the top off the defense like he can, hard to usually find that in the UDFA territory of drafts. You usually got to at least make a pick of a 5th, 6th, 7th rounder on it. But there's also a thing that we got to look at this and view as a little bit of, the wide receiver position is not going to be an easy one to make the Seahawks roster on, not like prior years. DK, Tyler, JSN, those guys are locked in. There's really only about 2 other spots available beyond those guys. And Derek Young is a guy that Sean Schneider and the team feels very high on. I think though Matt Landers and Bobo are going to push him, I don't think that there's anything that to be said that they're absolutely locks to overtake Derek Young at this point. So that last wide receiver roster spot's going to come down to Bobo, Landers, and Eskridge. Let the best man win. But yeah, I'd say if the UDFA's Landers, it's probably Landers or Tavai, Mr. Dog, that have me most excited. I think Tavai could be a real interesting guy down on the defensive line. But if you mean by just rookies we drafted, probably Oluwatimi's the guy that'd be the guy I'm most excited about, just of the guys we picked. Kelly says, congrats, B. If you don't mind me saying, my favorite Seahawks moment ever, in honor of your 12K, me buying a Bobby Wagner jersey during halftime during a game, which I never do, and then returning. To my seat to see him return his first ever career pick 6 versus the Niners. Boy, isn't it sweet. Got to see them, got to see them poking fun at Sherm. Nice. And also, this one, but meeting Jamal Adams at training camp and watching him sign for every single person who wanted his autograph. I went over when not many people were talking to him after I already got my autograph. I just wanted to talk to him and be around him more. And I said my dad was a Jets fan and I thought he wouldn't respond, but he paused, let out a huge barking laugh, and then pointed at me and said, "You tell him hello for me." Jamal seems like a good guy. Seems like a good guy. I do remember that. And that's a hell of a story. Yeah, you helped to make that Wagner pick 6 happen by getting that jersey at the time you did. Kirk Stemmer says McIntosh catches the ball more like a receiver than JSN. Well, he's very receiver-like. I don't know on that one. Maybe on that one. Megan says, right, that makes sense. Refant B. Didn't think of that. Yeah, it's just the pickle they've gotten themselves into, Megan, with this money situation. It sucks a little bit, but this is also the downside of signing so many 1- and 2-year deals. You ate up all that cap space really fast, and then there wasn't enough to kind of get all the stuff done you need to do this offseason. Whereas if you maybe had signed a couple more of those 3-4-year deals and moved a little bit of that money around, I mean, hell, if you just signed essentially Draymond Jones to kind of the same deal Javon Hargrave signed with the Niners, you'd be cap plus right now. You'd be on the plus side of things. Connor says, I agree. I was referring more to the 2024 season when Williams is a free agent, though. I think, Connor, they would do a lot of the same thing, though, that the Washington team just did with Daron Payne. Technically, he'd be a free agent, but why wouldn't they just franchise him twice at that point? I think you'll have to make a move for him and trade for him. I don't think you're going to be able to. Now, maybe they make that move to trade for him at that point, but I would be very surprised if a guy like Williams actually reaches free agency absent him being hit with the franchise tag 2 years in a row. Justin says, how much does Quinn Williams want? He's not asking for more than what Daron Payne got, is he? Yeah, he would be. And he can get it. He can get it. And that's probably why the Jets are being hesitant to pay it. They don't want to go up that high. But, the market rate is the market rate. And there are not many dominant defensive tackles in the sport. It's one of the few ones. Paul says, how long till the schedule drops? Who y'all want week 1? Give me a nice, easy, let me see. Who do I want week 1? How about we just get the Cardinals week 1? Get a nice, easy 1-0 spot right off the jump. Just feel good about ourselves. Start this thing off right. Mr. Dog says, yeah, I thought that was crazy that a 4-3 went undrafted, especially in this draft. Because when you look at Matt Landers, not only is he 4-3, but you have a draft where there's so many guys that, number one, from the receiver position struggled to run 4-3. Right? How many guys couldn't even run 4-3? And then these guys couldn't run 4-3 and they're all 5'9", 170 pounds. You go, what is going on here? You guys are going to be that small. You need to run the 4.3. You can't be up at 4.5, 4.5. But indeed, he ran a 4.37. He had a 1.51 10-yard split, which, Mr. Dog, 1.51 10-yard split that's faster than Jahmyr Gibbs. That's faster than Kenny McIntosh. On a 6'4 frame with 32.5-inch long arms. He also posted up 37-inch vert and 130-inch broad jump. So the testing numbers were ridiculous for Matt Landers. And you just don't find that usually in UDFA territory, where they're at here. I don't know if it's just that maybe the league doesn't feel like he's going to be able to hold up from a physicality standpoint, because that's the thing that he did struggle with on tape. But I like the potential there. Ethan says, oh my gosh, I didn't notice. Happy 12K subs, Brando. Congratulations. Well, thank you. And thank you to Kelly as well for your congrats on that. I do appreciate you. It's a good feeling passing by that 12,000 mark. It feels mighty, mighty, mighty fine. Yes, it does. Kelly says also the quandary pick to seal the Rams game was awesome. Saw that live. That would have been a fun moment to watch live. Bobby getting the ball. How you like that, Bobby? How you like that? Megan says, in honor of your 12K celebration, my favorite Hawks moment, I think you all know full well, 16th October 22, Lumen Field against the Cardinals. You know the rest. That's right. That's right. It's a good day. It's a mighty fine day. Jacob Haas, is our cap situation the way it is because of the sale of the team coming up? Thoughts? Yes, I do believe so. It's a little bit of an unwinding and a kind of all the way around the woods kind of thing here, Jacob, because I believe the last couple of years you're giving out 1 and 2 and 3 year contracts because you're essentially wanting to show the fans that you're going to use up all of the cap space in a given year, but you're not trying to get yourself into a given state where Jody's got to go out there and put a lot of money into escrow on guaranteed and bonus money deals. Because when you sign players to 3 and 4 year deals, there's going to be that much more bonus and guaranteed money, and that money needs to go into escrow immediately, as opposed to a yearly salary, which you just pay throughout the course of the year. So if the Seahawks are in a cash strap situation, they wouldn't be giving out a lot of those kind of deals. And that's the evidence of that we've seen over the last couple of years. I don't see many other teams operating in this fashion with this many 1 and 2 year deals like they have been doing. It's almost been like, absent a player here and a player there, they're just about allergic to giving out anything more than a 2 year contract at times, and a 3 year deal, I guess, is what I should say on that. So what that does, Jacob, is that then eats up all that cap space really quickly. Because if I have a 3 year contract instead of a 4 year contract, there's that much place and period now for me to stretch out the bonus money, stretch out the guarantees, lower down the initial parts of the contract. And that is indeed where the team kind of finds itself. I mentioned the Javon Hargrave contract. I think nothing crystallized this more further than the Javon Hargrave contract versus the Draymond Jones contract, because they both got paid right around the same place as far as their yearly average goes, right? Both of them paid right around the same place. The key difference here, though, is that because Javon Hargrave was on a 4 year deal and Draymond Jones was only on a 3 year deal, Hargrave's first year cap hit is $5.5 million. Draymond Jones' first year cap hit is $10.1 million. So almost double. You could almost have 2 Hargraves for the cost of 1 Draymond Jones. And it's one of the things that has kind of at times baffled me and frustrated me with them in free agency, because they're not being as efficient in their spending process and how they dole out their money to then build out the most maximized roster because of it. You're sort of counting yourself a couple roster spots every year by taking this method of approach. And it does bother me just a little bit with that. But yeah, I do think, Jacob, it comes from a place of the team sale and the fact that right now Jody has been mandated by the trust to get everything into a liquidated state. If you're getting everything into a liquidated state, that doesn't mean you're spending money out of pocket. That means liquid in hand, money in hand, not spending. And so they're going to try to maximize, in my opinion, out the amount of money in hand that they can get, as the trust does tell them to do. Snail, he didn't play 3 games last year. We took him as a first receiver. Yes, I'm pessimistic on that pick. No worries, Snail. I understand, man. I understand. Kurt, what if we went and got either Floyd, Clark, or Clowney? Those are guys who are edge guys, really, mainly. Clowney can play some 3-4 end, but Frank Clark and Floyd, I don't think either of those guys are going to play inside as an end, Kurt. So you're already really stacked up on edges as it is. It's more interior guys that you need more than anything else. Clowney would be a possibility if he's willing to play a 3, if he's willing at this point in time of his career to no longer be an edge and just be kicked inside as a 3-4 to end at that point. I don't know if Clowney's willing to do that. But I wouldn't be on Floyd or Clark. You're fine on the edge right now. You're stocked. You're 6-man deep right now on your edge. Where you really need your help is on that line at this point. Isaac M., my dad used to work at Amazon and they had picnics at CenturyLink and I was able to meet DK. He was awesome. Well, that's cool to hear. I love to hear that. I always like these stories. These guys are good, seem like good people too, treating people right. Sam the Great, my favorite Seahawks moment was meeting Sidney Rice, one of my favorite Hawks, because of that conversation. Hell yeah. Jamal signed everybody through his hand, even though his hand was in the cast. That is cool, Kelly. That makes it a pain in the butt to do it. Megan says, can you explain the reasoning behind 1 and 2 year deals? We always seem to do. Makes no sense and never has to me. This is why it doesn't make sense to me, Megan, which is why I make the guess that I think what's going on here is the team is essentially trying to eat up. Again, let's take this down to the simple place of this, Megan. Okay. I'm an owner in a place of, I have to sell the team. I got to sell the team. I got to sell the team. This trust is saying I've got to sell the team and I can't spend as much money because I got to liquidate everything. Think of it like everything in the store must go, Megan, right? And if everything in the store must go, that doesn't mean that we're holding on to items and selling items. So I've been mandated to go do this. So what that would mean to me then is I don't want to tell the fans that I'm not trying to compete. I don't want to show the fans that we're going to be in a sell mode. We want to show the fans that we're in on it. So I will technically spend all of the money that a salary cap has to utilize, but that's going to be for show. But I think it's an explanation for why we're seeing them do so many of these 1 and 2 year deals is that a sale would seem to be imminent. Because it doesn't make a lot of sense when you counter it with the fact that you're clogging up your cap space year in and year out by taking this approach. And it's been going on for now about the last 3 years. It's been going on since Paul Allen's death. And prior to Paul Allen's death, the team had no inhibitions, had no reticence to hand out 3 and 4 year contracts. They handed it out like Tic Tacs at times. You get one and you get one and you get one. And now suddenly they stopped doing it. And it just happens to coincide with exactly the time frame of Paul Allen's passing. And the trust telling Jody Allen and informing her that she has to sell the team also after that a certain amount of time period, or that there's at least a general mandate in there to get it done. I'm putting 2 and 2 together on this, but I don't think it's driven by like, well, you get players in on 1 and 2 year deals and now they're in more of a prove-it mode. So now you get a guy who's like giving you more effort on the field because I don't buy into any of that stuff. Certain players, maybe that's the way you want them to operate. Certain guys are better on 1 and 2 year deals because their mentality keeps them more on edge and towing that line. But I just think that it does come down to not being necessarily in a place of being cash rich right now at the moment. Jacob says, does that make it easier on the new owner when building a team? It does, Jacob. Yeah. Every new owner that's going to come in is going to want to put their own stamp on this team in whatever way they can, be it their own hires of coach and general manager, or their own hire of a general manager who will then decide the coach, or that they get to come in and tell the team, hey, go for it. I'm going to let you, here's the purse strings. I'm just going to spend money. You guys go crazy. Right. And Jacob, you saw this last year with the Walmart money coming into Denver, didn't you? Because the first thing they do walk in the door is, hey, Russell Wilson, you get a contract extension. And then this offseason, did they stop spending money? Did they dial it back? No, they were still spending a lot of money this offseason for where they were from a cap standpoint, because now they are in a cash rich situation with that new Denver ownership. Walmarts don't care about escrow. They don't mind putting that money where they need to put it. So yeah, it's going to make it easier on the new owner, and the new owner is going to be well situated, Jacob, because he has such a young roster that he's going to inherit at that time to be able to spend that money any which way that he sees fit. But I would think it would make it a little bit more attractive. Cody M says, top villain is so sensitive, laugh my ass off. Anyone who doesn't agree with him gets publicly shamed on his next video. Very unprofessional and shows deep insecurity and immaturity. Thankful for your professionalism. Thank you, man. I do try to take my lessons and learn from other folks in ways that I see it. And it's a part that I probably annoy people with, that I talk about a lot on this channel because I keep it at such the forefront. But it is so important to me that the discourse is just allowed to flow on this channel in a free and open way. And specifically in the fashion of those folks who might disagree with me, who disagree with me vehemently. It's the old thing, we go back to the freedom of speech, right? And the thing that always stands out to me with freedom of speech, and especially in this day and age we live in right now, is that when you talk about free speech and protecting free speech, it's not about the speech that you agree with or that you like. That's not the point of free speech. So if it's all just about what we agree with, then there's no reason to having free speech. We just all agree with each other. That's it. Just say things that are agreeable. It's about having that lane open for those people that there is disagreement and knowing that there's value in that disagreement. That because there's some friction, because there's a little bit of us locking heads and going at it a little bit, that's not the worst thing in the world. And I think that gets lost in modern age, that somehow disagreement is this horrible thing. It's this great pall that's cast over everything, and it's not. Places are better. Communities are better. The conversation is better and more expansive when we can talk about any subject without anybody getting their panties up in a twist. And I love that about this channel, and that's one of the places I'm always going to try to stay on top of, Cody, because I value it so heartily. But it is in this online world, you know it, you probably see in other places, there is a draw to get to being in a more of a toxic state. And I could feel the times it get drawn to me. I could feel the times when I'm on a live stream where I start to feel myself slide that way. It's like, like being a Jedi drawn to the dark side of the Force or something, I guess, And you feel that Sith-like pull on you. But I appreciate that, man. And, I always want to be able to have that be a part of this channel. And as much that I say I want to be, you guys be open to it, and I need to be open to it, I want you guys within each other to be open to it. Hey, I disagree with this guy, but let me hear him out. Let me see where they're coming from. And let's have the debate back and forth. Let's have a meeting of the minds and see where this thing stands. And I'll trust the strength of my argument, my position, because I've thought about it. And then that means I don't have to go to, being childlike in my ways with it. Appreciate you though, man. Henry Mars, 4-hour stream. Damn, you are an Iron Man. The Seahawks Iron Man. Thank you, bro. I left 3 hours ago and I'm back. You're still going strong. Still going strong. Justin Goins, how much the Seahawks ownership asking for? More than what the Washington Commanders just sold for? Yeah. I would estimate that the final sale numbers will come down somewhere in the neighborhood of $6 billion when it's all said and done. Riverside says the Hawks will cost double the Commanders. Well, you do have to wonder if Schneider might have depressed down that, to your point on that Herbicide, pushed down a little bit of that value because he's Dan Schneider. Sam the Great, did Elon actually buy the Commanders? No. I can't remember who it was, but it wasn't Elon. It was a group. I think the Commanders went for $500 million more than the Broncos, and I think the Hawks will be the next team to sell in the NFL. So it goes up. I'm doing some basic math. I think it goes $500 million more. Greg Camp, Brandon, did you see the DK route running video posted by the Seahawks? I noticed that DK changed from a long to shorter stride length, and it seems to have helped DK with staying low in routes and making cuts. I did not check it out, Greg, but I will. I'll take a look after the show's wrapped up. I'd love to see it. And it would make sense. Those bigger guys are going to have those naturally longer routes, longer strides. That does make it harder when you're trying to be exacting in your routes and being able to cut it off at the perfect right time and not rounding out your routes, not losing speed when you need to come out of the break. So getting a little bit of the shorter strides makes a lot of sense for him because that's going to help you to do that. It's part of also why I've said that I didn't notice it as being that necessarily exact detail in my view of DK, but I definitely have just a general feel like DK has gotten better in two different aspects specifically since coming in the league. I think his hands have gotten better, and I think that his route running has gotten better. And two things that it feels like every year gets just a little bit incrementally better from what it was the prior year. So I'll check it out, man. Thanks for the suggestion. I say the great, I'll always respect freedom of speech. Me too, man. I will as well. But I think that the place that it comes from is that place of, it's of value when there is disagreement. It's of value when somebody's saying something that you don't necessarily want to hear, and that's the same thing I think is proven true with doing these kind of channels in that way. Kurt says, Matt Ioannidis could be a good ad. Thoughts? He could be a solid player. He's going to be kind of just another rotation guy to add into it. I don't think he's going to be highly impactful, or he's going to be, a ton better than what you might get from a Mike Morris or a Miles Adams, who's guys that could be ahead of him on the rotation. but a guy that's played a lot in this league and a very seasoned guy that, pros pro type guy that understands how to go about his business. He could be an okay addition. I think he's a pretty good all around player, if I'm not mistaken, too, where he gives you pretty good run, pretty good as a run defender, pretty good as a pass rusher. So he gives you a little bit of juice there from the inside, but I just don't think that there's a lot there for me. I'd almost, Kurt, if I'm going to be going for a move now to add to this team at this point, I need to have it be a guy that's more than just a body in there. I do want a guy that's actually going to provide some actual, plus side in his snap count when he's on the field. And Matt might provide you a little bit in that realm, but it's kind of be a very moderate increase from where you're at right now in the roster. Thank you, Jack. That's very kind of you to say, man. Megan, I may not agree with what you say, but I will fight to the death for your right to say it. Winston Churchill said it brilliantly, and I love it for the Hawks Nest. Hey, man, I love it too. I love it too, Megan. That's exactly right. And he put it very well. It's in that same kind of way, that same kind of manner of belief. And it's one that's not easy. It's not easy to allow to hear people that you disagree with. I know that's tough, especially in this day and age. But there's so much value within it, in my opinion. So much value. And it'll make this channel so much better if we can keep it open in that realm. Justin says, well, the highest ever sporting transaction was Denver Nuggets at $4.5 billion, and the Commanders just broke that at $6.05 billion. And now you think the Seahawks will double that at $12 billion? No, I don't think so. I think it's $500 million more. The Broncos went for $5.5 billion. The Commanders just went for $6 billion. The Seahawks will go for $6.55 billion, right? It's just like with football in a lot of ways, Justin, like the next contract goes a little bit over the next one a little over the next one. You don't see an NFL contract where one team just suddenly doubles that of the next value behind it. I thought it was $5.5 billion, Justin, on the Broncos sale. It'll be a lot. Whatever it is, it'll be a lot. Connor says, who do you think will emerge as Seattle's top corner after the 2023 season? Woolen or Witherspoon? I think Woolen's on a superstar rise, Connor. I think Witherspoon will be on more of a star rise. I don't know if he gets there in his first year either, but I think I look more to Woolen being that real difference guy over there. Like potentially one of the top 2-3 corners in the league. I don't know if Witherspoon ever gets to quite that spot of things. But you have Tariq in as a top 3 corner, and then you have Witherspoon as a top 10 corner. They're shutting down a lot of guys on the outside at that point. Megan, for me, I may have not agreed with you, B, on the whole Carter thing before and during the draft, but I respect your opinion, B. As do I yours, Megan. And it's better when we don't always have to agree with everything, right? It's better. Big Country, any chance for a baseball stream this week or next week? Yeah. Maybe tomorrow night, Big Country. Let's shoot for tomorrow night, getting a baseball stream up and running. So I should be good to go on something like that. So we'll try to do tomorrow and more this week. But we're going to be picking it up more now for sure. John says, hey, Brandon, would you consider this the best offense the Seahawks have ever had, or at least the most weapons? I certainly think John Acevedo would be. This is definitely the team that has the most weapons offensively that I can think of. And I think that it has a very good argument to be made that this is the best offense beyond just having the best weapons overall. I can't think of a team that had 3 wide receivers that were this legitimate, 3 tight ends. I mean, hell, we've had any given time in our history, it's really like we've had 1 tight end at any one time that was good and then just a couple of guys behind him. You're 3 stacked at the tight end position. Your offensive line should be pretty legitimate now. You have a stable of 4 running backs. You have a guy in Geno Smith that, easily should be a guy that's on par. Somebody was mentioned earlier in this stream, John, of a guy that'd be like a Matt Hasselbeck type in his productive level, if not a little bit more mobile maybe than Matt. I think I can't say that the 2005 season was more talented or was better just because you had Hutchinson and Jones as Hall of Famers on that offense. I think the gross totality of this offense is probably stronger than that particular offense, John. So yeah, I think you're right. I think this is the best one. Drunk says, what are your thoughts on Jordan Addison and Zay Flowers? I think Jordan Addison is going to be able to play on the outside at the NFL level, despite the size limitations that he possesses, the same size limitations that Zay Flowers possesses. He is such a great route runner, and his technique is so clean off of the line of scrimmage, and he's very efficient getting off the line of scrimmage in his releases, despite being a little bit of an undersized guy. I think he plays faster than his tested time is. He's a guy that does, I think, put a little bit of fear in cornerbacks' hearts as far as having to give cushion for that speed and be a little wary of that. With Zay Flowers, he took so many steps, strung Squidward off the line of scrimmage on the outside to get off the line of scrimmage and get free. It was like he was having to like break dance in order to get a free release off the line of scrimmage when operating off the outside. I think that Zay Flowers eventually only is going to be an inside guy at the next level. I just don't think he's going to be an Antonio Brown-like guy on the outside like some people do. And I wasn't quite as high in Flowers as some were. He's also a guy that had like a 13% drop rate last year. So there's some questions with him as far as his hands go in addition to that. So I am a little bit higher overall. I know that Flowers went ahead of Addison, but I actually end up thinking Addison's going to end up rounding out to being probably maybe the better pro if you factor in him playing on the outside. Flowers might end up putting more catches and touches up because he's operating from the slot. A little bit more. Did Flowers go to Minnesota? I don't think he did he? Baltimore Ravens drafted him. So it was the Ravens. Here. Sam the Great, I heard both sides of Murph or Stanton. They both are entitled to their opinions. 100%, man. 100%. Jonah Whale, how you doing, man? It's good to see you. Megan says, agreeing with everything gets boring real quickly, and I have a short attention span. It does. Boy, does it ever, Megan. Jonah the Whale says, our offense is like an Iron Man suit. All the ways we can hurt you. We got rockets here. I got my howitzer gun here. I got my one-off back here. You don't want to see the one-off, okay? The one-off is going to destroy, right? But it is indeed, it's like an Iron Man suit. You can call upon whatever you want to call upon. Like I was saying at the top about this, our offense, the way you've constructed it, is to be not only a dominant offense, but an offense that can attack any given weakness of any given defense. And you can change week in and week out to attack whatever new kind of weakness you're engaging. And that's what gives me a lot of hope for this team to potentially be really elite this year, is it'll be on the back of the offense being elite and productive. And that will happen if this offense can operate in this fashion, to attack the given weakness of a given opponent week after week because they're structured with their strengths to be able to do so. Iron Man suit works good. I like that. So I was wrong on the Broncos. So 4.65, you see now it's 6 million, at about $1.5 billion, I guess, right? 1.35 billion. And that's probably what about Seattle's going to sell for a year from now. I think that's more probably likely on the mark. Connor says, I agree with you on that. The great thing about Woolen and Witherspoon, too, is they have different skill sets, and Seattle can have a good match for just about any type of receiver. Yeah, remember the one thing with that, though, Connor, is that you don't have your cornerbacks travel. Coach Carroll is a believer in leaving cornerbacks to one side of their football field, so he's not moving guys around. Tariq's going to be on the left. Witherspoon's going to be on the right. And that's just kind of how they roll. And I do like that they do it that way, Connor. I know there's a big reputation thing about cornerbacks moving around all over the field and staying with the best wide receiver. And, there's people that really want to see their corners do that. This is the thing that we heard about with Richard Sherman for years. Well, Richard's not that good because he doesn't actually travel with the guy. It's a little bit of, to me, let's look past that. That's not right. There's actually a greater benefit to be had from having your corner stay on one side of the football field. So you're just not going to have them travel around that much. But you still have two lockdown guys on the outside. You have two lockdown man-based corners now on the outside. That's going to open that door up for blitzing and doing a lot of other stuff. Things we'll talk about, Connor, on future shows. I'll have a whole show dedicated around the defense. This particular show is just kind of more on the offensive style of things. But in the future, I'll be getting into kind of how they can really take advantage of those skill sets on the outside. Because more than it is based around matching up to a wide receiver matchup, let's get this guy onto this big receiver and this guy on the smaller receiver because, Witherspoon's smaller, so we'll get him on the smaller guy and we'll get Tariq over on the bigger guy. More than doing that, really it's more based around the defense being more pressure-based in their packages, showing more blitzes, bringing more guys near the line of scrimmage pre-snap, trying to get a little bit more exotic in their process. And I think that could bring out the better results rather than moving kind of the corner around a little bit. Jose Rodriguez, what's up, man? It's good to see you in the chat. Hope you're doing well out there. This was supposed to be a short stream. Yes, I lied. Wish I wasn't a filthy liar. Wish I wasn't a dirty liar. Herbicide, let's say Caleb blows out an ACL at the beginning of the year. Then do we have a chance for him? I'm thinking about it. Herbicide, and I just don't have I have no track record in NFL history that I can think of a quarterback going into his final year whose status was so cemented as to what he was going to be looked at and viewed as an NFL prospect, who then tore his ACL even at any point in the year. I know that Hendon Hooker's kind of this way, but Hendon Hooker's different because he was so old. And because, again, he wasn't quite as legitimate a prospect. He was just raising his prospect status really this year to where he was headed. No, I would tend to think Herbicide, because the tape was so good from Caleb this last year, that even if he went down the first couple of games, he would still be, I think, the number one quarterback. Because, yeah, I kind of think no matter what, Herbicide, if he went down early in the year, the teams could say, we got his prior year film to go off of. He's magical, and he's likely to be fully recovered by this torn ACL by by the start of training camp, all in the offseason, all that. We can go through the whole offseason, so he's not restricted in that gamut. And then even if he had it late in the year, he could still come back and they could still say, okay, well, that he had another year of great production at USC before he went down to this injury. He only more solidified himself as that prospect, even with the ACL tear. So I think still, no matter kind of almost what at this point, outside of Caleb falling off a cliff as far as his play, I just don't think he's... No, I just don't think he's... he's the number one pick, I think. Jack says Arizona could land the number one pick. Not great. Jack, the Arizona could land the number one and the number two pick. How about that? They got Houston's pick and they got their own. It could be a 1-2 combo with them. Could you imagine them having the number one and the number two overall selection? Like they're able to go get Caleb Williams and Marvin Harrison Jr. I wouldn't like that. That would not make me happy. Kurt, what are our biggest offensive weakness? Center, guard, Shane Waldron? I don't think it's Shane Waldron. I think Shane Waldron definitely solidified himself last year as, maybe not one of the best and brightest minds as an offensive coordinator in the league, but certainly a strong offensive mind in this league. And we were going to start to, folks, just to let you know too, we're getting to the 5-hour standpoint on this. I do want to kind of put a button on this. So let's get kind of just in the last couple of questions on this as we will start to kind of wrap this up just a little bit here. I meant to do this as a quick show. We're at 5 hours right now. Sorry, I was right in the middle of responding to you. I get a little rummer. Kurt, so I don't think it's Waldron. I think our weakest spot right now as it stands currently is probably right guard, center right behind it, Kurt. And you could almost go 1 and 1A. I don't think there's a lot of difference in your level of concern for both of those positions. But as much as where the level of concern comes from there at that point, Kurt, is as much just everything else is so solidified on the rest of the offense. Those are the only two places that you have as far as any kind of worry whatsoever. Not only do you not feel like anything's even a quasi weakness beyond those two positions, everything else feels like very much a strength as it concerns this football team. So while they are weaknesses in themselves, they're not major weaknesses. They're not gaping weaknesses. They're not, well, you have a black hole of death at this position that you have to get through over the course of this next year. It's not going to be that. So even at being at that place of being a worrisome spot for you, Kurt, it's still not like it's going to keep you up at night kind of worry. It's more of like a passing kind of concern. Like, I'm a little bit worried about this. Long dramatic drink of water there. Leave us in suspense. You learn about these type of things streaming through these years now. You know what I mean? Why do I says Pete did say that with Spoon, he can go in and outside to travel with wide receivers if needed now. Pete is changing so much. We could see more man and blitzing in 2023. We'll see. We will see. And certainly something I'm going to cover on a future show with this. I just want to kind of keep it on the offense here today because we can kind of we got enough topics that we're going in different directions on this type of stuff. But it'd be great if he changed in that way, I guess. Why do I? I don't really see as much the benefit to it. There's been a lot of this talk and discussion that's gone on for years with traveling cornerbacks and the value of traveling cornerbacks. To me, it's been more about an ego thing than anything else. It's just an ego thing to me. I get to say that I traveled along and I did this, It's like, okay. I don't really think it's that important of a thing, having corners travel. That's just my standpoint on it. It gets fans excited. They love to see it. The players feel good because they can beat their chest and like, I'm follow you anywhere, blah, blah, blah. But I don't know that it particularly makes defenses better by having a corner travel. I haven't necessarily seen ultimate proof that that's really is the case. But we'll see, man. I certainly want to see them do way more blitzing this year. That's for sure. Drunk, who's going number 2, right? Drake May should be going number 2 drunk, but it's not as certain with him being number 2 as it is with Caleb Williams being number 1. It's likely to be the way that plays out, but Drake is very much in that same stable of all the rest of the quarterbacks in this draft where that are considered guys that are going to be draftable guys where he still has to put another year of tape up. It's not to that legitimate point where it's no doubt he goes number 2. Sam says the NFC is really a toss-up. Talked to my Niner buddy about this yesterday. 100%. It's wide open. And the AFC is not wide open. The AFC is going to be a battleground. Battleground. Fat Daddy Stacks, thank you for the $10 donation. Fat Daddy Stacks, I do appreciate you on that for all the donos tonight, man. He says, hearing a lot about top billing. I personally thought he handled it well. Me, I'm an old school ex-combat military in person. I would have thumbed him in the head. Weak men would not watch football. I'm an old school ex-combat military in person. I would have thumbed him in the head. Weak men would not watch football. I thought he handled it well. Hearing a lot about top billing. I personally thought he handled it well. Me, I'm old school. Well, thank you for the $10 donation. I'm not sure what you mean on the back, and please forgive me, Fat Daddy. When I get into folks for the 5-hour mark on these streams, I know I can kind of seem like I'm keeping it together, but if there's kind of comments where it's not really clear what you're saying, it gets really, really hard for me to kind of ascertain what's being said. I get a little confused sometimes. So I'm not really sure. Fat Daddy, can you do me a favor, Fat Daddy? Thank you for the $10 donation. Rephrase if you can in the comment section what you're kind of meaning to say there. I'm not sure what your question might have been or what you were trying to quite say there in the chat. It's not quite clear to me on that. Both of the guys handled it fine. Nobody did. It's beef. It's stuff that came up. It's quite honestly with it, like it's why I didn't go live yesterday. You know, folks, I wanted to go live yesterday, but I knew I was going to be inundated with the Rob Stanton top billing talk. You know what I mean? And it's like, for me, like, this is why I don't want to talk politics, right? Like, I hate talking about things that are outside of football. It just doesn't interest me. I know it's people love both of these two guys, and there's camps that are developing, and there's people that are like, I'm a top billing guy and I'm a Stanton guy and I love all of them and I only like this guy and only like that guy. And I don't know what to respond with. I don't know what to really say on any of it. I knew I was going to get asked a lot about it. I hate this type of drama stuff that's just useless and doesn't do anything to push the ball forward in any manner. I'm so glad these guys had to get into this right now and go to this place. It does feel to me a little bit childish at the end of the day on this. And let's just act like adults, right? Let's just act like grown-ups. It's not that hard to do. But it seems harder for others than it is. But I've definitely reached the pot at 5 hours and probably having asked or had it brought up probably now 6 times over the course of this stream and talked about the Rob and the Stan thing. I'm out of opinions on it or out of takes on it. I think at this point with it, it is what it is. You know what I mean? It is. Fat Daddy says $5. Also, if you are bringing drama on this channel, I do think, Fat Daddy, thank you for the $5 donation. Says also, if you are bringing the drama on this channel, I do not think much of you as well. Have some respect. Absolutely, Fat Daddy. It's not a place. That's why I'm trying to not take a stand on this with either of these two guys. I respect both of these guys' work. I respect both of what they do. They both are very hard workers. They both really work hard to get their channels and get the most out of their channels. And I can attest to this. When you run a YouTube channel, it's hard. You got a job here. You got this job here. You got people saying, hey, have you watched this? Have you done this? Are you on this? Or you did it? There's people always with a foot right up in the backside. Go, 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 go. So it's stressful. It's hard work. And it's more respect for these guys, which is why I don't want to take much of an opinion. I know what it puts and what these guys take to put into the work they put into with it. So it's, I do think that it's going to be a place here that I always do insist upon, though, to your point on that, Fat Daddy, where I look at the situation and I say, hey, we're going to be respectful in here. And if I've got people coming in and they can't understand that line, and you get people coming in and say, what? I just called him an idiot because his standpoint's stupid. Well, bye. You can be gone. It's not hard to be nice. It's not hard to just keep things in a respectful fashion, but you do see a lot of people struggle with it. And I keep coming back to when I look at Fat Daddy for people and why they do it and what drives people to do it over and over again, what it comes down to is one bottom line thing. People don't trust the strength of their own argument. They don't trust the strength of their own standpoint on a given issue. And so the second they don't do that, they become childlike. They start to hurl the insults. They start to hurl the threats of physical violence, because those are the refuges for people. Those are the last refuges for people that don't have that strong argument to lean back, in on. But yeah, it's created a little bit of bluster. It's created a little bit of bluster here over this last day. Thank you for that, Rob. Thank you for that, Top Billin'. Appreciate you guys creating this sort of thing that us other content creators now have to talk about it. I hope you guys got all of your clicks and all of your subscribers from doing that, and it got you the content you needed on that. But I will just reiterate once again, for the folks that maybe are hoping that this is something this channel is going to do at some point, or I'll go in that way. Never. I don't like doing useless things it's useless. All this stuff between those guys, completely useless, not pushing the ball forward at all. Not in the least. Jonah, I had a great conversation with the 49er fan. I had to defend Richard Sherman. Niner fan told me Deion Sanders was the greatest cornerback of all time. I said, no way, Richard. Jonah says Niner fans stated that Deion had 57 interceptions to Richard Sherman's 38, and that over 1,000 yards interceptions. And I had to remind him Deion had 34 tackles to Richard Sherman's 385. Did Deion Sanders only have 34 tackles? Of course, they're not. Show me the tackles. Oh, he's got. He had 500 tackles in his career, Jonah. I don't know. I might be more with the Niner fan on this one. I know Richard definitely was a good tackler, but Deion had almost double the amount of interceptions in his career. It's kind of hard on that one. You're picking in Deion, one of the best of all time, in my opinion. I love Richard Sherman's career, but I do think, Jonah, it's a little bit with, when you look at the 34 interception, or you look at the, 34 career. Yeah, I just think when you look at the 38 interceptions with Sherman in his career, Jonah, that places him like 107th all time. It's hard to say a guy that's 107th all time is the best cornerback of all time, or one of the best cornerbacks of all time, even being a really good tackling corner at that point. That's such a disparity between the other guys as far as where he ranks. It's a great career. It's nearly a Hall of Fame career, probably a Hall of Fame career at that. But is it at a place where you go, he's the best? I don't know if I can quite get there on that one. Daniel Bailey, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, love the breakdown. Also, Geno reading D pre-snap. That's where he definitely had a lot of his success last year. And when you give him a team that has the strength across the board in so many different spots to attack a defense, now you just tell the quarterback to read it pure. Don't lean to having to force feed DK Metcalf. Don't lean to force feeding Tyler Lockett. Read what the defense is giving you. Read what the personnel groupings are giving you on the football field, and then operate from that in that fashion. And so Geno does that. He did that really well last year, Daniel. I think that's really what brought upon him the back and benefit of throwing for that 70% completion percentage was because he wasn't overthinking it. He was going to the pathway of least resistance. And I think that's the strength of this offense, is that it can go into the pathway of least resistance, which happens to be the weakness of any given defense, and then take advantage of that in that fashion in the most of ways. Thank you, though, for that $2 donation. Fat Daddy, thank you for another donation, man. This is like your 7th donation on the channel today, man. Thank you so very much. Very, very kind of you. It's folks like Fat Daddy that help this channel be able to be as productive and prolific as we are, as getting as many videos as we do out, because you guys do put the support to the channel in this fashion and the way you do. And I really do appreciate it. It's what lets me do this full time. I was sitting today before the stream and I was just working nonstop on the Mike Morris video, just tearing through the tape, putting through the cut-ups, getting the stuff set up. I was a kid in the candy store. It makes me so happy to be able to do this because I can get the support from you guys. So thank you so very much for that. Fats Daddy Stack says, word to what you said. Anybody that I meet that comes to me with that kind of crap gets the boot. Me too. I've got no patience for it. I got no time for it. If I get crappy comments, and I respond to basically, as you guys see here in the stream, I'll respond to anybody. And it's not just on stream live right now. If you post a comment, it's a really good chance that I'm going to respond to you under the YouTube comment section too. I'm going to try to stay engaged with everybody at all times. But I've reached the point where I pass by people. If all you've got is just to throw crap around, then bye. You can miss me with that and I'll never speak to you. I just don't have any time for that stuff where it's, life's hard enough. Life's already an uphill battle. Life's already can be a trudge at times. Let's not make it worse. Let's not make it harder where it doesn't have to be. It's the thing I do appreciate about Seahawks content creators in general. I know Rob's going maybe a little after Top Bill in here, but the Seahawks content creators don't go after each other. And that we have our own little different separate realms that we operate in. Some of us have overlap and whatnot, like me and Brendan do. But there is none of that, bickering or going out. And you do see that, for instance, with the Niner content creators. Those guys will go at each other and create that drama. It's like, for what? For who? We're all on the same team. We're all trying to see the same thing occur, But thank you, Fat Daddy, for that $5 donation. I really do appreciate it, man, for all your donations on the channel, man. You help me, allow me to do what I do on this. It really does allow me to do this. It's allowed me even in this offseason to stay on top of this in this channel in this way. And it's why we're able to round 12,000 subscribers, because I can keep posting out those videos consistently on the back of this. And it doesn't go unnoticed as we go forward here into this future. And I really appreciate it. It's allowed me to essentially get ahead of this channel and be able to put the time I've been able to put into it, despite only being at 12,000, in relative. As I've said often, I don't think there's a lot of guys at 12,000 subscribers that are able to do this full time in the way I'm able to do it, because I get the support that I get from you guys. Absolutely unbelievable. Neil Stoy, Goff and Jimmy made it to the Super Bowl with a great team around them. I don't see why Seahawks can't replicate that, even if Geno somehow regresses this year. This team is gathering talent. It's the most important part, man. Get to the Super Bowl, you need a very highly talented team across the board, and that is indeed what they're building, and you're right. Goff's got there. I would even argue Hurts this year was able to, despite maybe some limitations of him as a passer, they're able to overcome that, are the Eagles, because they have built such a great team around him. There's a lot of cases of this, in my opinion, being proven true in recent history. It's not just about getting that prime time quarterback that's going to carry the day. It's not just about, having a couple of players that are your superstar guys. There's other pathways to creating an elite football squad. Herbicide, do I think we extend Brooks? No, I don't, Herbicide. I think the team told you with the lack of activating the fifth-year option of what they thought about Jordan Brooks and where he is in his career right now. He's going to be coming off that torn ACL next year, probably not going to be at his best. Usually the guys coming off 1 year removed off of it aren't. KJ Wright talked about this a little bit, about where Brooks was going to be in his recent deal, talking about that on his channel. So I think that they just let him play out this year and see where he lies at the end of that. But I think the team is probably more looking for the exit here more than they're looking for onboarding Brooks anytime in the future. Another guy whose games just hasn't really expanded or grown since he's walked in the league. He's pretty much the same player he was from day one. The same benefits, the same negatives. Yeah. Herbicide, do you think a lack of middle linebacker depth is going to be an issue this year? It has the potential to be so. Yeah. I do think that because it's also, though, a devalued position, that especially if you have something happen to you before the trade deadline, that you can go out there and find a middle linebacker out there in the trade deadline that can come in and fill in. And that it's not a position that you need to have in training camp, that you can have the guy come in and he can take to it pretty quickly. Look at Roquan Smith last year, for instance, and the difference in how that Ravens defense played when he came to the Ravens defense versus when he wasn't there on that Ravens team. So you can go find that immediate impact from the middle linebacker position and other teams at that point, if it goes that way. Could it be just a place, though, that you get screwed if it's late in the season that you have the injuries? Maybe. Yeah. It's certainly going to be one of the risks of this team. It's why I say that just behind center and guard, it's one of your true worries that you have on this team, offensively speaking, in addition, to the defensive tackle position as it currently stands. Moss Productions, Niners are the worst fan base in the league. I couldn't believe watching this offseason a couple times, especially the quarterback situation just has them going at each other. It's like, my God, chill out, boys. Daniel says, not in the moment, it's Bob Stanley or Bob Scranton. Ethan says, Yo, HawksNest, I'm a graphic designer and I've made a bunch of jersey swaps of the news rookies. I can send you them on Twitter if you want to use them for thumbnails. Yeah, man. Send me on the way. I love it, brother. For sure. I'll try to see if I can use them on my stuff. Cameron Robinson nicely said, B, life is hard. Life is hard enough. Unity, people. Hashtag unity, people. Hashtag unity. We're all in this fight together, man. Life is a rough one. The more, let's work together, not against each other. Let's love. I'm a lover, not a fighter. Drunk says, should we pick up Malik Willis if he gets cut? No, we should not. Nope. Whitey says top 5 offense, 30 plus points a year. Book it. I have faith in the O-line. I love that faith. I hope you're right on that one. Jonas says top billions. Weird how he talks about the Seahawks and not a Seahawks fan. That's my opinion. I get it. I get where you're coming from. Some of those other folks who shared it, and I think that was a little bit of Rob's point in raising what he raised in the situation on it. And so I think that's a little bit of where the rub is on this debate a little bit. And I'm not necessarily taking a stand on that one way or another, Jonah. As I said, I'm going to be like Switzerland on this one. I'm going to operate my little bank. I'm not going to question where the money's coming in at. Oh, Lordy. John Stillwell has been celebrating 7 months as a Hawks Nest Ring of Honor, also one of my patrons and one of the biggest donators on this channel. Thank you so much, John, for all of your support. He says, hi, Brandon. Congrats on the 12K. Do you think the acquisition of the running back in round 2 says anything about the health and or attitude of Kenneth Walker? I don't think it does. No. There was the injury last year with the foot thing that what we were hearing about that time was this was something that he had been dealing with to some degree going back to even high school, which was, of course, a little bit worrisome, wasn't it, John? You hear, oh, man, you've been dealing with this since high school. That kind of sounds like chronic is the word that comes into my mind when I hear that you've been dealing with it that long. So maybe there is a little bit of them looking at the running back situation, building that into that a little bit, and saying, hey, we've got to get some insurance here for this. I think beyond that though, John, I've talked about there's this thing I've called the beast mode curse. And since 2015, every single year you've seen your running back room absolutely positively decimated. You've seen your number 1 go down, your number 2 go down, your number 3 go down, your number 4 go down. You're signing guys off the street on a yearly basis. You're calling guys out of the grocery bagging line in order to go now tote the rock on Sunday and get themselves 15 to 20 touches. So what you've done now is you've said, hey, why don't we protect against that eventuality? Why don't we anticipate that eventuality? Why don't we get 4 true studs in this running back room? 4 guys that can all roll the rock if we need them to. 4 guys that can carry that rock on a consistent basis if we need them to. And build in to this thing that has failed us out for now 6, 7, 8 straight years. So I think it's all just extra insurance policies, John, for the running back situation that has been so decimated since beast mode left. I don't know why they can't stay on top health-wise. I don't know why it constantly becomes decimated in the fashion that it is, but the only way to get out ahead of that is to stack more real true talent in that running back room and guys that can sustain and handle that workload, which I think they've tried to. Daniel said the problem I have with when I saw the Rob Stan video was that he was also kind of taking a jab at the Seahawks fan base, like we're super naive and simplified comprehension. that was a place that I did disagree with Rob in the situation on that. Yes. He did mention the Hawks fans were easy to get the clickbait stuff and that they were easy to be sort of fooled by these videos, calling Seahawks, the Seahawks team next year, everything, the greatest thing since sliced bread, essentially. And I too did not think that that's really the case. I think I think just it's a little place where Rob's misunderstanding the situation and the respect of what it is, and that there's been plenty of evidence to support this. Is if you look at NFL fan bases of who is the most active NFL fan bases online, whose presence is felt online, there have been some people that have actually studied this, and what you've come to find out is the Seahawks fan base has one of the most active online presence that you'll find out there. There might be more fan bases that have more of an offline active presence, right? In the other varying ways, there might be more Buffalo fans that do the tailgating, right? There's all these little special places, but I think when we talk about the online sphere, there's just more Seahawks fans in general out there watching with eyeballs to be viewing things. And you've got a fan base right now that's very engaged because they have a team that's on the rise and heading somewhere. I thought the same thing on that, just not quite, and I don't know if he was trying to take a jab at it, but just maybe not quite understanding really what's drawing and causing the traffic there, why it is that the Seahawks fans are so engaged in this fashion of it. Drunk JSN wearing 11, Witherspoon 21? I would think so. I can't see why they wouldn't. We don't have another 11 on the roster. And I don't think that we have another 21 on the roster at the moment. I would think so. Danny W says, could you imagine Top Bill going on Brandon? Our boy would be immediately hitting the neck workouts. Oh, not only would be hitting the neck workouts, Daniel, I'll be coming in with the shrug cleans and stuff, man, right? You're trying to get that Tom Hardy Bane neck going, right? Trying to get that. Who was that guy that had the no neck in the NFL? Takeo Spikes. Be trying to get that Takeo Spikes neck. Go look at Takeo. Go Google Takeo Spikes neck, and that's what I'd be trying to get. Be like, what's up? What's up with no neck on this? I got your no neck right here. Herbicide, I'm not sure if 4 running backs is going to be enough either. You're only able to stack 4 legitimate ones. If you put a 5th one on the practice squad, it's going to get plucked. So you can only go really 4 deep. And if you want to go 5 deep, that's just hard to do because you're going to be really robbing from another position. But I would love to do it because like you say, I do feel nervous about even at 4. I think they've done as much as they can do though with it. Jonah says, yep, 34 tackles, Brandon. I'm looking at his stats right here online and it says 500. He had 254 solo tackles. I'll give you that Sherman's definitely the better tackler. I wouldn't argue with you there. And I'm not saying Dion was a good tackler, but 34 tackles for a career, Drunk Squidward says, yo, Brando, are you going to do any interviews with former or current Seahawks players in the future? I think what I'm going to have to do is get a little toxic with it on some of these former players because they're all so very shy, right? They're just, I don't know if I want to be interviewed. I don't know. It's like, well, you're a millionaire. You got nothing but time on your hands. Come on, right? But I've reached out to a bunch of these guys on Twitter and then I just don't get any response. I try to DM people and there's just no response back. It's kind of frustrating, frankly. Not that they should, it's not that they got their own lives. They don't owe me anything, but, it's frustrating because I just love to get one of these guys on. And I feel like a little bit like with Chad, Chad, I felt like when I was setting up the interview process with Chad Brown, it was a little like, okay, we're going to do this interview thing and it's going to be a bit of a bear, but I'll do it. And then I think when Chad got down and sat down with me and understood kind of some of the questions that we were going to talk about and some of the football discussion, the way it was going to go, I think he was like, wow, this actually kind of maybe a fun conversation, interesting conversation. I think the players would feel the same way with the way that I'd go about it because I don't think I would attack it with the same kind of interview style that they'd be used to. I'd be asking the questions that I would want to ask that I think that people would be interested in finding out about. So I want to, man. I'm trying. I might have to enlist all of you guys and we might have to just do like a Twitter pressure high pressure, have everybody atting these guys in their Twitter, like, get on the Hawks Nest at do. Get on the Hawk. Come on, Hawks Nest now at do, right? We might have to go that route with it if I can't pull these guys into the fray. But I'm shocked by how many are so just shy. I think a lot of these guys, especially with, a lot of them having causes and things like that they would want to sell and put out to the forefront, would be one to go on the channel to be able to, put that out there in that way. But it's been tough. Jonas says, I was joking on the 34 tackles. I was exaggerating, but you're in no way, heck, going to tell me that girly man Deion Sanders was better than the Shermanator. Shermanator's not a good man. Shermanator eats Deion Sanders for lunch. The Deion can't even hold his jockstrap. Yeah. Jonas says, Deion's not the best of all time. I would hands down take Rod Woodson over Deion. Shoot, I take Jalen Ramsey over Deion. Oh my gosh, you do have some hate for Deion, man. Well, for me, I definitely grew up at the time watching Deion on the outside and what he did. And, I think he was a guy in a lot of ways that has sort of invented the lockdown corner at that time. I love Rod Woodson's career. Hell, even had a career where he eventually played safety even, and became a really good safety on top of that. But I may hold Deion a little bit higher esteem than you may with it. I just think he was such a good cover man that it did overtake some of those tackling deficiencies. But I appreciate where you're coming from on that. I get it. T-Boy, what's up, man? It's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. George Twitter, yes, Rob Sand calls. Basically, it's his followers. Drunk. Jonas says, but Brandon, he would have had double the interceptions of Deion Sanders. They stopped throwing him just like they stopped throwing to my man King Griffey Jr. when he would have had been the home run king. Yes, but don't forget about this as well, Jonah, that teams also did the same thing with Deion Sanders. Teams weren't trying to throw Deion Sanders through his prime either. He had plenty of games where he didn't get one target thrown his direction. So it did work on the other foot with that a bit too. But you're right. Sherman had a lot of the career there where he wasn't being thrown at. Stan the Great, Stan called the 12th man. I don't think he was calling the 12th man idiots with Stan. I think he was just and look, Rob has a point here with it. That there is a high proclivity of content creators on YouTube that aren't Seahawks fans, that all they do is post at times, not all they do, but there's a huge amount of their videos where they're just posting nothing but Seahawks are going to be insane. Seahawks are going to be unstoppable. This is not fair what the Seahawks are doing to the NFL. And there are a lot of these like hype videos that are all empty hype for empty clicks, and they're not actually what the people believe. They just know that they're going to get their views and their clicks. And I don't think he's wrong in that respect, but I don't think that it's necessarily as well that what he was inferring a little bit is that, 12th man is easily maybe excitable, easy to get kind of roped into those kind of videos. And I just think it's more that the 12th man is just really engaged online in general. And there's just more of a general online presence of the 12s than there is other teams. And that's going to mean that there's going to be more clicks, more views, and more action around those kind of videos, which is going to draw more content creators, even if they're not Seahawks content creators, to create Seahawks content. But no, I don't think he didn't call us idiots on that. He didn't go that far with it. He was mild inferences. Jonah the Whale, thank you for the $10 donation, Jonah. I really do appreciate it. He says, I have to defend number 25. He's better than Deion. They stopped throwing to Richard for years. Plus, Richard doesn't switch sides. If he had, he would have dominated the stats. It's very well possible. I would offer to you, Jonah, that just because you have a guy traveling at that point, thank you so much first. Again, thank you for the donation. And I'm a Richard backer on this. So I hope it doesn't come off that I'm trying to throw shade at Richard or not say that he was a complete player, more of a complete player maybe than Deion. I'm giving Deion a little bit more of the bump for being as good at cover corners. I think he's one of the best all-time cover corners that's ever played the position. But even if you have a guy like Richard switching sides, if you have a guy like Richard following a number one wide receiver at that point in time, that still doesn't stop that quarterback from then going different other places. That didn't stop teams when Deion was playing at that time from going to other places on the football field, from attacking other areas and ignoring him wholly for whole games. So it isn't a new thing, I guess, to Richards is kind of what I'm saying, right? This is something that you see with all cornerbacks that shut down their side of the field. Is quarterbacks are going to then go the other way because it's always going to be a way that's going to be an easier approach. Why go for the number one cornerback when I go for the number two, and the number two is likely to be a huge drop off from the number one on most teams, except for the Seahawks this year with Witherspoon and Woolen, of course. But Richards is a really good player. I love him a lot. Deion getting twice the number of picks, I think is noteworthy over the course of his career. That's a substantial number to be that much above Richard, and taking the ball away as a cornerback. I just don't think, and I think you'd agree with this too, Jonah, taking the ball away as a cornerback is the most important thing you can do. And Deion did it as well as I think of just about any cornerback in the league, in the sport. But I appreciate where you're coming from, and I thank you for the donation. I love Richard too, so I hope it doesn't come off like I'm hating Richard with it, but I just really like Deion's game. I also grew up with Deion, so it could be, Jonah, just that special place in the heart watching him play and seeing him in so many games. Jacob, JSN should wear 15 if it's available, because then we have DK 14, JSN 15, and Tyler 16. There we go. Fat Daddy Stacks with another $5 donation. Thank you, Fat Daddy. I really do appreciate you on that. He says, Corbin Smith is not a Seahawks fan either. Having a perspective from someone that is not is often the intrigue. It's not like TB is negative. Top 9. It's not like TB is negative. Corbin Smith is not a Seahawks fan either. Having a perspective. I didn't know Corbin Smith's not a Seahawks fan. Really? Huh. Having a perspective that is not is often the intrigue. It's like TB is it's not like Top Billin is negative. No, he's not negative. And yeah, I think that, like I always say with a lot of this stuff, Fat Daddy, it's part of why I say the open, honest discussion in this chat is that when you get different perspectives and views, and if you have a perspective and view from somebody that doesn't have the dog in the fight, doesn't have the biases, doesn't have the built-in fandom carrying their day a little bit, that from that then comes an honest, true opinion. And that's what people at the end of the day, I think, really most want from their content creators or what they get online is they want to be entertained, but they also want people that are going to be honest and true and real with it. And I do think that he is trying to be that way. I think everybody's in this situation is kind of trying to be that way. I think Corbin definitely operates from that standpoint too, trying to be accurate, trying to be right, trying to be smart in their approach. But you're right, man. You learn from other perspectives, and there's no purer perspective than hearing the opinion from somebody who would be a football fan, but that isn't necessarily a Seahawks fan. It's just their view from the outside and looking at your team, especially if you get a guy like Top Billin, or if I guess is the case with Corbin Smith, somebody looking at it who's not as much of a diehard fan, but is just as much invested like they were in how they watched the process play out. There is absolute value within it. I do believe that. Because there, and I can attest to this, when you have the love like I have for the Seahawks team, it's going to put the rose-colored glasses on at times. It's going to blind you at times. I mean, there was the going into the year with Russell Wilson, where your final year of Russell Wilson, and I'm there saying, well, I think we could be a Super Bowl contending team here. And that team wasn't even close to being a Super Bowl contending team. And I got at that time blinded by my biases, blinded by my, love for the team. But you don't get that necessarily from somebody that's not as in that place. I think it's well put by you, Fat Daddy. And I echo your sentiments on that. John Stillwell, thank you for the $20 donation. John, you are awesome. Appreciate all your support, man. You're great. Says, Devin Witherspoon sure looks like a safety to me, Brandon. What do you think? The next Earl Thomas? Well, there's been definitely a top 5 pick in recent years, in the last 15 years of football. As I always do with this type of stuff, John, you go, is there any sort of historical markers here? Is there a historical marker for taking a cornerback top 5? And then eventually transitioning him to the free safety position. And indeed we do. Now, there is only one instance and circumstance, and that being Malcolm Jenkins. And Malcolm Jenkins played, John, for a couple of years on the outside for New Orleans before eventually he was transitioned to becoming a free safety. That could very well be the case here with Devon Witherspoon. I don't think that that's where he starts out from day one, John. I think that they do try to get him worked in as an outside corner on this team. But long term, it could be eventually the place that they transition him to if he's not able to round out as a corner. And there are a couple of things that you got to worry about him as an outside corner that could end up impacting him. Doesn't mean that it's death knell for him on the outside, but just the impactful factors that could limit him down as his top end as a cornerback. First, he's got a little bit of lack of arm length. Next, he's got a little bit of a lack of size. That could show up in the next level where you've got bigger receivers giving him some problems, especially at the catch point. He's good at the catch point. He's got great ball skills, great leaping ability, great tracking of the ball. So those are things that are going to help offset that a little bit, but there's nothing he's going to be able to do. There's nothing he's going to be able to do about the lack of arm length and the lack of size. So that's something that could push him out there to the free safety position. There's things that are talked about, like I saw a breakdown by a cornerback by Rondé Barber, former cornerback for the Tampa Bay. A guy, if he's not a Hall of Famer, will eventually be a Hall of Famer, I think. I think he's a Hall of Famer, but I can't remember for sure. And the guy had a lot of picks, a lot of interceptions in his career. And he talked a little bit about the need to clean up the back pedal of Devin Witherspoon, and I think that that's right. It's not as smooth a back pedal, right? The hips might be just a tiny bit tight. These are things that could eventually see him find his way out there to free safety, John. But hard to make the prediction quite yet that he's going to make that transition. Now, if he did, could he become an Earl Thomas-like safety? Sure. He'll be a better tackler than Earl Thomas. I would actually argue, John, that there would be more upside from Devon Witherspoon going to the free safety position than what you got from Earl Thomas, because he could give you all of the ball skills of Earl Thomas, and he's going to be a better tackler than Earl. So there's a potential real bright side to having to make that change eventually down the line. Of course, the analytic folks, John, are going to bristle at taking a free safety for the future in the top 5. But if he turns out to be a tremendous player, he turns out to be a tremendous player. And you can't argue with it at that point. So eventually, maybe, John, but not in this first year. Especially if you moved on from Quandre after next year, that'd be a little bit more of a likely time frame, I think, of as a possibility at that point. Thank you, though, for the donation, man. I do appreciate it. You guys are absolutely tremendous on all the donos. I like Darrell Green too, Herbicide. He's a good player as well. And certainly a guy that could be in discussions for being one of the best corners of all time too. Like you said, very fast. Spencer Smith, hey, what up, Hawks Nest? What up, Brando? What's up, Spencer? Spencer in the house. Herbicide, I saw Green chase down Eric Dickerson. Looked like DK versus Buddha, only faster. Yeah, he was insanely fast on a football field, was Green. I remember that play you're talking about too, Herbicide. Drug Squidward, if we could get any current Seahawks players on here, that would be so cool to see. That'd be awesome, Drunk. I would love to be able to do it. If I could have that be a real common element of this channel, if I could pull even one interview a week, one a month, I would love to do it. I have no hesitancy whatsoever. I think it would add to the channel greatly. I had so much fun on the interview with Chad Brown, and I was able to ask some real questions that I didn't think people had necessarily asked Chad up until this point. And I think I could do the same with some of these other players. But I think I'm going to have to call upon you guys to put a little bit of the slight pressure, like slight fan base pressure down on them, because they're just so bloody shy. Mr. Dog, is Jody Allen invested enough to win a Super Bowl, or is she just gearing up to sell? I think she's gearing up to sell. I don't know if that means then that she's not invested enough to win a Super Bowl, Mr. Dog. The only place that I really come into, that I would really draw out and say this is the one spot which really is indicative to me that they're not necessarily in that spot is the fact that she's got to get everything liquidated at this point. The Paul Allen G Trust Mr. Dog dictates that right now Jody Allen has to liquidate all of his assets that are not his pet projects, so that then all of that money can then go into the pet projects that he has determined in his will. The Seahawks are not one of those pet projects, so they're not a team that he's looking to try to pour money into. They're looking to try to stretch that dollar out right now as it stands. So is it a little bit of an impediment? Yes. Are you able to go as for it like the Rams were a couple of years ago with Kroenke down there in his pocketbook? No. You're not. Is that going to mean that you have no way of getting to a Super Bowl and that's going to keep you from being a top-end team at this point over the next year and a half? Not necessarily. It's an impediment, but the Cincinnati Bengals went to the Super Bowl and almost got back there this last year with a roster that's not historically spent a lot of money. So just because you are restricted a little bit by your purse strings does not mean that there's no chance for you to then become that elite team. It just means that it's a little bit of a limiting factor. George Squitter, Charles Woodson was pretty good as well. He was pretty good. Yeah, he's a good player as well. Spencer Smith, are we talking about the Rob Stanton top billing beef? I've had to bring it up. We've talked about it a lot. I'm definitely 5.5 hours into talking about it. I'm good with it. I think we've covered every angle. Big Country, I love Sherman as a player, but I'm not even sure he's a top 10 cornerback all time. I know it's sacrilegious to say it, but I think Big Country's got a point on this. I think when you start going through some of the names of great cornerbacks in NFL history, as great of a career as Richard Sherman did have, there's been a lot of really, really good ones that have come across. And I think some people are mentioning here just a couple of the names of Rod Woodson, Deion Sanders. You can make a strong argument with Charles Woodson, Darrell Green. I mean, that's for Night Train Lane. If you want to go old, does that guy have like 95 interceptions in his career? I think you could find some other guys if you went through and looked at the history of the cornerback position and who played the sport. Been really dominant. John Stillwell, I have several complaints against Creator Top Billing for a number of things that shouldn't be allowed in a forum like this. They're all still open. I think they're valid. And people have definitely, I've heard from a few folks on the stream that have dealt with that in their own realm too, and their interactions with him on that side of it as well. That's a guy 13 times bigger than me, essentially, I think, 12 times bigger than me size-wise. So you do go, well, who am I to question how he's doing what he's doing? They're being successful at it. But I think there's a way to operate in doing this, John, where you can deal with opinions you don't have to hear, and you don't have to launch back at him and get mean at him on it. But it is one that does seem to be one that content creators struggle with, and I can understand that. I probably struggle at times with it myself in my own little given moments. Sam the Great says, Brandon, it's all good, just not a fan of people disrespecting our city. I get it, Sam. And I wouldn't tell you either that you read it the wrong way, because I had my hankles on that one up a little bit as well. Like, come on, come on. That's not my history with it. That's not my history of my interactions in the chat with the Seahawks fandom. And I know Rob's not dealt with that either. He's done plenty of live streams to get a feel for what it is online with these folks. And I encounter way more intelligence, way more of a thinking man fan. And what I deal with in this chat, even the random folks that don't come in here a lot of times that aren't just regulars, I deal with it a lot. And that's more often to me the rule of thumb than it is the fan that's just, that you're getting the impression that they're just empty-headed clickers that are just sort of clicking on whatever video says Hawks. Hawks good, yes, me click. Riverside Sherm is top 5 on my list. I certainly wouldn't argue against anybody that put him top 5, but I certainly could understand those folks too that say, I have them a bit further down. Real Talk TV, a lot of these guys are making videos because they know we're on the rise. That's where I think it comes from too, Real Talk. And I think that's where I don't get mad at it from my standpoint, because look, it's the nature of the beast. This is YouTube, right? And if you have a team that's good and it isn't bad and it's on the rise and it's better and it has a fan base that's engaged online, there's going to be plenty of content creators that aren't Seahawks fans that are going to try to create Seahawks videos from that, and good for them. Bully them. They're not taking food off my plate, Michael says, maybe if you hit up Chad Brown and see if he can refer you. I remember that stream. I might do that. I've at the very least wanted to have Chad back on again, because I think it'd be an interesting discussion, because he's, of course, covering the Broncos right now there in Denver. So I think we could get into some interesting folds on that one. But I think that's a great idea. And I think I got to start thinking a little bit more, Michael, to your point on this, outside the box and getting some of these interviews in here. I've been just trying to reach out, but I got to go a little bit different realm. Moss Productions, borderline top 10, 15, even though he's my favorite player ever. I think you're being realistic there, Moss. I think that's where he would land for me too, if we're talking about his all-time rank. I think that's more of where I'm going to be sitting at that with Richard. Love him as a player, but just, man, there's been so many amazing corners that have come through this sport. Real Talk TV, they were not making these videos when they thought it was a rebuild. Agreed. They're striking right now while the iron's hot. You know, they've licked their finger and they put it up into the wind and they know where the winds are blowing. And the winds are blowing for Seahawks greatness. Darryl Green's I love Darryl Green, Herbicide. I love me some Darryl Green. He would definitely be he'd be my top 5, I think. Daniel says, I think part of the reason the 12s will click more is because we're sometimes the ignored stepchild of the NFL and we get hungry for attention. It's a fair point too. Very fair point. Mason Dale, yo, B, what's up? Missed the last few streams. So glad to be back. Was wondering if you saw the Rob Stanton top billing beef and what you thought of it. Yeah, I have thought it. You got to bear with me on this one, Mason. I'm going to kind of shorthand this one because I'm 5 hours and 45 minutes into it, and I've probably been asked it about 35 times over the stream. So I'm definitely at that spot where I'm like, okay, I don't know how much more I can say on Stanton or Billen. I have respect for the work both of those two guys do. I think that Rob has some points that I understand where he's coming from on it, which is what raised the initial issues up. It's unfortunate, I think, that you got to get these kind of things going on like this, where we've got to have reaction videos and beef videos. And how about we just, you know, if there's this much disagreement, let's get on the phone. Let's just talk this out, not text message. You know, if we're talking about, there's a lot of talk in this situation about what men do and what man does. And that men do is pick up a phone. Like, here's my number. Call me. I'll call you. Let's talk. Let's get on the same page with this. If there's that thing, I don't think that's what's going to happen here, but that's my stance on kind of with it. But I don't, it's not my style. I would never do any of this kind of stuff with it. I get what's going on here on it. It seemed like it escalated really quickly, Mason. It went from 0 to 100. But I think it's also done well for probably both of their two channels. Now, I'm sure Rob is getting a lot of views and subs from it. And I'm sure Top Billin is as well. And so it's serving its ultimate purpose at that point in time. Daniel says, it's funny how similar both Bob and Top Billin are, though, essentially egotistical YouTubers. Their channel is their holy land, and you cannot question it. That's why you're awesome. Oh, man. Thank you so much, man. Well, keep me in that lane, Daniel. You know, I think that's always going to be, I tell my brother often, if I start leaving the lane of not recognizing that and being on that and being diligent about staying in that mode of things, then I deserve to be slapped. I deserve to not, I do not want myself to drift into that territory of things, because I know what kind of damage it can do to your channel if you land in that spot. So I'm glad that where I seek out to land with this channel hits in that way, because that's definitely what I'm aspiring to be at, Daniel. And I do recognize that to kind of stay in this mode, it's going to take being diligent about it and being, you know, aware of the fact that there's like that. I tried to reference it, Daniel, like the Jedi being drawn to the dark side of the Force a little bit, and that in being a YouTube content creator, it draws you into that dark side stuff a little bit at times. And you got to be real active, I think, to try to push back against it. You know, realize the nature of the beast, realize what we're trying to do here, realize it's all at the end of the day and fun, and not get too serious with it. D-Boy says, Brandon, I think Deion Sanders' football IQ and being a lifetime cornerback. Deion was a cornerback from the start to finish. RS, Richard Sherman, was a wide receiver, so I give it to Deion. I think that's a fair way of putting it, D-Boy. And yeah, you maybe wonder a little bit if Richard was a guy, you know, playing corner since he was essentially in junior high. Is it different for him at that point? You know, is he a even better corner? He does not need as much of that developmental time once he gets to the pro stage of things. Sea of the Geese, why wouldn't Corbin be a Seahawks fan? He probably wasn't one growing up. I didn't know on that. I thought he had been a local guy. So it was the first I'd kind of heard on that. But yeah, it's all good. Drunk Twitter, the only Seahawks diehard fans on YouTube I know are the Hawks Nest, Brandon Nelson, and Norb Cam, maybe more, but at least on YouTube. Yeah, I think there's a couple others out there that do that are also in on it pretty hardcore as well, as I know they are fans too. But no doubt about Brendan. Brendan's definitely high diehard on his side as well. I can attest to that. I can testify to that. Mason, I remember you were relatively high on Will Levis this time last year. I'm curious if any of the next year's quarterbacks have caught your eye. I'm really interested in Quinn Ewers. I kind of feel like a little bit of my view on them at first blush is a lot of them just sort of end up sort of landing in sort of the same territory for me, where I just start to feel like second, third round guys. Spencer Rattlers, Cameron Wards, Bo Nix. I like Quinn Ewers' game. And you go back to that Alabama game at Texas last year, where they were giving Alabama everything they could take and more. And Alabama only really was able to win that game because that crappy ass call where the defensive lineman got called for roughing the quarterback when he was bringing them down for a tackle on a safety. But it was, remember, Ewers was really balling out in that game and had that Texas team going until there was, I think Will Anderson injured him right down near the goal line. So I'll be paying attention to him as well. I definitely will have my pulse on all these guys. Jefferson with Arkansas will be a guy that I see if he, can he take some steps forward in his game? I'm obviously really high on Caleb Williams, but I don't have a guy outside of that kind of like Will Levis that necessarily I'm targeting in on and saying, well, this will be a guy who I really think can, be a guy for our Seahawks to target, a guy I'm going to probably really like. Love his background, love his physical makeup. I do have a lot of guys I do like their makeup and how they're built and how they're put together and how they play the position, how they sling the rock. Herbicide mentions Penix. I do like Penix a lot. I think he's a good chance to turn himself into a first-round quarterback. But no guy that's kind of caught my imagination quite in the way that I was initially by Levis, playing in our offense, pro-style system, not a lot of surrounding talent, toughest conference in the SEC. There's a lot there that sort of initially was drawing me to him. And I was a little bit off on him as well at the end of the day. I thought he was going to be a first-round guy and slid to the top of the second. So that one I did not hit that one right. But I'll be watching them all. I wish I had a guy I could give you that was one that had me a little more excited than the others, but I just kind of all find, in my mind, they all just are kind of drifting into that same second, third round realm, right? There's things I like about a lot of them, but then there's detriments to their game as well that kind of have it offset. Pandemonium Bad. Wish I could show you guys the video of meeting JSN after he got drafted. Oh, hell yeah. You can share it to me on Twitter. I can eventually post it up on the channel, man. John says, TB contacts me up one more time and he'll get to meet my lawyers. Oh, man. I hear some stories. I'll tell you what, John, are just like, boy, there's some folks that are always in the red in their race car, always in the red. I'm like, geez Louise. Drunk says, Kellenick is too good hitting like crazy. I'd love to see it. Herbicide, JJ McCarthy. That's another guy I'm struggling to. I worry about him on a size standpoint. I worry about him a little bit with arm strength stuff. Watched a lot of tape with him. Herbicide, because of course, Olawatimi. And I'm not quite getting the full hype McCarthy, but you're right. McCarthy's going to be a name that's mentioned out there as another one of these guys. Hell, he's going to be probably one of the main Heisman candidates coming up this year. Nick Guzman, Witherspoon has a little Rod Woodson in him. I could see that. Rod was a hell of a tackler. One of the reasons he was eventually able to transition to safety. But yeah, Rod had the ball skills and was a good tackler. I like that comp, Nick. I like it. Solid comp. M's got the win. Let's go, M's. Let's go. Why people are talking about Spoon moving? You really need to see him play snap after snap. Waste of talent. Same stats as Sauce in his last year against better competition. Kid will be great. Yeah, I'm not in favor of the move around stuff. I hear talk of, well, he's going to have to go to the slot, or talk he's got to go to the free safety. I'm okay if eventually they want to move him to free safety if that's where they determine his best position is. But let's get him to a spot where he truly does fail out at the cornerback spot to make that determination. Let's see that he's not able to make that go. Pandemonium Bad says, blasphemy. Earl was a phenomenal tackler. Earl could definitely lay a hit. He definitely lay a hit, but he's a little bit like Quandary Diggs, where you got a guy 5'8", 5'8.5" coming up and trying to sometimes tackle guys downhill. It's just, there's only so much they can kind of do, He could smack people, that's for sure. Absolutely, Earl was a hitter in that secondary. I think 0 is the right number for Witherspoon, but 21 looked pretty good on him in college. Looked mighty good. Dig Doc's Paul Krause of the Minnesota Vikings is the greatest safety of all time. Just saying, I definitely, the guy that he was a dog in Madden too. Those Madden Ultimate teams. You got Paul Krause. He's gonna get you some picks. Greg Kemp, Brandon, if JSN is the receiver he's being hyped up to be, does he push Lockett down to wide receiver 3 this year and make it where the Hawks won't have to pay Lockett $16 million a year anymore when his contract runs out? It's hard to determine, Greg, long-term what the plan might be with Tyler. He's preserved his body in a way which I think will allow him to play a couple extra years in this league. And I'd be surprised to see him go anywhere else if he does elongate out his career. I don't think that he overtakes Lockett on the outside this year. I don't think that, Greg, I'm buying into the fact that JSN is going to be able to operate on the outside, period. I think he's a slot wide receiver. I think that's just what he is. So he'll get his share of snaps from the slot. He'll be excellent at the slot, but I don't think that necessarily his presence is going to impact Tyler Lockett or if Tyler Lockett's going to, remain here in the future. Greg says, if JSN is the receiver, he's being, sorry, I read that. Having Witherspoon will force more balls to Woolen. You think it'll put him on a pace to surpass Dion in interceptions? It could. It very well could. And I would say that that's what's going to be the requirement for Woolen to get to a place where he could compete with a guy like Deion Sanders on interceptions. Is he going to have a guy opposite him who's causing enough throws to be thrown over to him to where he can make a run at that number? But if you've got the two lockdown corners, if a quarterback essentially understands, Daniel, that the price of admission is going to be equal on either side of the field that I got to go to, well, now there's less of that. I'll just avoid this one side of the field. And now you're going to play the game a little more purely, which is going to be more opportunities for Woolen at that point to go out there and get the job done. Safety Geese, why is the media so high on the Rams when their roster is one of the weakest in the division and their best players are all aging and coming off injuries? I'm not sure. I'd seen some talk about them being in competition for being the number one worst team in the league. So I hadn't read that myself, but the media tends to be kind of lazy on these kind of approaches and takes anyway, don't they? Yeah. Brandon, it would be fun to see how many times teams threw against Dion versus Sherman. I kind of feel like quarterbacks were dumb to throw against Dion so many times. Well, to your point on that too, it was a different era, right? Addicted to Hawks, because it was more about let it rip. There was a little bit more of less of an onus on throwing interceptions. So like now it's committing a cardinal sin to throw an interception. And go back to the 80s stats on quarterbacks, and the coaches were a little bit more freer with letting them throw those picks, letting them, take those risky throws. To your point on that. So Sherman did play in a little bit of a different time where maybe the interceptions weren't quite as free and easy. Part of what also impacts this with Sherman though too is he was a zone-based corner. And while they're, man and zone-based corners are just different skill sets, a guy that is a man-based guy is going to always be in a position to be close to the given receiver when the ball is coming in. There's times with their Sherman where he's playing cover 3 over the top, allowing a little easy completion in front of him where he's not competing on that ball because he's got to play to the responsibilities of the defense. Not Sherman's fault, but it does impact at times, I think, how dominant you can be from the cornerback position. D-Boy, Brandon, what are your thoughts on Tyler Lockett to the slot or JSN? D-Boy, I don't believe that JSN is going to be able to play on the outside at the NFL level. I know there's a lot of people that do. A lot of people that aren't going to share my take on this. I do not believe that Jackson Smith-Njigba is going to be able to operate as an outside receiver in the NFL. He will be a slot-only guy. So he's not going to move Tyler into the inside because he's your slot. He just does not have the speed, nor does he have the arm length on the outside to make it go. I also think he's going to have a hard time with his releases off the line of scrimmage, a place that a guy like a Lockett already had kind of mastered coming out of college, getting his releases off the line and getting clear off the line of scrimmage, even as a little bit of an undersized guy with shorter arms. So no, I think he stays in the slot. Pandemonium Hawks, good, yes. Jonah says, who's calling me with my chest out and beer in hand? Actually, I don't care. I can be an idiot, but that doesn't stop my love for the Seattle Seahawks, baby. Hell yeah! Nor should it. Nor should it. Kevin chatted Brown Arrow was very fun, man. Very fun time. Daniel W. is a joke. Brandon, you and Brendan should now make a fake beef video about each other. Problem is, people would probably take it seriously, Daniel. We'd have to type satire 5 times into the titles just to make sure people got the point. You know, just to make sure people got the point. John Stillwell, thank you for the $20 donation, man. Appreciate the double domino tonight. As always, you are awesome. He says, how about Lem Barney? He could backpedal faster than most guys that era could run. Lem Barney, you're going back on that one. You're going back. We got some Lem Barney stats. Lem Barney, 6 feet tall, 188 pounds. Lem Barney with 56 careers. So you guys even haven't heard of Lem Barney. 56 career interceptions, 7 touchdowns in his career, 17 forced fumbles. That's a hell of a career, man. From 10-year career, that is not bad. And that was back when they only played 14 games, by the way. That wasn't even having to say, he had 10 interceptions his first year, you know, in 14 games. Pretty impressive. Lem Barney, John. That's a deep reference right there. That one didn't even jump out to me, and I usually know these old school names. But even that one caught me a little bit off guard. Lem Barney. There's a hell of a football name for you. Thank you, John. Appreciate you, man. Kevin says, I think Rob could take him. Those Brits are sleepers. Hey, they come boxing out of the womb out there in Britain, I've heard. Drug says, did you hear the Vikings were considering trading up to pick 2 if Bryce Young never got chosen at 1? How much different the draft would have been for the Hawks? Yeah, it probably also depends on what was going to Carolina do then at that point, Drunk. If they went CJ Stroud, and then Bryce Young trades up to the number 2 pick. I don't know on that one though, Drunk. Like, how would that have worked? Because we know Texans were hot to trot on Bryce Young, so they were gonna see the guy that they most valued land in their lap, and then they were gonna trade out of that pick at that point. I don't know. I don't think I buy that at that point. I think that they would have just taken Bryce Young. John says, damn you, Deion Sanders. Damn your double the picks of Richard Sherman. Laughing out loud, you're right. B, you're right, my guy. Hey, I ain't gonna undercut your love for him though, man. I appreciate that. You know, we all got our guys that we favor and lean towards. So I get it. And like I said too, I got a bit of a soft spot for Deion, having kind of grown up and watched him play. Captured the imagination a little bit. Just a little bit. Jonas says, Champ Bailey, I dislike him so much, laughing out loud. He's definitely up there in the discussion. Yeah, Champ, another guy that just, you look at his production, it's pretty eye-opening. So Champ Bailey, you got a 14-year career. Longevity's insane. Champ ended up with 52 interceptions. Almost 1,000 total tackles. 4 touchdowns. Good player. Definitely top 10 all time. Champ was a champ corner, Sam the Great. Indeed, he was. Nubelax says a lot of people were high on Levis coming in this year. Yeah, I definitely weren't the only one. And he definitely just didn't quite hit where you were hoping he was going to be able to tap into, which this happens. Sometimes that's why you need that last year of development. That's why it's hard for me necessarily to pick on one of these quarterbacks who's going to be the guy to step forward, because having played this game the last couple of years of this next year's quarterback class is going to be bam, and then it turns into something else quite differently and separately. It's just tougher to do that. Jonah, the whale, thank you for a $5 donation, man. I appreciate that. Very kind of you. He says, next year, Levis leads all rookie quarterbacks. JSN is Offensive Rookie of the Year, and Reek and Vaughn are the best cornerback tandem in the NFL. Ooh, I love it. Well, if you do that, so let's take that reality, okay? First off, the Levis thing obviously doesn't affect us, Jonah. But it'd be cool if that was the case with Levis going there to the Tennessee Titans and pulling that off. If JSN is your Offensive Rookie of the Year, which would definitely mean that he's probably right around that mark of 60 catches, 70 catches, and 1,000 yards, and then you have the best cornerback tandem in the league, and so you're getting those two returns from just those two rookies, JSN and Witherspoon, say nothing else of whatever else the rookie class gave you. That to me is a team that's probably then out there winning 11 games as a minimum, if they've got that kind of production just from those two guys. There's some things that could offset that negatively to dampen that down a little bit, but to get that immediate return like that from Witherspoon and JSN in that manner, I feel like that would definitely take the top end of this immediate returns for this team, the immediate expectation that we'd have for this team next year. That should rise it to me a level at that point. But thank you for the donation, man. I do appreciate you. Mason Dale says, how do you think our front office views Jordan Brooks? It seems like Pete always talks glowingly about him, yet we declined his fifth-year option, although his injury could have complicated that decision. Yeah, I don't think that they wanted to be paying a guaranteed fifth-year option on a guy that's given them a little bit of a mixed bag as a player. And yeah, Pete's big on him because Pete loves run-stuffing defensive players, and he doesn't really care as much about guys giving up yards against the pass, which is something that Jordan Brooks does at almost a league-worst level from the linebacker position. So, I don't think the team is terribly high on Jordan Brooks. I don't think he's part of the plans long-term in their future. I think they view him as a guy that has not necessarily developed in the manner by which they thought he was going to develop. That's part of the reason that you end up bringing back a Bobby Wagner here in the first place on this situation. So, I think that they're just going to let him ride out through the rest of this contract next year, evaluate it next year at that point, see if he's healthy. If there's not a market for him, maybe you see him brought back at that point. But I don't think that that's an indication that this team is so in on him as a player and that they... that they think he is part of their future there at the position. Drunk says, it's crazy to think Jonathan Mingo is the wide receiver number 1 for the Panthers long term. Yeah, it is. I don't trust that guy at all. You know that. Oof. Good luck count on that guy. Megan says, the Hawks Nest, I have a Lem Barney signed Lions helmet next to the Hawks Ring of Honor helmet. Nice. I can't remember the last time I heard that name. And I've heard all the football names. Jonas says, you never heard Kanye West's song Going Ham? I haven't heard, no. I think I have. D-Boy says, I love Spoon, and I'm happy we got some lockdown cornerbacks with our cornerback being really good. That just gives teams more of a reason to run the ball down our throats. Indeed, they're going to go after our weakness, D-Boy, and it's going to be up to us to try to figure out a way to hem up those weaknesses, to force teams to pass to those corners on the outside. And that's where really the key of the defense lies right now for next year, of where our hopes can land for this team defensively next year, is can they get that cleaned up or not? I'm not sure. We'll have to see on that one. It's to be determined. Cameron Robinson, what's the body comp and speed between Tyler Lockett and JSN? JSN is much taller. I think that they both have about the same level of arm length. I think Tyler Lockett was more of a 4'4" type-ish guy coming out, if I'm not mistaken, on him. Let me try to speak with some knowledge of what I speak of. Let me speak of knowledge by which I talk. Yes, so he was a 4'4" guy coming out the combine. Tyler had a 1.55 10-yard split. Pretty good as far as his vertical and broad jump goes. On top of that, he was a 6'8", 3 cone. And of course, with Jackson Smith and Jigba, he was, I think, a 6'5", 7'3" cone. So Jackson Smith much quicker in that realm. Tyler was a 4.07 20-yard shuttle. And so he had a 3.93. So 4.07 was still pretty fast for Tyler Lockett, but Jackson Smith at 3.93 is a lot faster. So Jackson Smith, 3 cone shuttle, way better. Tyler's got him beat on all the other markers, especially speed. Mason Dale, what do I think the JSN pick means for Eskridge? Maybe he could carve out a role returning kicks. Honestly, wouldn't be surprised if they decide to cut their losses and release him before the season. That is what I think is going to happen with Eskridge. He's just not gotten healthy. He's not developed as a player. I think that he is what he is at this point, and he's not changing anytime soon. I think the teams realize that. The drafting of JSN, I think, is an absolute indication of, it's a course correction realization that Eskridge is not it. And I just don't think Eskridge is, even at this point, Mason, as it is, carved out any kind of role for himself on the special teams. To believe he'll do that now going forward, I don't know. I don't think so. Drunk says the report that came out today that, I don't know, it's 100% but true, but rumors seems like the Vikings had interest in a quarterback, Kirk Cousins. Yeah, I was hearing that they were also interested in trying to find a QB drunk. And they certainly have seemingly come to the understanding that Kirk Cousins is not going to get the job done for him. But the cost was probably too great to move up. I just don't know if the Texans would have even been willing to really, do that. Greg Kemp, Brandon, I was talking more about JSN putting up the stats that push Tyler to wide receiver 3, not JSN playing on the outside. It would be like how Doug played slot and was the top wide receiver over Tyler before he retired. It's possible, Greg. The thing that we've seen with these slot guys over the last couple of years, be it Cooper Kupp, be it Justin Jefferson, be it Amon St. Brown with Detroit, if you're a slot guy that can be that effective, where there are times it seems you're almost unguardable out of the slot because you get those free releases, because you're moving pre-snap in motion, which means you're not dealing with the physicality that the guys on the outside have to deal with. That's going to set you up and set the stage up for you to be able to have more of those catches and be featured a lot more often. Especially, Greg, when you combo it with the fact that most times defenses are going to tend to want to lean into playing the single high, the double high safeties at the top, right? They're going to try to clamp down on your receivers on the outside. So if naturally Tyler and DK are going to draw those double teams, the teams are not able to apply towards Jackson Smith and Jigba at all, because they've determined that it's more of the outside threats that we have to worry about here. Well, then that's going to potentially mean more touches there for JSN. Absolutely, that could be the case. But that's then just more about having Geno leaning the offense towards that path of least resistance, that path that's actually wide open on the defensive side of the ball, rather than force-feeding it to the double team on the outside. That's more of, I think, what draws that pick, and what more of why they make that pick, because now the benefits actually are going to be felt by Tyler Lockett, because there should be less double teams now if you have the slot guy inside that can operate in the realm that I think Jackson Smith and Jigba can operate. Fat Daddy Stacks, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate all your donations on the channel today. I'm getting 6 hours in. Can't talk here, folks. Says, bro, this is awesome. The pigs are making the unused chicken coop their home. This is a sign that the Hawks will have an impressive season. Laughing out loud. I think it is said out in Asia, if a pig makes a home in a chicken coop, then that will be a magical year. That's the Chinese translation in America. It doesn't come off with the same kind of charming illustriousness as it does, as it sounds in the language of the old country in that way. But that is a saying. It is known, Fat Daddy. So indeed, those pigs housing themselves in an old chicken coop is an indicator of a great, fantastic Seahawks season. And it's only directly representatory of that. That's, you gotta read these signs correctly. It's very easy to, oh, it means the Rams are going to do good. No. In Hawaii, chicken coop, non-native pigs to the island, living in that coop. That's Seahawks' great season, 100%. Thank you, Fat Daddy, for all your donations on the channel, man. I really do appreciate it. Herbicide, the Jets being sub 500 will be awesome. They'll be very angry. Yes. That'll be an unhappy fan base, I think, as the season goes on, especially in that AFC conference. New Black says, I think a lot of the fan base is higher on Brooks than the team is. I agree, New Blacks. I've dealt with that in a lot of discussions on Jordan Brooks, where I do get a lot of pushback from some folks who are like, oh, you don't think he's just all? No, he's not. I've scouted 2 years of this guy's college tape. I've scouted all of his years of a pro. He is what he is. Some guys are that way. They just enter the league and you hope for development. You hope for them to increase their game and to get better. And some guys just enter and they are what they are. And that's been Jordan Brooks. Good, bad, and other. Good, bad, and the other. Cameron Robinson says, thank you for that info, sir. 100%. How fast was Doug Baldwin? Doug was probably a 4.5 guy. I think Doug ran a pro day. Let's see if I got it on the 2011 Draft Scout. So Doug Baldwin ran a 4.48 40-yard dash on his pro day. I do not have his arm length listed, but he did a 10.3 broad, 4.26 20-yard shuttle, 6.56 3-cone. So his 3-cone was really good. Really good, right? So we talk about Jackson Smith at 3.5 at what was he at? 6.57, I think. So his 3-cone, Doug Baldwin 3-cone was very close in comparison to Jackson Smith's 3-cone. I do think Doug Baldwin was probably just a little bit faster, just a hair faster than Jackson, if I was to make a guess on that. That they're very close, Cameron, at that point in their 40 times. But the one thing about that Ohio State track, Cameron, is that it's renowned for producing faster pro day results because of the track surface and how quick it runs. So it does put a little bit of those, misnomer as far as what the guy's true times are. So if they run a 4.5, it's really like, you got to look at it as more like a 4.55, more than a 4.5 pure, I would say. But appreciate you, Cameron. Thank you, man. Mason says, did you see the report that we had our first round grade on Derek Hall? Also, would he not completely look badass rocking the 99? Because I'm pretty sure it's available. 99 is definitely available. And yeah, I'd love to see him in 99. That'd look awesome. I did hear that. It's tremendous to hear that the team had that kind of grade on him. I had a pure second round grade on him, but they seem to be very, very high in what they saw. And look, he did the damage he had done over there. He'd done it for a couple of years out of Auburn. He had done it in the SEC. He had drawn a lot of double teams out there. So there's, I think, a good reason that they had that kind of grade on him. That it's not something where they're just sort of getting very imaginative on this one in their evaluation. You can see how they got to that grade. 2:55 to go in the final period, Megan. Come on, guys. Come on, Kraken. TGC says, would I have liked Tyree Wilson at 5? No, I'm more in favor of going with Devin Witherspoon than Tyree Wilson. I don't quite trust in Tyree Wilson reaching his upside. I think he's got a long way to go. I like the immediate returns of Devin Witherspoon, and I think I get every bit of the potential future ceiling that you would have gotten with a guy like Tyree Wilson in an equivalency at the cornerback position in Witherspoon. So I'm more like them going with a little bit of a safer pick there at 5 in Witherspoon and taking that safety, taking the safety of that pick. I don't think that they took a big step backwards from where they would have been with Tyree Wilson. Drunk says, you should get Walter Jones on here. He seems like a nice dude. Met him once at a signing event. I've reached out to Walter Drunk. I've hit him up on, I've DM'd him on Twitter. I think he even had a thing where contact these people if you want to reach out for bid, and I reached out. I got no response. That's why I say I'm going to have to enlist you guys in on this. WC, how about our D-line this year? Outside, it's good, WTC. Inside, it's a little bit questionable. I think Docs, Brandon, Doug Baldwin was a pedestrian, just teasing. Love that guy. I forget what former receiver called out a receiver's pedestrian that year. That would have been Chris Carter. Hall of Famer, Chris Carter. But yeah, he called them pedestrian. Fun note, I was actually went to a game in San Diego with some buddies, and one of my friends had a shirt that was it was the Beatles cover of them walking across Abbey Road, right? But instead of Beatles, it was the Seahawks receivers, and it said pedestrian over the top. It was a cool shirt. But then Richard Sherman's mom was in the audience, and she turned back. She's like, "Ooh, I love that shirt." And then we were BSing with Richard Sherman's mom throughout the game. It's pretty fun. Oh, that was a hot game, though. Cameron Robinson says, the reason I'm asking is because I'm thinking JSN could possibly be a wide receiver if he learns to use his speed, if he uses his speed to his advantage in his route running. Possibly. It's possible, Cameron. And there have been guys that have come in the league that many people have thought are just going to be slot guys that are able to make some hay on the outside and actually round their games out into being outside guys. Justin Jefferson, I think, even though he is really mainly only used on the outside, still does give his share of snaps when he's placed as an outside receiver in addition to that. So there is a possibility that exists within that, Cameron. I lean to historical norms on this. I'm a big guy on don't count on the anomaly. Count on what tends to be the rule of thumb. And if you do that, you're usually going to be guided in the right direction in your football outlook of things. So when it comes to Cameron, guys on the outside that have less than 32-inch long arms that are starting on the outside in the NFL, right? You can count that number on your hand. So if you've got, let's say we got 32 teams in the NFL, right? And so that means that you're going to have essentially a de facto 64 wide receivers that are starting on the outside at the NFL level. How many of those guys have less than 32-inch long arms? And then of those guys that have less than 32-inch long arms, how many of those guys run slower than 4.5? And so I think if you took that breakdown and you distilled those numbers down, what you'd come to find out is that there is no guy operating with less than 32-inch long arms on the outside that's running a slower than 4.5 40 time. And if there is one that exists, it's like one or two that exist. One or two. So do I count on that being the rule of thumb? Do I count on that as the thing that's likely to happen, or I count on the actual other side of it being the thing that's likely to happen from that? And the reason this goes together is when you have a guy that is like he is, who's about an inch and a half short, long arms, and then he's slower than you would like to work on the outside, that means that I can't count on him to run past anybody. And then when he's not creating that separation in his routes, that means he doesn't have the arm length where in contested catch situations, he's going to be able to reach around the guy and pluck it away from him, moss him essentially, because he doesn't have the build to do so. One detrimental skill set leads a little bit into the other. It doesn't mean that there isn't some plus sides to his game, but that this is the stuff that holds guys back from being able to operate, say nothing for being successful on the outside. So it is possible, Cameron. And there are some people that do have faith that he can play on the outside. I just don't lean into feeling that that's going to be the place. Connor, I was never a fan of Wilson at 5. I would prefer getting any trade back haul possible before drafting at 5. I just don't view him as a top 5 prospect. Me either, Connor. I agree with you 100% on that. TGC says, are you happy with the interior offensive line in DL? Not with the DL. I'm fine with the offensive line at this point, TGC. But the defensive line could stand to be addressed. I would like to see them make another trade to reinforce the ranks. Get somebody legitimate in there. It doesn't have to be a star level, but legitimate. Mason Dale says, I also heard that we only had like 18 true first round grades. So that really speaks to what we think of Hall. Indeed it does. Indeed it does. And I'm not surprised that they only had 18. Quite frankly, I'm kind of surprised that they had even 18. I don't know if I had 18 first round grades. I think I ended up with like 13, 14 on mine. So the fact they got up to that, I think, is pretty impressive in itself. But it does also speak to how weak this draft was, that you could only get to 18 first guys. I dig Docs, Brandon, Chris Carter, Hall of Fame type receiver, pedestrian analyst. Indeed he was. Is he even doing analyst stuff anymore? I think he's just retired. Ed Armitage, I'm getting major 05 vibes from this team. Ooh, I love it. I can see it, Ed. That's the last greatest offense you created in Seahawks history, is that 05 team. That's your trendsetter. That's your high water mark. And you've built, I think, more of a stacked team than that one. And for sure, folks, we're going to start to put a button on this. I'm 6 hours and 20 minutes in. I know you guys would have me go tonight 9-10 hours, but I've already gone about 3 hours past where I thought I was going to go tonight. So we are going to wrap this up. Let's put the kibosh on the questions at this point. I had said the last one. Let's get the last ones in about a half hour ago. So let's close up the shop. I will save Brandon's voice because he's starting to get a little hungry. Megas is the Hawks Nest. Just to warn y'all, the Kraken were beat 6-3 in Seattle. So if anyone wants a piece of me now, I hope your affairs are in order. Now no peace tonight. I watch WSU up. Oh, what's up, people? I think JSN is perfect for offense. Still think the defense is suspect, but we should be able to outscore teams on paper. It's a good way to put it. That's the outlook I see as well. It's where I began with this show tonight. Was I watched, and please go back, watch at the top on this I watch, because that's where my beginning spot was. If you want to get to the pathway of this team becoming elite, you truly have aspirations for this team being a Super Bowl contending team. This is what's going to need to happen to occur. I did a little bit of something like this last year, right? Those that were watching the channel as I went through the offseason, what did I do? Like a lawyer, I was slowly trying to build my case up. Of everyone saying this is a team that's going to win 3 or 4 games. Let me explain to you guys how there could be a way this team does get to being a playoff team next year. And it's not even a really crazy outlook on things. It could really feasibly happen by this, by that, and by this. And I'm going to do the same thing this year. And it begins with instead of how do we get to the playoffs, how does this team become elite next season? I think it's likely to take 2 years for them to get to that state of things. But if they could get there next year, what would need to happen? At the beginning of it, an elite offense. At the beginning of things, an absolute elite offense. Donnie Novak, you get to see any of the Kraken game Hawks Nest? No, I did not. I thought I was going to be able to bounce over there and watch it, but I guess we have people here that did not want to watch hockey because I kept checking the numbers to see if we're going to have a drop off here, and we stayed at about 150, 160 people during the live session all the way through the game. So it seems that there's not a lot of hockey fans necessarily on that stance of things, but this is why I just can't do short shows. You guys always keep me pulled in on these long ones. There's no way to do a short one, I'll tell you that. Kirk says JSN's hand size doesn't matter. He's a body catcher. And I was speaking Kirk to his arm length, not his hand size, just the arm length. But yeah, he is more of a body catcher too. I agree with you there. TGC says, how many primetime games do you expect for the Hawks? 4, TJ. I expect 4 games. Yeah, that sounds good. D-Boy, Brandon, do you remember when Jerry Rice played a season with the Seahawks? Did he play good with us, or did he not fit good with us? No, he did. The only problem came into play was really him pulling out the 80 jersey at the time, because he had said that Largent had given him permission to use the number 80 jersey, and Steve Largent did not give him permission to use the number 80 jersey. So that's the one place where that was a little ridiculous that the team unretired the jersey for Jerry. I'm sorry, Jerry. No, wear something else. But as a player on the field, he was a good player for us. The problem that we were having at that time, and this was an issue that plagued those Seahawks teams for years, is that you had guys that had a hard time catching the football. Guys were there were so many drops, and you could not get it cleaned up. Matt Hasselbeck would put the ball right on the money. Part of it was that Matt would just whistle that ball in at 100 miles an hour, even on 9-yard in-cutting routes. Everything had to be a fastball with Matt at times. And didn't always make it the easiest to catch because he also threw a real tight spiral. But no, Jerry came in and had some real big games. He had one game, I think in particular, where he had 150, 160 yards receiving. He actually was able to come in and kind of stabilize a receiving corps at that time that not only was dealing with drops, D-Boy, but you also had a lot of injuries that year. You were signing guys off the street. You were having to make do. It was getting raw. So he kind of came in and saved the bacon a little bit for the position and where it was at. And he was pretty good for us. Jerry was able, for even in the depths of his career, still to be a really, really good receiver. He never lost the ability to run routes or catch the football. I watch Olu and Bradford start, JSN, Charbonnet, and have 6 rooks playing equals great draft. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. And I think, yeah, you got Jan's going to be a starter. Witherspoon's going to be a starter. And I think probably Olu ends up being a starter at least. And all those guys are going to get touches. All those guys are going to get a lot of playing time. You're going to have to sell me on Cam Young, I watch. That's a tough one for me. Megan, the Hawks Nest, I met Jerry Rice at the USC game and wanted to ask him about the 80. I didn't, as I thought it would have been a rude question to ask. Yeah, and he's not going to have a good answer. He's going to give you on it, Megan, you know. He's not going to, it comes down to boil down to just like ego. And like, you're coming to the city that's got a guy that's wearing 80 and, you know, had set all the records prior to you breaking them. Show there's some respect for that guy, you know. Wear 81. Is that big of a deal? But, you know, I guess it was. A drunk says, if we were going to draft a wide receiver, I thought it would be Josh Downs. If you told me 3 weeks ago, I probably would have thought it would have been a little later in the draft, drunk. I wouldn't have gone around to the spot of thinking the first round was really a viable place for them to go get that receiver. That part caught me off guard. Doesn't mean it's a bad pick, just caught me off guard. D-Boy says, hey, everyone, hit the like button before the show's over. It will make you feel better in the best way to wrap up the epic live stream. Just do it. Hey, just do it. That's right. Please do hit that like button as we do finish up here. It helps the channel grow. It's helped and part of it what's allowed us to get over 12,000 subscribers. So you guys doing that helps me show up on the algorithm, helps push YouTube and me onto their channel. Hey, this is good videos. Let's get this to other people out there, other Seahawks fans. It may not seem like it helps, but it absolutely does help and have an impact. John Holland says, I like the demeanor that all our draft picks seem to have. They feel like they have an intense love of the game. I get that feeling from them too, John. You know, if you want to build a team up that's a team all about ball, and I think that this is not to be undersold. One of the real hallmarks of the Legion of Boom teams, beyond being so talented, beyond being so well stocked in its talent, so deep in its talent, was that especially when it came to, for instance, on the defensive side of the ball, you had guys that were not only all in on the practice field to practice hard or all in to work hard, but these guys that were almost to a level of being obsessed with the sport and their level of dedication and their want to be great. And the way that you find players like that is find guys that are all about ball. And if you can put a whole team of those guys together, you have guys that just are nothing about all in their process, understanding that this time I have in life to play football is a very short span of time. I'm getting late here. I can't speak. It's a short span of time. And I got to take advantage of it while I can. And if I've got to sacrifice not going out to the club this time, if I got to sacrifice not going to take the trip to Cabo so I can work out this week a little bit extra to get myself a little bit better prepared for the year, I can see the long term in doing that. I can see the sacrifice in that today, in the now, for what that brings for the returns on me down the road. I think it's a very hard concept to teach to young kids coming out of college who think that they're going to live forever, who think their career is going to last forever. It's very tough to get it across. And if you can have that light bulb already turned on these kids as they come right out of the box, as they come right to your team, it seems to only to me to be able to help your team out in the immediacy, but also helping them to reach the fullness of their potential. Hawks, oh my God, Cam Young, totally agree with you, Brandon, but I'm trying my best not to comment on the nose tackle side. Well, you'll notice Addicted to Hawks. I went Bradford on my draft videos, and then I went to Olo Atami, and I'm going to go to Morris, and then I'm going to go to Reed, and then I'm going to go to McIntosh. And then we'll make our way back around to Cam Young. Cam Young will be early June. I just can't get, I'll try to warm up to the kid. You know what I mean? I'll try. D-Boy, you're awesome for mentioning that as well, on that, for hitting that like button. I appreciate you reminding me on that stuff. I do get that a little lost on that angle of things. Big Meat says, I got a feeling we're going to face the Eagles in the NFC Championship. Who agrees with me? Hey, I love the confidence, Big Meat. I would love to see it, man. And this team has absolutely got the talent to get there. The only thing that gets me a little bit reticent, a little bit hesitant, Big Meat, is just the fact that the team is so young. You're going to be so very much comprised of first and second year players in this team in order to kind of get to that state. And then, at least historically speaking, it's tended to be pretty hard for teams that are that young to get that good that fast. But I will say this, Big Meat. We had the youngest roster in NFL history that won a Super Bowl when they won it. Pete Carroll has shown time and again, both in the pro level and during his college experience, that he can get the most out of a very young roster. So if there was any coach to guide this kind of team to that promised land, to get that team to that kind of elite status, even a year ahead of time, Coach Carroll could very well be that guy to get the job done in that way. I could see it. I could easily see it. I dig Doc says, Brandon saving Cam Young for last. That made me laughing out loud for real. Thanks, man. I finished up with Bradford. I dig Doc, and I'm like, okay, Cam. And I looked at Cam Young and I rewatched another game of his film and I went, okay, Oluwatimi. It was a quick decision and I didn't turn it over. I watch, is Cam Young horrible or something? Like not even to make the team? No. He's going to make the team. It's more of just I watch in a draft where there was a lot of prospects that popped, sparkled, got your attention, that captured the imagination of you being able to see where they were going to go as players. Just when I turned on the tape with Cam Young, there's just not a lot of there. You know, it's a guy on the field. It's a big guy on the football field, but it's a big guy on the football field not doing a whole hell of a lot. Snap in and snap out. And you watch that and you watch a couple games of that. And then you go look at the PFF and you see the grade is like, it's ranked like 640 out of like 800 defensive tackles in all of college football last year. I know I might be overstating it, but it's something like that. And you just go, okay, I'm a little worried. I don't understand this one. And all the other picks I can kind of understand. Even if I'm not really super high on them like Bradford, you can understand the reasoning and the thought process behind it. But with Cam Young, it's just kind of like, I feel like that was the one pick where day one, Schneider got hammered for not taking a defensive tackle. Day two, Schneider gets hammered by the press for not taking a defensive tackle. When are you going to take a defensive tackle? When are you going to take a defensive tackle? When are you going to get a guy? Where are you going to get a guy? Why aren't you getting a guy? So I felt like he got by day three. He's like, here, take your defensive tackle. You know, it was almost like, fine, there. You guys happy now? I got you one. You know. D-Boy says that, Brandon, if Sean Taylor didn't get his career cut live shot short, do you think he would have been a Hall of Famer? Oh, 100%. 100%. He was absolutely, I think he's up there as, if he has a full pro career, he's a guy that's talked about in the same manner of, you know, maybe just a little bit short of a guy like Ed Reed from the free safety position. He's not going to overtake Ed Reed as an old-timer at that point, but as a guy that's spoken about up in the realms of up there with the Paul Krauses, you know, he would be considered one of the best all time at that point. The guy could hit like Cam Chancellor and he could pick off the ball a little bit like Ed Reed. Not quite to Ed Reed's place, but there were a lot of Ed Reed-like instincts in Sean Taylor's game. And so you got a very, very complete player in that kid, an absolute junkyard dog on the football field. But yeah, he would have undoubtedly have gotten there. He would have gotten there. I tell you, he would have. Dick Docs, not a lot there. Have mercy. I'm going to try to be nice to the kid on my breakdown, but I don't have to get to him first. I can take my time with it. I watched this. When did Cano Benton get drafted? I feel like we could have gotten him drafted, but picked somebody else or traded the third and lost out or something. If I remember correctly, and I'm definitely trying to wrap this up. So no more questions. Keanu Benton was the 49th selected with the 49th selection. So he was taken in the second round. Midway through the second round. So, you know, you could have taken him. You could have, I think 49, you took 52 is where you took Charbonnet. So he's taken in front of Charbonnet. So you just tried to wait that one out a little bit too long. You would have taken him with the Derek Hall pick if you're going to grab him. And the team just obviously I watched didn't quite value him at that place, which I kind of am surprised a little bit. But then we come back to I watch hearing that they had a top 20 grade on Derek Hall, and then it makes a little more sense because I guarantee you they didn't have anywhere near a top 20 grade on Keanu Benton. Yeah, we would have to gone early, I watch. According to what the Steelers took him on this one, they're saying at 49, and then we picked 52 in the second, which would have meant you would have to either trade up or would have taken him in the early parts. I dig Docs. Brandon, Agreed. Schneider is a great general manager, but I don't think he enjoys having his choices questioned. Hope the UDFA nose tackle makes the team. Tavai. Yeah, I like that kid a lot, and I hope he does make the team as well. I think he's got some real true potential in him to get it done, Addicted to Hawks. And I'm guessing he doesn't like the questions and choices questioned either. I'm sure many general managers would bristle at that. And he probably it's probably frustrating too, because he's trying so hard to lean into the value and understanding that recent history, it's been need that's led you astray in recent drafts. And you have the media here now basically pressuring you a little bit to go back into the need realm, which you just left. You're not trying to get yourself caught back in that same territory. I watched his Hall top 20. Interesting. Yeah, that's the report that came out today. I watched was that they had a top 20 grade on Hall as a player in this draft. D-Boy says a lot of football channels on YouTube think that the Seahawks did really good with our 2023 draft. They did. I think you do have a little bit of a cheating kind of place in this way if you're a team that has, Debo, the 10 picks in a given draft and you got 4 picks in the first 52 selections. It's why, like, when you look at the teams that always end up winning the draft year after year and being the A+ drafts, it's never the team that only has like 1 second-round pick, 1 fourth-round pick, and a couple. I watch Tavai, Puna-like UDFA that contributes. He's got the potential to be, so I liked his tape quite a bit, and he was a really well-graded player by PFF. And we're not going to, by the way, this will be the last question I'm going to do. I'm definitely wrapping it up on this one. I know you guys will keep me going on this, but I got to wrap it up, folks. We're at almost 7 hours in. I know some of you just jumping on late in the stream, and you're like, but I wasn't here through the first 5 hours. I've been talking for 6 hours and 39 minutes. My voice is toast. I need to get some food, so I know I appreciate you guys would love to do this all night, but I'm sorry, I've got to put a button on this one. Yes, Tavai's got an ability to definitely be that kind of contributor in that way. I think he's a little different than Poonam, that he can actually give you maybe a little bit of pass rush, where Poonam was really a run-stuffing one tech. But he is absolutely a guy who I thought stood out on his tape. I was surprised to see that he lasted all the way to the depths of the draft that he did, not even getting taken in the 7th round, in this draft especially. I'm guessing people just don't trust his physical, measurables, but the tape is really nice. And he was really well graded all the way around by PFF, which I thought really did stand out. So I watch my bad. Thanks, Brandon, for all the hard work. No worries, man. I appreciate you asking questions, man. I really do. I have to reach that point where I eventually go, okay, line's off. I got to go. Cause if I just stay, okay, no more questions will just kind of keep pouring in. And I know we could do this all night, guys, but trust me, I'm not as entertaining an hour, 6 hours and 40 minutes in. I'm nowhere near, I'm sure, as entertaining as I can be 2-3 hours in when I'm a little more fresher and able to do this. And the point is on this is eventually get this where we do these as shorter shows so I can do more of the shows. But it's a process. It's always a process. Dick Sox, no more questions. Hey, I want to say one last thank you here as we finish this up today to all of my subscribers, all of the people that watch the Hawks Nest, from the folks that have been here since day one, like D-Boy, and the like, to the folks that have just jumped on here in the late process. We just passed 12,000 subscribers on this channel. I have been, as always, absolutely blown away by how much we're able to, the growth on this channel, by how much support I get in this channel. And it has been absolutely the truth throughout this offseason. Not just the support from monetarily with the amount of donations to this channel, but just the amount of people watch, the amount of people that hear the call out there when I say, hey, get subscribed to the channel if you're not subscribed. It doesn't cost you anything, and you guys did. We not only rounded the 12,000 mark, we blew past the 12,000 subscriber mark. We are well in line to get up into that 15,000 mark. That was my goal for the channel for this year, to get there by February. And we are right on track, right on line to get to that mark. I want to say thank you to all of you guys that jumped on aboard. Appreciate all of my longtime subscribers as well. It just gets me so excited about the future of this channel and all I'm going to be able to do on this channel with where we've gone and where we're going. We've gotten through the hard place. We've gotten through the hard part. We've gotten through that slow building phase where I can only put a couple hours here and a couple hours there into the channel. We're now here fully rolling. We're going 100 miles an hour and we're not slowing down anytime soon. I don't care if it's an off season. I don't care if it's the middle of the season. We're going to go hard, and we're going to go hard often. So I hope you're here to ride with me throughout this process as we go forward. We're just getting warmed up. I'm just getting warmed up over here. So ride with me, my fellow Hawks Nesters. Let's go on to this bright, beautiful future where not only this channel's due to take off, but our Seattle Seahawks are due to take off. This team is ready to go. I don't know if they're going to get there exactly right by the start of next year, but they are on the path and they're elevating. They're rising. They're getting to that place where that Super Bowl window is going to start to open. The future is bright, my fellow Seahawks fans, on so many levels. Smile. Be happy about that. You could be in Indianapolis. No, I'm kidding. Indianapolis is fine. But we're in an even better stage. We're in an even better state. So, love the future that is oncoming. Thank you for all the support from you guys. Nothing but love in my heart from you guys. It's like the Grinch. You grow my heart 3 sizes bigger with how much support you guys give, how much love you send my way. I could not have ever asked for more than what I get from this channel as far as that support goes. It's been just unbelievable. And in the 4 years of doing this channel, it has never failed. It has never been a moment that I've had to question whether or not you folks have my back or whether there's that support there. It is there at every single step. And I hope you guys understand that it is really appreciated. I recognize it, and I understand how unique that is in this online world of toxicity and negativity and pessimism and all of that type of stuff. My fellow Hawks Nesters, my fellow 12s, I love you. I appreciate you. Thank you for helping me get past 12,000 subscribers. Get excited about this team. We might just have ourselves the best Seahawks offense that we have seen in our entire history. Hands down. Hands down. No but what ifs. Just pure and simple, the best we've ever seen. Where that takes this team, what heights they can go on the back of that, you and I, we shall soon see, as we are now only just a couple months away from the beginning of training camp. We are rounding that bend. Get yourself ready, get yourself strapped in, and get ready for a wonderful, beautiful season. My name is Brandon Kane. This is the Hawks Nest. Hit that like button, subscribe on up, but don't you ever forget, go Hawks.